Durud Patriots, Durud, our honorary Hammihans. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 39 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Guys, for the unboxing, I know I promised you the unboxing. I had a media
Of
interview
Khomeini's
today.
bones?
No, Huda
Oh, okay.
Beauty. Huda Beauty. I'm gonna go buy a whole bunch of
Okay.
Huda Beauty makeup, unbox it, and then if the quality is bad, I'm gonna return it, right? So,
Oh.
and I was supposed to, yeah. Well, because we
Okay.
went over her garbage apology last night, and she basically just shot herself in the foot even more. Guys, I was gonna do it today, but I actually had a media interview earlier today, so I wasn't able to. I didn't have time to go and get what I needed to. But I will do it as soon as I have some time. My mornings are pretty much booked with media, but I will do it as soon as possible. Just want to go through some of the quick super chats, guys. I know 2C starting at 2 p.m. Thank you for letting us know. We will go there. So we have super chat champions. Bring you my little support and hope and wish to hear from you the good news that Iran is free and the world is in a better situation. Thank you so much. We're hoping for that as well. Oh, did you like that? You liked my interview with Erin? She's fantastic, isn't she? Oh, she's so great. I was so happy I did that interview with her last night. So yeah, you guys should definitely go watch that and make sure that you subscribe to Erin's channel and support her as well. Um, Brian says, I retired from the USCG this year. Thank you for your service. I'll gladly give more years to serve my Shah and return to my dad's homeland and pick up where he left off in 1979. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your service. I have a feeling that that when Iran is free, a lot of us are going to be going back to help rebuild and serve our country. Armin, how are you?
I'm very happy. We have so much good news.
Do you want to begin? Why don't you
Okay,
start?
oh, really? Okay. So this makes me happy. I think this will make other people happy as well. I'm not sure. Let's see. All right, so first we have this. Look at this. Breaking negotiations between US and the Islamic Republic have been canceled. Islamic Republic had a meltdown over Trump's demands and talks have fallen apart. And then we saw this breaking US Islamic Republic talks set for Friday has been canceled, which is this makes me happy. Then we saw this video. I don't know. Have you played this here already?
No. We just started.
Okay, so okay,
but I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there. And so our hope resides in that. As far as the president's views on the way protesters were treated, he was very clear about it. And as you saw, part of what the president said publicly prevented mass executions that were being planned and that we're on the precipice of. And obviously beyond that, the president retains a number of options to how he responds to that and future events. But as far as the talks are concerned, I think the Iranians.
Oh, by the way, guys, put in the chat hashtag Goldie was right regarding the negotiations falling apart. So put that in the chat. Like Goldie was right.
Had agreed to a certain format. For whatever reason, it's changed in their system or what have you. We'll see if we can get back to the right place. But the United States is prepared to meet with them. I think it was scheduled for Friday. Steve is ready to go. He'll be prepared for that. If the Iranians want to meet, we're ready. They've expressed an interest in meeting and talking. If they change their mind, we're fine with that too. We prefer to meet and talk. I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out. We don't see there's any.
I'm not sure you could reach a deal with these guys. I'm not sure we could reach a deal with these guys.
Guys, I've been telling you, you have to interpret the political speak here. All right, let's continue. This is fantastic. This is great.
any harm in trying to figure out
Wait, just one more time, this last part. Yeah. This is, yeah.
meeting and talking. If they change their mind, we're fine with that too. We prefer to meet and talk. I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out. We don't see there's any harm in trying to figure out there's something that can be done. This is a president that always prefers a peaceful outcome to any conflict or any challenge.
Yeah, Rubio. By the way, there's 2 more videos of Rubio. Oh, did you see this? Glenn Beck changed his profile. Like, here's a confirmation of that.
He did that a few weeks ago. I reported on this. He did this a few weeks ago. Yeah, he's so amazing. Okay. Glenn Beck, yeah, he did that. Like, it's so awesome. So awesome.
Oh, I did not see that. So Glenn Beck has changed his profile picture to the flag of Iran, which is amazing. So there's this other video. I don't know if this is. I haven't watched this one. I don't know if it covers what we heard there before.
Let's watch it.
I like Mark here. He's saying Secretary Marco Rubio is such an effective communicator and demonstrates a deep and authoritative understanding of the Iran issue. So let's watch this one as well.
And location of Friday's talks with Iran, and clarify, given that Iran refuses to negotiate its missile program and insists on a right to enrich uranium, is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back up and say, from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession.
Good. Pause.
It is our
so okay, did you guys catch that? So the part where Marco Rubio says we don't see meeting as concession, right? So guys, remember I was trying to explain to you. I was like, okay guys, like, just because someone wants to meet, just because they're willing to meet, it does not mean that they're meeting in order to concede to the demands of the Islamic regime, right? Like, they're not meeting because they want the Islamic regime to survive.
Yeah, so I used the volume boost because the volume could not go any higher. So I used Volume Master. Let's go back a little bit so that we could hear it properly this time, because the volume was very low. Let me know if it's better now.
Nuclear talks.
Yeah, and guys, again, Goldie was right.
As legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people.
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back up and say, from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone.
It's not a concession, and it's not a legit. Guys, remember that United States was talking to Saddam until the very last minute that they removed him, right? United States was in talks with Saddam and in direct communication with him until they toppled him. So again, talking is not legitimization. Yeah, they're just like Goldie mentioned.
Meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president's always been open to that. He showed that in the first administration, and he's showing it again now. And so I think if there's an opportunity to engage directly with counterparts in the Iranian regime, the United States would be open to that. And that's what we're open to. We thought we had an established forum that had been agreed to in Turkey. It was put together by a number of partners who wanted to attend and be a part of it. I saw conflicting reports yesterday from the Iranian side saying that they had not agreed to that. So that's still being worked through. At the end of the day, the United States is prepared to engage and has always been prepared to engage with Iran. As far as the topic of those discussions and what the agenda needs to be, look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their...
Guys, the range of the ballistic missiles, he says, has to be included. I could tell you there's no way Khamenei would say yes to that. The only thing that they might agree to is to bring down the enrichment of uranium to a lower percentage. But Rubio is saying that this has to be part of the negotiations. They're reducing the range of the ballistic missiles. That is basically a suicide for the Islamic Republic if they accept that, and that's why they're not going to accept that. So this suggests that there is no room for negotiation.
And what the agenda needs to be. Look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. The fundamental problem Iran faces and the regime faces right now is that what people are on the streets complaining about, this regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money. They're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring, all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there.
Oh, Goldie, you got another super chat, which is referring to that funny. Can we see that? Yeah, let's go to that one. Oh, you're muted.
No, wait. Sorry. So we can go to that in a moment. Like, guys, what? Okay, are there more Marco Rubio videos here? Because that's.
I have one more. I don't know if it repeats anything that we already heard or not.
It might be the same one, but let's play it again, guys. This is so important, right? So I've been telling you for over a month, right? Like when President Trump says, we're talking, that doesn't mean, concession, right? When President Trump says, we're meeting with them, it doesn't mean that they're meeting to keep them around, right? I was always telling you, I was like, guys, the reason they're meeting is to negotiate a surrender deal. And I don't think the Islamic regime is going to negotiate that. And then even now, like Marco Rubio had to come out and very, very clearly say, meeting with someone doesn't mean it's a concession, right? Like, I feel like he's forced to say that because everyone, especially in the media, right? Everyone in the media is like, they're meeting, that means the regime's going to survive. No, that's not it at all. That's not it at all. They're saying, fine, we'll meet. If you want to talk, fine, we'll sit down and we'll hear what you have to say. It doesn't mean that we agree with you. It doesn't mean that we're going to negotiate the deal that you want, but you want to come to us and talk, fine, come and talk. So that's very important. Very important, that part. But yeah, let's play this and then we can go to that super chat and you can explain it for everyone.
Okay. Well, okay. So let's go to this one. This might be repetitive, guys, but we don't know. So let's watch this. Yeah, which is fine.
But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there. And so our hope resides in that. As far as the president's views on the way protesters were treated, he was very clear about it. And as you saw, part of what the president said publicly prevented mass executions that were being planned and that we're on the precipice of. And obviously beyond that, the president retains a number of options to how he responds to that and future events. But as far as the talks are concerned, I think the Iranians had agreed to a certain format, for whatever reason it's changed in their system or what have you, we'll see if we can get back to the right place. But the United States is prepared to meet with them. I think it was scheduled for Friday. Steve is ready to go. He'll be prepared for that. If the Iranians want to meet, we're ready. They've expressed an interest in meeting and talking. If they change their mind, we're fine with that too. We prefer to meet and talk. I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out. We don't see there's any harm in trying to figure out there's something that can be done. This is a president that always prefers a peaceful outcome to any conflict or any challenge.
Yeah, guys, the main point you have to ask yourself is like, why not talk to them to see what is the point of not talking to them? It's not like you're going to give in to any of their demands. You might actually get a few, you might be able to disarm them by talking before the attack. Like, why not just see what you could get out of them without, like, even before attacking them? Like that, it doesn't make any sense to just close all lines of communication.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me okay, can I bring the
Sure.
image? Can you, who made this? I want to know.
I think it's Mujahideen. It looks like Mujahideen. I think the MEK
Mujahideen?
made this. Yeah, it sounds like something.
Wow.
Well, this isn't the first time they've attacked me, right? So they've, like, a few years ago they made like a video about me where they basically claimed that I'm with the Islamic regime. So yeah.
So I mean, do they not know that this is such a badge of honor to be attacked by the MEK?
I don't know, man.
So like, okay, guys, this is how you know Goldie is being very effective, because these are the posts that they're making about her. So Kamar Khanum, I don't even know how to translate this into
Kamar
English.
Khanum's from, like, my parents told me it's like from some TV show in the before, like during the Shah's time, and she was like this woman that was like very bossy, and she was like fighting with everyone or something.
Okay, so they're basically, in an insulting way, they refer to Goldie here, calling him Lady Qamar, saying
It's also
Lady
play on my
Qamar,
last. It's also play on my last name because my last name is Qamari. So instead of
Qamari,
saying
yes.
Qamari, they're saying Qamar Khanum.
So he's saying basically Goldie Qamari, who's the supporter of Prince Reza Pahlavi, is, well, they don't say Prince, they just say Reza Pahlavi. So because of her support of the Islamic Republic, what?
Yeah.
And also because of threatening the people against the people who are so threatening the people who are against the Islamic Republic, the Mullah regime. So apparently Goldie supports the Islamic Republic, and she's also threatening the enemies of the Islamic Republic. و دادن اطلاعات مخالفین حکومت به سپاه توسط دولت. Okay, and because also she has been giving the information of the people against the regime to the IRGC. So Goldie, apparently, according to this, Goldie is supporting the Islamic Republic. She's been threatening the people who are against the Islamic Republic, and she's passing on the information of the people who are against the Islamic Republic to IRGC. But I'm
passing on the information to the IRGC through diplomatic channels. So they're saying I'm passing the information through the government of Canada. Oh, is that not what it's saying?
No. There's a comma. Okay. There's a missing comma here.
Okay, all right, never mind.
There should be a comma here. So
okay.
they made a mistake
to, like, translate this.
Yeah. So they made a mistake here. They're saying because of these three things, comma, the Canadian government has basically stopped your, like basically revoked your
citizenship. Yeah, so they're claiming that I'm disbarred, which is not true. I'm not disbarred. I'm not disbarred, yes. Which is so funny. Yeah. So they're saying that
the Canadian government has taken away your residency. I mean, Goldie is a citizen. She's not a permanent resident. She's a Canadian citizen, so they don't even know that. They're saying her permanent residency has been taken away from the Canadian government. And in the near future, she's going to go back to her grandpa, Ali Khamenei. Why grandpa? Okay, so So yeah, you're gonna soon, Goldie, pack up your bags and get ready to be sent back to your Papa Khamenei,
I
apparently,
I was
because the
laughing.
Kenny. Okay, what the hell? Okay,
So this
so
is
this is
so you guys, so you can tell that this is the MEK, right? Why is it the MEK? Because they're putting Reza Pahlavi, King Reza Pahlavi, in the same sentence, right? So basically they're saying that Goldi Gamari, who's a supporter of King Reza Pahlavi, is working with the Islamic regime, and I'm attacking people who are against the Islamic regime, and I gave their information to the IRGC. And so because I gave the information of people against fighting against the regime to the IRGC, even though I'm a supporter of King Reza Pahlavi, now the Canadian government has disbarred me, and they've revoked my permanent residency. Even though I'm a citizen, I'm not a permanent resident. I've been a citizen since the age of 4, but hey, that's news to me. And very soon, I'm flying back to Iran to go be with my grandfather, the supreme dictator Ali Khamenei. There you go.
oh, this is why we got a super chat. Where is that?
My
Oh yeah,
God.
somebody gave us super chat saying, "Goldie, when are you going to your to your Baba Khamenei? When are you going back to?" Oh my god!
هر وقتی که
So
مرد هر وقتی که مرد میرم قبرش
unboxing of bones.
yeah
Yeah.
I'm gonna go unbox the Khamenei's grave for you when he's dead. How about that?
Oh my god.
It's ridiculous, these people.
This is so hilarious. Like, look at the guys. This does sound like MEK propaganda. It
Oh, it
does
is.
sound like that. Yeah.
Well, this isn't the first time they've done this. Like Armin, they're the ones who filed a complaint, a complaint against me. So the whole Law Society suspension thing. That's the MEK. So what the MEK did is in 2019, someone who's affiliated with the MEK, that's the communist group, right? They filed a complaint against me to the Law Society of Ontario. And
Wow.
oh yeah, oh, and here's the thing. In that claim, they said that back in 2016, I stole $10,000 cash from them. So get this.
Wow.
So in 2019, and this was literally like just a few months after I was elected to office, right? So a few months after I'm elected to office, the MEK filed a complaint saying that 3 years ago I stole 10 grand in cash. So then, at that point I had already stopped being a lawyer, right? So I had already suspended my law account because like I'm not a practicing lawyer anymore. I was a politician at the time. So I mean, I didn't really care, right? Because I'm like, whatever. Like I've suspended my license because I'm not practicing law anymore. But I cooperated with the Law Society. I gave them like all the info that they wanted. Basically, gave them all the proof to show that like I never took 10 grand in cash. And then there was some back and forth. And then the Law Society was like, oh, we need 6 months worth of your unredacted phone records. And then I was like, why do you need my phone records to prove that I didn't take 10 grand in cash? Like why do you
Wow.
need my phone records? And then they were like, well, we have the right to do whatever we want. So at that point I was like, I'm not going to give you my phone records, and I'm not a practicing lawyer anyway, so I don't care. So that's
Yeah,
where the
it's
status
fair.
of the case is. But this is a funny thing. Like, if I actually, let's say if I actually stole 10 grand in cash, why wouldn't they go to the police right away? Right? Like, if I stole 10 grand in 2016, why wouldn't they just go to the police and file file like a theft report or something? They waited 3 years until I was a politician, because then they were trying to like blackmail me into supporting them, and I was like, I'm not going to support you guys. So there you go.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of people in the chat are saying, like, guys, the negotiations are canceled. Breaking news. We started the show with that, so we know. Like, everybody, like, oh my god, why are you not talking about? Like, yeah, we said that. So apparently, the negotiations have been canceled. So we said that already. People are like telling us to talk about that. But again, this was kind of expected. I mean, honestly, I don't think it makes much of a difference. I'm really happy to hear this news, But honestly, negotiations, no negotiations. Right now, I don't think it makes much of a difference for the Islamic Republic whether they talk or don't talk. I think the reason why the Islamic Republic is, you know, basically demanding so many things in a way that they cancel the negotiations is because they also understand, guys, this is okay. So Goldie is usually right, but I'll take 1 point. I'll take like a I told you so as well, because the
You
Islamic
should take
Republic has
all the I
really.
told you so's. You should take all the I told you so's because you're always right too.
No, because no, because the Islamic Republic has realized what I told you guys, that this time it's a trap from the US side. Usually when Islamic Republic negotiates, it's a trap and Biden and Obama fall for it. This time it's the other way around. This time it's a trap on the US side. So that's what this is why the Islamic Republic is like realizing that these people seem to have made up their mind and they're just trying to disarm us with negotiations. So that's why they are willing to go like, throw, basically throw everything in the air and basically say like quit trying to demand like, oh, we need to meet here, or we're not going to meet with you guys, because they know they're walking into a trap. Like the Islamic Republic is not that stupid. Yeah. What is this?
So this is just very interesting. So President Trump posted this. I have just completed an excellent telephone conversation with President Xi of China. It was a long and thorough call where many important subjects were discussed, including trade, military, the April trip that I will be making to China, which I look very much forward to, Taiwan, the war between Russia, Ukraine, the current situation in Iran.
Wow.
I mean, he doesn't say what specifically the topic was, but I have a feeling if I was going to extrapolate from this post that President Trump put on his Truth Social earlier today, if I had to guess, I would say that the conversation about Iran was pretty much President Trump telling China to stay out of it and that it's going to be regime change.
So what China's main concern is access to oil, especially now that Venezuela is on US's side when it comes to oil access. China is feeling really, really threatened. They're like, okay, if we also lose Iran to become a Western ally, I'm going to be completely isolated when it comes to access to energy, right? So I don't know. So if Trump wants to make China back off, one thing that you might be talking about is like some guarantees that Iran, once Iran is free, they could still buy oil from a new, like maybe what Trump is like, listen, this is going to happen. The writing is on the wall. Iran is going to become free. So you either, if you want to have even some access to the oil and gas of Iran, you better not take a position against the Iranian people, because you might lose all of it. If basically, like you have to choose between some or none, because taking a position against the Iranian people is futile. And Iran, like at some point, like basically some guarantees with some access to energies might make China back off.
I mean, yeah, that definitely could be a part of it. I mean, ultimately, when Iran is free, the foreign policy choices will be up to the
Iranian
Iranian,
people.
yeah, well, the transitional government, right? So the transitional government will be making those choices, those decisions, and King Reza Pahlavi has made it very clear that they're willing to trade with everyone on the open market freely and fairly, right? So it has to be free and fair. Um, but I have a feeling that that definitely could have been a part of it. The fact that President Trump is mentioning that he spoke to China about the current situation in Iran leads me to believe that, yeah, President Trump is saying, if you back the Islamic regime, or if you prevent us from doing what we need to do, things are going to be very difficult for you, because once Iran is free, um, that is going to have like that's going to change the economy, especially when it comes to oil. And right now, I think it's like 80% of Iran's oil sales go to China, something like
At
that.
a very discounted price, which is very discounted
Yeah.
price. So
I mean,
basically, they're stealing our oil.
it's pretty much theft, right? It's pretty much theft.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely this has something to do with oil, and I have a feeling President Trump is saying like if you want to continue getting oil, you better like back off, because I think you're
Right.
right. Otherwise, like you'll get none. And United States, like President Trump could easily like without getting involved in Iranian foreign affairs, right? He could like impose his own sanctions on China or whatever the case might be, um, to like prevent China from being able to buy oil from Iran or something like that, right?
Yeah, yeah. And also India, by the way, United States has been dealing with India to buy their oil instead of from the Islamic Republic, to buy it from Venezuela. So this is going to be right now, it's going to really put pressure on the Islamic Republic, because right now they're desperate for cash to be able to continue fighting.
Hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And once Iran is free, because Venezuela and Iran have both been basically giving their oil for free to China and Russia. And President Trump is well aware that when Iran
China.
is free,
Mm.
that's going to be a significant blow for the Chinese and Russian communist regimes, right? So I
Right.
have a feeling that um, President Trump's aim isn't just Iran, or like the Islamic regime. I have a feeling that his aim is maybe all of these communist dictatorships. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Iran is
Yeah.
just,
So
the next domino, in my opinion, to fall.
So oil and gas to China and drones to Russia. Yeah, and also you're so right, because we're entering a Cold War. And the main tool, I know I'm going to say this quick because I know we have only a few minutes.
Oh, we have
And
5 minutes. That's fine.
the main winners are going to be the people who take advantage the most out of the fourth industrial revolution that we're in when it comes to AI and robotics. And the main input for AI and robotics are rare earth metals, and also energy. So whoever controls the most rare earth metals and energy wins the AI and robotic race in the future. Unfortunately, China has a lot of control over most of the resources when it comes to rare earth metals, but United States is basically trying to make sure that they dominate the energy market, and energy is going to be key. And guys, when it comes to these two games, energy and rare earth metals, it's basically a zero-sum game. It's a winner take all situation, because there is no second place. You either win or this fourth industrial revolution, or you're going to completely be dominated. There is no second place winner. That's why the competition is very, very, very high between China and United States. And right now, with Venezuela being on the US side when it comes to energy, the Chinese are really feeling threatened.
And Potipto as well earlier was saying, I think it was a few weeks ago when he was with us, Potipto was mentioning that Iran has very, very high lithium, or like lithium ion, like lithium stores or something like that. And he said like lithium is pretty much the new oil, and that the lithium that Iran has is pretty much untapped because of the economic sanctions. So freeing Iran would also mean getting access to all those rare minerals, which help with the fourth industrial revolution when it comes to robotics and AI and tech and all that. So apparently the
Right.
lithium is even more valuable than the oil.
Well, very valuable. I don't know if they're more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very. Yeah. And also on top of that, the most important resource that the Iran has is the human resource, right? So remember always that we have the guys, because we have wealth, and then we have wealth generation. Wealth generation always is superior to whatever wealth level you have. And when it comes to the human capital, a human capital is what generates wealth, rather than just a level of wealth that you already have. because whatever resources you have, if you want to turn it into something that is more valuable than whatever it already is, that's when the human capital becomes the most important thing. And the Iranian people are some of the most educated people, the most entrepreneurial, the most hardworking people in the world, and they also have the proper values, the values that makes a society prosperous. So the most important resource that Iran has is the human resource, the human capital that we have.
I agree. Absolutely. Wow. Are the talks off? Yes, the talks are off. That was like the first breaking news. Oh, look at this comment here, Armin. I'm
I
from
saw,
Iran.
yeah.
Thank you, Armin and Goldie. Oh, thank you. That's so nice. Be safe. Be
Oh.
safe. We're here for you guys. So, because guys, there's a lot of new people who are joining us from Iran. Just wanted to let you guys know, like, we've been doing this for like 39 days now. So, especially when the internet was shut down, we kept on going. We were sharing the news. So, هر کی که تو ایران هست اصلا نگران نباشین، ما صدای شما هستیم و what's that saying؟ قسم به خون یاران ایستادیم تا پایان. ما در کنار شما هستیم و تا روز پیروزی ما این برنامه رو خواهیم داشت. So اصلا نگران نباشین. حتی مگه احیانا اینترنت دوباره قطع شد، ما اینجا هستیم و صدای شما هستیم. سپاسگزار.
Republican Pat Fallon, is that a senator? Just posted, I don't know, no, that's a congressman. So just 45 minutes ago posted, the Iranian regime is the greatest driver of chaos, death, and destruction in the Middle East. Iran's people deserve freedom from the Ayatollah's repression. This is very interesting. We're seeing more senators and congress people posting this. I don't know what's like, have they seen something? Have they heard something? Like, it seems like they're trying to support Trump when it comes to what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how people in the chat are saying Tusi starts now when I literally have 2C on the screen waiting and ready to go. So yes, Wes.
Yes.
All right, there we go. When it starts, it starts.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and it's all kicking off in the Middle East. The talks between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have now officially collapsed. The Friday negotiations have been cancelled. The Islamic Republic of Iran are preparing their military troops, and the United States have now deployed USS George H.W. Bush, the aircraft carrier, to join the rest of the troops in the Middle East. There is a lot to cover here, and it's still obviously a hot topic as we speak. Everything could change any moment. There are now fears that the IRGC might do a preemptive attack. They might try to hit Israel and the US bases in the Middle East, as they know that President Trump is now leaning towards military action in Iran. So, as I said, don't worry about these talks. They're all distractions. Even if they start talking, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to get anywhere anyway. And of course, it's happened again. So first things first, let's talk about what's been going on today in Iran and in the Middle East. There have once again been more mysterious explosions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, mysterious explosions, gas leaks, left, right, and center. So this time in Pardis, another industrial area, another commercial complex called Siasang. Let's go to the video we received from Iran.
چهارشنبه 15 بهمن
Given the date.
پردیس منطقه صنعتی سیاسنگ.
Siasang, Pardis. So, another gas leak, another mysterious explosion. It happens every single day. Don't forget, we had this exact same thing days and weeks before the 12-day war, before the Israelis and the United States decided to attack the Islamic regime. So, the IRGC and Ali Khamenei are currently doomed. And I did say, in their defense, they didn't really have any other option. It's either surrender. Obviously, doing a surrender deal with the president was going to be a bad idea for them. or just prepare to fight until the last minute. And there's no other way that they could be saved regardless of this, because the regime are falling from within. But let's talk about what's actually happening with the talks. So the Friday talks have now been cancelled. The Islamic Republic said, but the Americans said, we have 4 red lines, 4 demands. Nuclear, go. Ballistic missiles, go. Killing your people, go. And end the proxies. Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, everybody. The Hezbollah of Iraq, Fatah Mune in Afghanistan, the other idiots in Pakistan. The Islamic Republic said, literally earlier today, we don't want to go to Turkey on Friday. We want to go to Oman. In fears that because Turkey is a NATO member, that the United States will just arrest Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, and the diplomats. That was not going to happen. They're idiots. But, or maybe it was, I don't know. Arresting the diplomats would be on a whole new level. Government ministers, perhaps. Then they said, let's go to Oman. Then they said, well, we are only going to talk about nuclear. President Trump said, what are you talking about? Steve Witkoff sent a message to the Islamic Republic. No, we have the 4 demands. Everything is on the table. And then minutes before the update we received, the officials in the Middle East already said we are lowering our expectations for the Friday talks because the Islamic Republic wanted to have limited talks just about nuclear, and also indirectly, not even directly with the US. They've changed their mind. And now everything has now officially collapsed. Minutes before the talks were officially cancelled, Marco Rubio, as the Secretary of State, made a speech. Now, this is quite interesting. Now, what we want to know is, did Marco Rubio know at that point? Or was it just a coincidence? Because he went all out. He went extreme. He basically said, the Iranian people need to be saved. The Iranian people are great. They are different to the Islamic regime. And until now, the White House's narrative was Iran. As in, when they meant the regime, they said Iran. But Marco Rubio separated the two. And he also basically said, this is just minutes before the whole thing got cancelled. He said that, I don't think we can make a deal with these guys. Let's go.
Matt, and location of Friday's talks with Iran and investors, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people.
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back up and say, from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president's always been open to that. He showed that in the first administration, and he's showing it again now. And so I think if there's an opportunity to engage directly with counterparts in the Iranian regime, the United States would be open to that. And that's what we're open to. We thought we had an established forum that had been agreed to in Turkey. It was put together by a number of partners who wanted to attend and be a part of it. I saw conflicting reports yesterday from the Iranian side saying that they had not agreed to that. So that's still being worked through. At the end of the day, the United States is prepared to engage and has always been prepared to engage with Iran. As far as the topic of those discussions and what the agenda needs to be, look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. The fundamental problem Iran faces and the regime faces right now is that what people are on the streets complaining about, this regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money. They're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring, all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there.
So that's the whole point, by the way, because somebody in the live chat just said, it's so funny. Someone said, Stephanie, how did they ever believe they would make a deal in the first place? This is just common sense. I don't know who you're talking about, because if you mean the Islamic Republic, well, they were desperate. If you mean the Americans didn't believe there was going to be a deal. That was the whole point of the distraction. This was just theater. They trapped the Islamic Republic. They had no other option initially to say yes, but talks about nuclear? Nobody was talking about nuclear. It just came out of nowhere. And they all fell for the trap of President Trump, even though, as I said yesterday, in a parliament in Tehran, their own radical extreme MPs, they saw what was going on. They were warning their own government, saying, why are we talking to the Americans? This is a trap. They're suddenly talking about nuclear, and we are falling for it. Yes, the MPs in Iran were right. But the regime had no other option because they had to basically buy some time to prepare for the next move. Now, the next move is happening as we speak. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is now deploying specialized army. Oh, there we go. We have a reaction from President Trump as well. Pete Hegseth is now deploying specialized army infantry to the Middle East. So this is the first time we have this since this whole saga started over the last few weeks. And I think we have a quick reaction from President Trump on this breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the first time we're hearing from him, obviously, since this happened. Hang on, what? Yeah, that's actually happened. Okay. President Trump has now said Iran's supreme leader should now be worried. Okay, we're going to get more from the president shortly, hopefully. But for now, we're going to stick to this and Pete Hegseth deploying infantry towards the Middle East. We also have an update from Puerto Rico. U.S. tankers are all over, up over Puerto Rico, their base, and they are bringing in more F-35s over the Atlantic towards the Middle East. So obviously that's going to take a few hours. That's going to take, 12 hours, something like that, to get close to the Middle East. So that's happening, and the Army infantry are now also happening. The White House and Pentagon have also now confirmed officially that the aircraft carrier USS George H.W. Bush, the aircraft, the carrier strike group, are now moving towards the Middle East to join the rest of the gang. So the USS Abraham Lincoln is obviously still close by. Now we're going to have USS George H.W. Bush officially also joining them. So this is changing the whole game as we know it. That's going to take obviously some time for them to arrive. But we might still see some action potentially beforehand, before even George H.W. Bush arrives, because there is a fear that the Islamic Republic might try to do a preemptive attack. Now, this could also change the whole platform in terms of how the Israelis and the Americans are potentially going to be responding. There's a lot more updates coming in as well. I always keep a Quran at home in case I run out of toilet paper. If a country is going to fall, and Iran must know it will, it makes more sense to negotiate a favorable exit. It's called living to fight another day, a tactical retreat. That's what Assad did, and it worked for Assad. But these guys, I don't know what they're thinking. The best option for them would have been to negotiate an exit plan, but I think they might still do it after the first wave of attacks if they happen. What the talks between the US and IRGC fell apart, I didn't see that coming at all. Sarcastically, brilliant. But now we also have the IRGC generals kicking off badly. Oh no, I am terrified. Hamid Reza, oh God. Moghadam Afar. What is it with these Arabic names that they have? Okay. He has now warned Iran that Iran or the IRGC would strike broadly and target US troops, and not just one or two bases. So, according to the IRGC General's advisor, we might see some fireworks in the Middle East sparked by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, targeting the wider US troops and not just a couple of bases. But that statement that just came out, I think President Trump is talking to NBC. This is major because it said Khamenei should now be worried. I think we have this. I'm going to put this on for you guys. This is just coming over the last couple of minutes. President Trump speaking to NBC. Is he in the White House? Hang on. Stay with us while I prepare this for you guys. This is just, it's all happening very quickly as well. But we have, I'm trying to see if he's in the White House. Yeah, okay, let's just quickly go to the president. Can't believe this is happening. Yeah, got it. Let's go to President Trump. His instant reaction to the talks collapsing as the Islamic Republic withdraw.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried. Yeah, he should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protest.
I love how he's like, yeah, you know, they're negotiating with us. No, they're not. It's I do love how President Trump, even like during the times when it's basically we don't have uncertainty, everything's basically certain, he still has to do the this way and that side. Yeah, you should be worried. We're coming, but yeah, we're still talking. You're not talking. It's over. At least for now, it's over. But he's trying to use his stick instead of his carrot at this point. There is also breaking news coming from northern Gaza, which we'll go to shortly on this issue. Yeah, President Trump is not too happy, although he seems quite confident and calm about this whole saga. But let's also go to Iran, because more videos are coming out from the fight, the battle between the Iranian people and the Islamic occupation forces. This shows the security forces, unfortunately, targeting the protesters, the Iranians, in Mashhad, the second largest city of Iran, directly, point blank range, and quite close range as well. Let's watch this. Let's just look at that, the bottom right of the screen. This is disgusting behavior. And so this just come out, the latest videos, and I think we have we'll go shortly to Gaza as well. The Israeli Defense Forces are trying their best. They did the same thing before the 12-day war to paralyze the proxies immediately before things kick off with the Islamic Republic. So Hezbollah have been hammered over the last few days. Hamas in Gaza are being hammered. The Houthis, nobody cares about them. They're still boiling their kettle. So we'll wait for that. But we're going to go to Gaza shortly. But staying with Iran, today protests continue. Large crowds in Desful in Khuzestan. Basically, they've been using the memorials and funerals and turning them into uprising. Massive crowd marching on the streets. So this is today in Khuzestan. Look at the crowd. It's huge, huge numbers. These are obviously the in a more they're not in the urban areas, obviously. There's the more smaller towns and villages. Every single one of these guys are ready to fight on the streets in Iran when they get the opportunity. But the Islamic Republic state media as well have now been broadcasting some weird footage, as they do, of showing the IRGC being fully prepared. Their strategic missile units. Now, the Major General Abdulrahim Mousavi has been visiting these underground bunker sites and has warned that the Islamic Republic is ready to respond to any action, anytime. Now, what that actually means is a direct threat, as the rest of the IRGC have been saying, that we might attack the Americans and the Israelis before they attack us. But we'll have to wait and see if they are brave enough or stupid enough to actually pull something like that off, because that is not a good idea. So President Trump says just now, here's the deal. If they try again, and I'll let them know that if they do, we're going to send them right back and do the job again. They tried to go back to the site. They couldn't even get near it. There was total obliteration in terms of the nuclear site. They were thinking about starting a new nuclear facility in a different part of the country. We found out about it, and I said, if you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you. And the Islamic Republic said, F you, we don't care. We're going to do what we want to do. And President Trump is now saying Khamenei should be very worried right now. Now, I mean, this is just crazy behavior by Ali Khamenei. I don't know what they're thinking. This is your last chance to negotiate something. You guys are not winning this. What are you thinking? Thank you for the reporting. I wait for you to decide if what is being reported is real. Oh, it's very real. We just had President Trump obviously confirming. So happy for the future of your homeland, looking to be the fastest revolution ever. I mean, if it happens soon, it will be the fastest. Usually it takes months or a year or so, but this seems to be accelerating a lot quicker than I thought. I thought we were going to have to wait another 12 months. That is the expectations usually with these revolutions. Your courage, dedication to facts, and the scope of your geopolitical context have become indispensable. God bless you and protect you. Thank you so much. Obviously, a big shout out to the rest of the 2CTV team that help me every single day as well. Now, let's quickly go to the US military and the situation with these guys, because they have been trolling the regime. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen, actually, since the conflict, the tension started. Look at this map. These are the US drones flying over the Middle East, right? They spent the last few hours essentially drawing on the map a message to the IRGC on the Persian Gulf. So, firstly, you got on the left-hand side, it's the it's a legendary blade, the sword of their so-called Imam Ali, the Shia Imam, after Muhammad, basically. And he got in charge, and then he got killed. But so this is the what they called it, the Zulfiqar sword. It's a very famous thing that they had, like the double sword thing, edge. And he used it, by the way, Ali, to kill thousands of innocent Jews and Christians. Bad things happened with this. But the American drones started to basically draw that on the map, and also draw another thing to say that time is running out. On the right-hand side, you can see time is running out. That was just before the Islamic Republic pulled out of the talks, and 2 IRGC drones have now been shot down by the Americans. We obviously reported the first one yesterday afternoon, but since then another drone has now also been confirmed that's been taken down by the F-35s of the United States military. This is crazy stuff that they did mind games by the US drones. Whoever decided to do this in the US military, well done. Well done for trolling the IRGC. Now, according to the White House, they are now saying that President Trump is now supporting taking military action against the Islamic Republic. He's now leaning towards pulling the trigger. Obviously, we still have a few other things moving towards the Middle East, including the massive U.S. aircraft carrier, USS George H.W. Bush, joining USS Abraham Lincoln and all the other warships. But more things will be happening as we speak. Things could even spark tonight, especially by the IRGC, because they might see that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is deploying more infantry unit, the army infantry units, but also the other aircraft carriers coming. So they might decide that this is probably the best time to start a preemptive attack on US bases and Israel. Although, if I were them, I wouldn't target Israel yet. I would just target the US bases, just strategically speaking. If you hit Israel, you're going to get the IDF involved, and you can't take on both Americans and the Israelis at the same time. It's not really good. Also, with the Americans, you can still play the game of slapping each other. So you hit something and the Americans will respond, retaliate, right? You can take that gamble with the Americans. With the Israelis, you really can't, not at this point. You hit Israel, the whole of the IDF will go to Iran. This is not June 2025 anymore. We're on a whole new level. You hit Tel Aviv, you're going to get wiped out. So if I were them, I would just probably target a couple of US bases, maybe in Qatar, symbolically. We are angry, but don't even think about targeting Tel Aviv, because it's too much of a gamble. The odds are not in your favor. Okay, we now have breaking news. Speaking of the Jews, the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu's press office have now announced a security cabinet meeting, emergency cabinet meeting has now been scheduled. So we'll find out what the Israelis will be planning to do. Obviously, they're on standby anyway if something happens in the meantime, but they will be having an emergency security cabinet meeting. And there is also the open source Intel on X that mentions something quite interesting, saying the order of targets in Iran is as follows. Things that you could hit in Iran. Air defenses and radars, that's the obvious one. Command and control bases, very important. Senior military commanders, hit them as well. Ballistic missile launchers. The Iranian Navy bases and ships, because a lot of the battle this time will be around the Persian Gulf and the Middle East. The ballistic missile program, all the facilities, nuclear sites, IRGC and Basij bases, even though a huge chunk of them have already been destroyed by the Iranian people during the uprising, but there's still a few left. As senior officials, including Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. And finally, you can guess, right? I'll give you 5 seconds, 10 seconds to write what the final target symbolically is very important to hit on the list of the targets. You're writing it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I'm going to check in the live chat. The Islamic Republic state TV station, TV and radio stations. So that is, this is going to be major. I'm going to see if anybody could guess. But I think more updates are coming in as well. Oh, the European bases are now being activated. The European bases, I think Germany. Hang on, I'm going to get the update for you guys, the evidence. Going to verify this quickly. Yeah, people guessed TV stations. There we go. Somebody said mosque. Imagine, most of the mosques have already been destroyed by the Iranian people. Iraq. Imagine. No, Iraq is next. Iranian parliament. It's not really important, the Iranian parliament building. It's just a plastic fake parliament. Yes, we can now confirm, ladies and gentlemen, that, wow, this is the airbase in Deutschland that will be running 24/7 operations due to high military movements. Their message is, we have as Etihad is currently open 24/7 due to tempo, which is obviously their high military activities. So that is now happening as well in Europe. Let's just quickly double check the latest info on this, because also we will go to the flight radar. I'll need to keep an eye on the live map in the Middle East to figure out what is going on. The Islamic Republic continue to double down. This is absolutely crazy. Al Mayadeen has just reported, what are these guys doing? So they canceled the talks because the Islamic Republic wanted to have only a discussion about nuclear, also limited nuclear discussions. The Americans said, we have 4 demands. The main demands, basically die. The sources from Tehran have now told Al Mayadeen that the IRGC leadership remains ready to negotiate, but only if the talks are limited to nuclear. Why are you just repeating the same thing that you've been saying? It's just crazy nonsense. Get back to the table, negotiate an exit plan, stop complaining. But yeah, they continue to be weird. I still don't believe that the Islamic Republic would be brave enough, let's just say, to hit the American bases or Israel preemptively now, because that is just suicide. What they need to do is to go back, have a meeting with Khamenei and the rest of the leadership and say, how do we get back to the negotiation table without us losing face, but without us also giving too much away? This is the only option for them. But if they want to play the game of chicken, then they can try to do that. There is no other way. You guys are trapped. You can't launch a war because the Americans and the Israelis will wipe you out. You're going to have to negotiate and have a secret, unofficial, so it's not public, line in the negotiations, which is exit plan, just in case. Let us go to Moscow, whatever. You can't do anything else with this. There's no other way. The Islamic Republic were trapped. The moment a week ago, President Trump opened his mouth saying, we need to negotiate about nuclear. I said, well, there was no concern about nuclear after June 2025. This came out of nowhere. I knew it was going to trap them. And they got trapped like idiots. Why did they even say yes to negotiations in the first place? No, they have to go back. They have to essentially pretend that, yes, we've changed our mind. But that's the only way. Someone says, bro, don't give them good ideas. But they're idiots. Somebody needs to help them. I'm very, very, I have a pet peeve when it comes to incompetence. Just be better. You're going to be evil, be better at being evil. So stupid. All right. Any news on the type of poisonous fog released into Tehran this morning? Unfortunately not. But the level of mismanagement, it could be anything anyway. It doesn't have to be on purpose because it could also kill their own IRGC members. I think the IRGC are dumb enough to strike first. I don't see that happening. I mean, they are, but they can't be that stupid. What they need to do is tomorrow morning or in the next 2 hours, because it's getting dark, it's dark now, it's not safe right now for Khamenei. Anything could happen. They need to go back, send a message to the Americans, let's meet again in Oman, add a couple of the demands, put them on the table. You can stall, you can buy time, you can distract the Americans, just talk, negotiations. You don't have to agree to the demands, just talk. This is the only way you could buy some time. Don't be stupid. But it doesn't really matter. Even if they do that, they're falling anyway. It doesn't matter what happens with the outcome of negotiations. Gretchen says they fell for the trap while we, the US, brought in our military and have them surrounded. Yeah, and they think they're being clever. They think that by agreeing to these talks, they were buying time because they were preparing their air defense systems and the ballistic missiles and the underground bunkers and everything else. It doesn't do much because you are still potentially confronting the American empire. What were you thinking? If they want to defeat you, if they choose to destroy you, they can still destroy you and defeat you. Even if it takes 6 months, the Americans will always win. They've never lost a war since, well, the US became the American empire. They don't lose wars. They might create bad situations after the war, like in Iraq, for example, but they don't lose. I mean, if you're going to bring up Vietnam, that is not a defeat. That was just bad strategy. On the one hand, it kind of had to happen, but on the other hand, it was very badly thought as a whole cause in general. There was a whole fear with the communism, obviously, but it wasn't a defeat. Technically, it was a draw. I know what these guys are thinking of when the negotiations fell apart. They want their so-called 70 virgins. But did they give away 2 virgins? Usually 72 virgins. Now, I think... Yeah, they're just repeating the same thing, which is stupid. We will talk only if you talk about nuclear. Are you kidding me with this? Someone said Afghanistan. Afghanistan was not a defeat. Afghanistan was a success. The whole point of the Afghanistan war was to destroy the Taliban, push them out basically, and hunt down Bin Laden. Bin Laden was pushed out towards Pakistan eventually because he couldn't be in Afghanistan. And then eventually they got him. The point of the Afghanistan operation was the hunt of Bin Laden. That was different. It was just to hunt him down, and they managed to eventually finish that. Iraq was bad. Iraq, there was no plan that was well thought through. Forget about the fact that it was based on lies. There was no exit strategy, and the Americans lost more overall. The war was still a success because they destroyed Saddam, they brought down the regime and the government in Iraq. So that is a success. The Iraqi army surrendered within 10 minutes. But the rest of it was not really up to the military. You can't blame the military. That's political decisions from the government, from President Bush and all the others. So one thing is about the military strength of America. And another thing is politics, the political decisions. Now, political leadership tend to be stupid, just like any other country, but the military, don't mess with the military in America. Those who have subscribed to the two switch sides are pushing the negotiations, not the mullahs. That's why you see conflicting actions. Yeah, but I need some clarity about this comment. Context-wise, Trump's next message to the toilet should be in the Italian accent. Get the F out of here. Say hello to my little friend while USS George H.W. Bush arrives. Not that little, by the way. I believe the talks are just buying time until 11th of February. Trump wants to end them on their anniversary. I don't think that's how the military decisions are actually working when it comes to military assessment and everything. That would be ideal, but I don't think President Trump would actually see it as a big thing, because that's something that we could talk about as the normal people, civilians. Oh, that would be a fun thing to see, like a movie. But you can't really plan things around a specific date because everything could change. It would be funny to see it on that data. After the downfall, how quickly can they rebuild begin without the crazy holdouts that will try to hold on to power? But they can't, because they're not. Iran is not tribal like Iraq or Libya, so you can't really have militant groups like that Japanese soldier who was still fighting in the jungle for like years. You can't have that because these guys are extremely cultists, and the cult is headed by one man, Ali Khamenei. You bring him down and you paralyze the rest of the leadership. The rest of the minions, the IRGC, they're just going to fall apart. And you have to arrest every single person to make sure that they don't cause any trouble. That's going to take a few months, but it can be done. Theoretically, it can be done. But Iran is a complicated country because it's huge. There's a lot of mountains, there's a lot of land. If somebody wants to go in hiding, they can hide for decades. But in terms of being in power, that's not really a problem. You can easily remove them. And again, easily. We say easily, but it's not that easy. It's easier than hunting them down at the end. The Supreme Toilet will soon be flushed. I can't believe he's still alive. Was he 86? CNN is reporting that Chuck Norris is swimming to Iran across the Atlantic now. This is the only way to fight back. Tusi, what does the green?
All right. I think he's just at the super chats now. So, Armin, did you want to continue?
Oh. Well, I wanted to share this video. I mean, I don't know if we showed this already. Hold on. Did we share this video? Let me.
Okay. What are you doing here?
This one. Okay, let me close it. All right, so this is an Iranian.
Sorry, just quickly, for people who can't find the Goldie emoji, just refresh your screen, or refresh the app, and you'll see the emoji. I just updated the emoji, so you all have it.
Can I have a Goldie emoji for our chat as well?
Sure, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Wait. Oh, I have a whole bunch of updates that I have not prepared, but I will. Okay, so we're not showing that. There was a video, guys, that we're not showing because it's not friendly for YouTube, but you could see the IRGC during the revolution, the IRGC car just running over protesters, just running over them. It's really brutal, and I don't think we can show it on YouTube, so we're not going to show that. All right, so let's watch this one. Yeah, the video went that. Oh, this is a video that has went viral. This is an Iranian woman who is basically comparing the Iranian freedom fighters and the Iranian protesters outside of Iran compared to the free Palestine terrorist protesters. So let's watch this.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Protesting. Look what the difference between free Palestine, whatever that is, and free Iran is. Woo! Police. We love the police.
We love the police.
We love security. We love America. We love Iran. We hate Islam and we hate terrorists.
Yes.
And we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist.
Exactly. What are you doing here?
That was so good, guys. This video is going viral. She's like, okay, we Iranians, we love the police because we love security. So unlike the free Palestine people who are anti-police, we hate Islam, we love Iran, and we don't we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't even exist. One more time. One more time. This is so gold. I love this. I love this girl.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
Protesting, look, what the difference between free Palestine, whatever that is, and free Iran is. Police. We love the police.
We love the police.
We love security. We love America. We love Iran. We hate Islam and we hate terrorists.
Yes,
And we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist.
exactly.
Okay.
Oh my. It's so good because that video has gone viral everywhere, by the way. I don't want to mention. Do we want to mention Goldshifteh Farahani and her BS? No,
I
right?
think we should. Yeah, I think we should. We should. So, a lot of Iranians actually asked me to explain this. So, I think we should speak about her. So, she's part of like the lefties. Like, so she's basically with the curly-haired snake woman. And she's basically like she did this interview in French. And she was basically almost spouting like Islamic regime talking points. Oh, thank you, guys. I will play that interview for you when Armin goes to his group chat. I'll play my interview with Aaron for you guys.
I want to see it. Okay.
Well, it's available. You could watch it later, but I try not to play new news, right? When you're doing your group.
Okay.
Group
You're so
discussion chat.
sweet. You're so sweet.
So,
Guy, I'm so lucky to have Goldie as a co-host. It's just like she's the best person to work with. You have no idea. Okay,
Armin, wait. Let me just show you really quickly the emojis here.
Okay.
The new emojis. Wait.
Add that as well. This is like you having enough with the BS as Shia Islam. Okay, guys.
It's like your shocked face, and I'm just like, oh my God.
Wait. Oh no, my chat is gonna feel left out. Guys, I'm adding it. Oh my God, that's so good. I love it.
So
right.
It's me like, and you're just like, oh. So
You're like, oh no.
There you go, guys. So all right.
Okay. Before add emoji, Goldie. I'm gonna call the Goldie emoji and uploading and save and oh, I misspelled your name. No.
So the custom emojis are for channel members only. So you have to be a paid member of either Armin's channel or my channel, and then that's how you get access to the emojis.
Yes. So guys, it's now available on our chat as well. If you refresh, you should be able to have that as well. Fantastic. All right, so let's go to a Goldshifteh, which is nothing like Goldie. She's a leftist, anti-Pahlavi, actress, whatever she is. I don't know what she is, right? But so Goldshifteh Farahani just came out, says foreign intervention never leads to good outcomes. Guys, like this is such a BS thing to so she is basically coming out. By the way, this is a woman who, if you guys don't know, where she was very, very involved with the Mahsa Amini, the Zan Zindagi Azadi wave of the revolution. Okay. But she completely did not take part in this one, because this wave of this revolution is completely a Pahlavi revolution. The Lion and Sun revolution is a Pahlavi revolution. So even though the news was coming that thousands of Iranians were dying inside Iran, she wasn't posting anything in support of her fellow Iranians on her X account that has 16, like I think it has 16 million. How many followers does she has? Like millions of followers, and she wasn't using it to to support the Iranian people just because she didn't like the revolution, because she doesn't like Pahlavi. Let me see how many followers she has. Golshifte Farahani. Well, actually, 1 million. I think on Instagram she has even more followers. Oh, she unfollowed me. She used to follow me. Okay. She must have noticed that I'm pro Pahlavi. All right. So then she says, so this is very interesting. So this account is actually making a good point. She's saying foreign intervention never leads to good outcomes. She says this while living in France, a country liberated from Nazism by US and Allied intervention. Imagine living in France and saying nothing good comes from foreign intervention. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So there's many examples of foreign intervention leading to good results. I think Mahir Tusi had a list, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, here's a list by Mahir Tusi in response to Golshifte Farahani saying foreign intervention doesn't lead into anything. So Mahir Tusi saying here's a list of successful foreign intervention: El Salvador 1992, Kuwait 1991, Germany 1945, South Korea 1953, Panama 1989, Sierra Leone in 2000, Liberia in 2003. I mean, we also have France. Okay, yes. So, and Japan is now also a democracy and one of the world's largest economies because of U.S. intervention. So, yeah, Germany, France, United States itself was created because of French support. So we should add those to the list as well. So a lot of people are responding to this ignorance by Golshifte Farahani. So remember, guys, this is she's the enemy of the Iranian people because she's standing against our revolution just because she doesn't like. Imagine how selfish you have to be when in a situation where Iranian people are fighting for their freedom and giving up their lives so that they could free their country, and you don't support them just because you don't like Pahlavi. I mean, even if you don't like Pahlavi, shouldn't you be aligning your activity with the wants of the Iranian people? Like, shouldn't that be like, just say, oh no, I don't like them. I don't like Pahlavi, but that's what the Iranian people want, so I support them. Like,
and this is why a lot of Iranians are angry and upset. Oh no, go back to that. I just want to add it. Like, this is why Iranians are very upset, because she's just giving her own opinion, right? And her opinion is not the opinion of the majority, right? So, for example, when I do media interviews, and I actually did another interview today on the radio. I mean, I don't give my personal opinion. I always try to share what Iranian people are saying and feeling, right? Because that's the responsibility that we have as an Iranian community, especially the diaspora, is to be a voice for people in occupied Iran, right? To share their voices, to share their needs. But you have people like Golshifte who just have their own personal perspective, and these people, they have very large platforms, and so this is why Iranians are incredibly angry, because she's still spouting like Islamic regime propaganda talking points.
Oh, thank you. I got Ellen. I got a really beautiful super chats. Thank you, guys. Use the Goldie emoji as well. I also added that. Let me check it so I see you guys have it. Oh yeah, people are using it. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Eileen in the chat. So let me actually so Goldie, you know this guy. He's making a good point regarding Savakzadeh, which is a great name, by the way. Yeah, so he made a really good point, because a lot of you don't know Golshifte's history. She's very famous because she's an actress, but here's her history. So Savakzadeh is saying from Islamic Republic movies to Hollywood movie screens. So she used to be an actress in the Islamic Republic. and saying she to secret meetings with Qasem Soleimani. She has that in her resume, by the way. And now politics and opinions of foreign interference is bad, quote unquote. Foreign interference is bad. So this is the point that I like that Savakzadeh just made here, saying, I guess by foreign interference, she means the 5,000 plus Iraqis, Afghanis, and Syrians imported by foreign mullahs. This is very interesting because these people never, like, they're always like, oh, no foreigners, no foreigners. They don't, when the Islamic Republic is bringing foreigners from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan to kill Iranian people, these people don't come out and say like, oh, no foreigners, no foreigners. It's only when America and Israel get involved, all of a sudden these people come out and say, no foreigners, no foreigners. This is your mind on leftism.
I actually saw a video. I saw a video of someone, like people from the regime, speaking about her and confirming that she actually had a long conversation with Qasem Soleimani. Here we go. Yeah. Here, I'll send it to you, and so you can translate this.
Me? Okay.
I sent you. I sent you 2 links right now. The first one is NIAC, but the second one I just sent you, that one's Goldschifte. So this is like Islamic Regime State TV talking about this actress. So maybe you can play it once and then go back and translate it.
Okay, let's play it once without translating.
یک خانم بازیگری که الان خارج از ایران زندگی میکنه.
اینو خواستم بپرسم. اسمشون رو ببریم بگید.
بله، اسمشون. ایشون پیغام داده بود که من آقای سلیمانی رو به عنوان پرسواد قهرمان ملی دوست دارم. حالا به هر دلیلی.
تو زمان حیاتش؟
بله، همینطور. ایشون اطلاع دادن. ایشون گفته بود که خب بگیرید من صحبت کنم باش. صحبت کرده بودن، حالا نمیدونم چجوری تونستم پیدا کنم. صحبت کردن و ایشون به این طور گفته بودن به اون خانم که خانم شما در هر جا که هستی پرچم کشورت رو بالا نگه دار. برای یک وطنت تلاش بکن. نگاه حاج قاسم این بود: هر کس برای این کشور و برای این نظام و برای این مملکت هر قدمی که برمی‌داره دستش رو باید بوسید. و این نگاه ارزشمندیه.
حالا چون اسمش نبردیم، مثل که ظاهرا فقط صحبت هم نبوده، یه مشکلی هم داشتن که حاج قاسم اون مشکل حل می‌کنه.
من دیگه اون با جزئیاتش نشدم، نمیدونم.
نه، فقط هم کلیاتشو بگیم. بوده دیگه چنین چیزی دیگه، چون پدر این خانوم به شدت با اینکه افکار و نظراتش مشخصه، از اون روز به بعد عجیب، یعنی میگه من تنها کسی که تو نظام جمهوری اسلامی به شدت قبولش دارم و خلاصه برای تشییعشون هم اومده بودن و مطلب گفتن و اینا، هنوزم میگن که حاج قاسم این مشکل رو حل کرد.
حاج قاسم سرباز بود.
Okay. By the way, this is one of the multiple reports that came out from the Islamic Republic itself that we know Goldschifte was very fond of Qasem Soleimani. I mean, this is, guys, by the way, for some reason, leftist women have a crush on Islamic soldiers for some reason, or fighters. And Goldschifte, as a leftist, also had a crush, I think, on Qasem Soleimani when he was alive. So this is what they're reporting. So let's watch this.
یک خانم بازیگری که الان خارج از ایران زندگی میکنه.
So you're saying an Iranian actress that currently lives outside of Iran.
خواستم بپرسم. اسمشون رو ببریم بگید.
بله.
Like let's not bring her name.
ایشون پیغام داده بود که من آقای سلیمانی رو به عنوان پرسواد قهرمان ملی دوست دارم. حالا
So she had sent a message basically to people within the Islamic Republic that she likes, or like basically she's fond of Qasem Soleimani.
تو زمان حیاتش؟
بله، همینطور.
And this was when Qasem Soleimani was still alive.
ایشون
Yeah, exactly. Pre-Kotlet Soleimani. Let me see, somebody mentioned this is actually a good description. So instead of saying when he was alive, we call him pre-Kotlet Soleimani. Fantastic description.
اطلاع دادن. ایشون گفته بود که خب بگیرید من صحبت کنم باش.
So they basically, given that she liked Qasem Soleimani, they arranged for her to talk to Qasem Soleimani.
گفته بود که خب بگیرید من صحبت کنم باش.
Oh, apparently Golshifteh wanted to talk to Qasim Soleimani.
صحبت کرده بودن، حالا نمیدونم چجوری تونستم پیدا کنم، صحبت کردن و ایشون به این طور گفته بودن به اون خانم که
So Qasim Soleimani told Golshifteh on the phone apparently.
خانم شما در هر جا که هستی پرچم کشورت رو بالا نگه دار.
So saying, lady, wherever you are, hold the flag of your country high. By the way, by the flag of the country, they mean the terrorist Islamic Republic flag. That's what they're talking about.
برای یک وطنت تلاش بکن. نگاه حاج قاسم این بود، هر کس برای این کشور و برای این نظام و برای
So he's saying Haj Qasim, which is Qasim Soleimani, his views was whoever was fighting for this country, again, guys, by this country, they mean the terrorist Islamic Republic, not Iran. So whoever is fighting for them,
برای این مملکت هر قدمی که برمی‌داره
anything they do and any step that they take for them,
دستش رو باید بوسید.
we have to kiss their hand. So it doesn't matter if you are, not wearing a hijab or basically showing up naked on cover of magazines like Golshifteh did. It doesn't matter as long as you're basically in line with their ideology, like working for them, they will kiss your hand.
و این نگاه ارزشمندیه.
And he's saying this is a very valuable view to have.
چون اسمشو نبردیم، مثل که ظاهرا فقط صحبت هم نبوده، یه مشکلی هم داشتن که حاج قاسم اون مشکل حل می‌کنه.
So apparently he's saying, well, apparently she had a problem where Qasim Soleimani fixed that for her. I don't know what problem Golshifteh had, but that Qasim Soleimani fixed for her, but that's what they're
من اون با جزئیاتش نشدم نمیدونم.
So she's saying, I'm not going to go into those details. I didn't go to the details.
نه فقط می‌خوام کلیاتشو بگیم. بوده دیگه.
Like don't mention, like we're not saying it's okay. We're not going to talk about the details. Just in general, the topic of Qasim Soleimani helping her.
چنین چیزی دیگه چون
Guys, by the way, I have no idea what Qasim Soleimani helped Golshifteh with, but apparently Golshifteh had a problem that Qasim Soleimani fixed for her.
پدر این خانوم به شدت با اینکه افکار و نظراتش مشخصه، از اون روز به بعد عجیب، یعنی میگه من تنها کسی که تو نظام جمهوری اسلامی به شدت قبولش دارم و خلاصه برای تشییعشون هم اومده بودن و مطلب گفتن و اینا، هنوزم میگن که حاج قاسم این مشکل رو حل کرد.
So he's saying this is by the way the part that they give it the way that who they're talking about. He's saying because the father of Golshifteh, even though he had views completely different from the Islamic Republic, after Qasim Soleimani did this favor for Golshifteh, the father of Golshifteh from that day onward would always come out and say the only person that I agree with within the Islamic Republic is Qasim Soleimani. So basically they gave it away who they're talking about. Yeah, so I don't know. Goldie, what do you think Qasim Soleimani did for Golshifteh?
No idea.
I mean, I don't know what the hell.
But
I mean, he was a terrorist. What could he do? Yeah. Weird. Yeah. I have to go now, guys. Guess in the chat, what could Qasim Soleimani do for an actress in France? Weird comment. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to my discussion group. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Anybody could come there and talk to me or me and the group there if you have any questions about Iran and geopolitics in the Middle East, or want to give your opinions. But mostly if you have questions, come there. Or if you want to just come there and listen to the rest of us speak, you don't have to open your camera if you don't want to. You don't even have to open your mic if you don't want to. You could just listen if you want. But come there with your questions and your opinions, and it's a really good, it has turned into a think tank of itself, our discussion group. So again, I'll put the link in the chat again. We have, like, if you want to have higher level.
Could you pin the link in your chat so that because sometimes people ask, and then I can just say go look at the pinned message in your YouTube live stream chat.
Thank you, Goldie. You're amazing. Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back and see you guys soon. I'm Zara Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys. See you, Goldie.
Thank you. See you soon. Okay. So I'm going to share the Aaron Milan video with you while we're waiting for Armin to come back in a few hours. But I also just wanted to share, like, this is crazy. Let me just retweet this. Like, President Trump is saying, I would say he should be very worried. Yeah, he should be. Guys, that's basically like political talk for the Islamic regime is done for. Okay? Look at this. Let's
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried. Yeah, he should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
We've had their back. And look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in, we wiped out their nuclear.
So that's the question. If we wipe them out,
we have peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East because the Arab countries could have never done that. They were very, very afraid of Iran.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of Iran anymore. We wiped out those beautiful B-2 bombers. One's right over there. Those beautiful little models. Those beautiful B-2 bombers went in and they hit their target, every single bomb, and obliterated it. And because of that, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month.
Yeah.
Within 1 month, they were going to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
That was a big threat. That they're not going to have it anymore.
But if we obliterate it, what's the deal about? I mean, if there's no more, are they trying to restart the nuclear program?
I heard that they are, and if they do, and I let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do their job again.
So your understanding is they tried to restart it, and that's why you're threatening force.
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country. We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
There you go. So that's very, very interesting. Very interesting. What? IRGC apparently posted that nuclear negotiations with the United States are scheduled to take place around 10 a.m. on Friday in Muscat. Is that did IRGC actually? Oh, this is so funny, guys. So, guys, all of the Iranian OSINT accounts are laughing. Guys, the Iranian OSINT accounts are laughing at this, right? Because we know that this is just, the Islamic regime trying to save face, right? So this is so funny. Who's this guy? So, global affairs correspondent for Axios. Was it Senator Lindsey Graham, or was it, I think it was Mark Levin that said Axios is basically like the Al Jazeera of the United States. So, okay, guys, this is really funny. Plans for US-Iran nuclear talks in Oman on Friday are back on after several Arab and Muslim leaders urgently lobbied the Trump administration on Wednesday afternoon not to follow through on threats to walk away, 2 US officials told me. They asked us to keep the meeting and listen to what the Iranians have to say. We have told the Arabs that we will do the meeting if they insist, but we are very skeptical, right? So, guys, we'll do the meeting if they insist. You remember what Senator Marco Rubio said? Guys, why? No. Okay, guys, you're not understanding here. Like, why is this disappointing for the Iranians in the chat? Why do you think, okay, so like, for example, Puria, you're saying this is disappointing. Why do you think this is disappointing? were you here at the beginning of our live stream when we played what Marco Rubio said? Or did you miss that part? I mean, I'll play it for you again, but like, guys, you have to understand how politics works, right? Okay. I mean, I'll continue reading this, but like I'll play the videos from Marco Rubio again if you want. Like, I don't know how much clearer Marco Rubio can get when he's explaining what's going on, right? So, okay, let me just continue reading this. The official said at least 9 countries from the region passed on messages to the most senior levels of the Trump administration on very high level, strongly asking that the US doesn't cancel the meeting with the Iranians in Oman. Second US official said the Trump admin agreed to take the meeting with the Iranians to be respectful of the request of US allies in the region in order to continue pursuing the diplomatic track. But as you can see, like the Iranian OSINT accounts are laughing at this, right? Because we already know what's going to happen. Guys, all right, let me all right. I mean, I'll play this for you again. I'll play this for you again because a lot of people are forgetting. I don't know why, guys. You need to have like some of you are forgetting very, very quickly. Some of you are forgetting very quickly what Marco Rubio literally just said earlier today, right? Look at this. Okay. So let me play this for you.
And location of Friday's talks with Iran and clarify, given that Iran...
Oh wait, the volume's kind of low though. Okay, let me see if I can download this video. All right, give me a moment. Let me see if I can download this video. I'm going to try to download this video. I don't have a volume booster. Guys, okay, I don't have a volume booster, so you're just going to have to like increase the volume on your computers, okay? Yeah, Armin had to sound boost it. I mean, all right, give me a moment. Give me a moment here. I wonder if like I could get like a, yeah, maybe I could do like a volume booster extension on my Chrome app. Give me a moment here. This might work. Okay. All right, I installed an extension. Let's see if this works. Okay.
Friday's talks with Iran.
So where's my volume booster extension here? Okay. Let's see if this works.
And
okay, it's working. All right. Okay, so the volume booster is working now. All right, guys, listen to this.
And location of Friday's talks with Iran and clarify, given that Iran refuses to negotiate its missile program and insists on a right to enrich uranium, is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say just on the logistics. At the end, let me back up and say from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now. President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession.
Okay, so for everyone here, especially Puria and all the other Iranians, when he says we don't view meetings as concession, that's very important, right? So just because they're meeting doesn't mean that they're going to negotiate with the Islamic regime to keep them in power. Okay?
We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is.
Right? And again, and then he continues and he says, we don't view meetings as legitimization. So basically he's saying, just because we're meeting with them doesn't mean that we see them as a legitimate government. Just because we might be meeting with them doesn't mean that we're going to negotiate something with them to keep them around, right? So guys, I don't know how much clearer the American administration can get here. Like he's literally laying it out for everyone on a silver platter, right? Because I've never seen politicians talk like this, right? Because we already know, like as politicians, as people who are in politics, we already know that meeting doesn't mean agreeing, okay? But Marco Rubio is putting it out on a silver platter for everyone, right? Like this is a huge gift for you guys, okay? So he's saying if we meet with them, that doesn't mean, first of all, that we're going to agree with them. And he takes it a step further and he says, just because we're meeting with them, that doesn't even mean that we view them as a legitimate government, right? So Marco Rubio is basically saying, so in other words, if you read between the lines, Marco Rubio is pretty much saying that he believes the Islamic regime is an illegitimate occupying force, right? And just because the US is meeting with them doesn't mean that they don't see them that way, right? So he's basically saying the Islamic regime is illegitimate, and meeting with them isn't going to legitimize the Islamic regime, okay?
To avoid military action. And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say just on the logistics. At the end, let me back up and say from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president.
See, so he even said, we're willing to sit and talk to our adversaries, right? So adversary, like the enemies, right? So he's like, we're also like, if our enemies want to talk to us, fine. I mean, they can talk to us if they want to. It doesn't mean that we're going to agree with what they say. It doesn't mean that we're going to legitimize what they're saying, right? Again, so he's literally saying, fine, the enemy wants to speak with us. Okay, sure, they can speak to us. So what? Right? That's that. Like, I don't know how much clearer it can get.
Always been open to that. He showed that in the first administration, and he's showing it again now. And so I think if there's an opportunity to engage directly with counterparts in the Iranian regime, the United States would be open to that, and that's what we're open to. We thought we had an established forum that had been agreed to in Turkey. It was put together by a number of partners who wanted to attend and be a part of it. I saw conflicting reports yesterday from the Iranian side saying that they had not agreed to that. So that's still being worked through. At the end of the day, the United States is prepared to engage and has always been prepared to engage with Iran. As far as the topic of those discussions and what the agenda needs to be, look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. The fundamental problem Iran faces and the regime faces right now is that what people are on the streets complaining about, this regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money. They're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring, all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my.
That's also key where he said they're exporting the revolution, right? Like Marco Rubio is hinting at the fact that the U.S. administration is aware that the Islamic regime is not just dangerous for Iranians, but it's also dangerous for the United States because the Islamic regime is exporting their revolution, right? Like, in other words, they're exporting their jihad around the world, including in the United States, right? So that's what he means when he says exporting the revolution.
Regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money, they're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there.
There you go, guys. That's all we pretty much need to know, right? I don't know how clear it can get. I don't know how much clearer it can get than that, right? So there's so many rumors are going to go around, right? Talks are on, talks are off. I mean, guys, whether talks are happening or not is irrelevant. The United States has already made up its mind, and the Islamic regime is never going to agree to any of the terms of the United States, right? I mean, guys, do you not think that like the United States is very well aware of, she's like, I can't even believe I have to say this again, but let me pull up this video, guys. Like, do you not think that the United States is well aware that like stuff like this is happening? Like Islamic regime, I don't even want to say the word parliamentarian because I'm a former parliamentarian and this behavior is absolutely insane to me, right? Like, again, like I give the example, like, as a politician, I would never in my wildest dreams ever like say to my intern, hey, like go print out a flag of, I don't know, flag of some country so I can like burn it in the legislature and yell like, I don't know, death to America, right? Like, these are what these people are like. Do you actually think that United States is going to be negotiating with these people? Come on. Look at this. Guys, who cares if okay, did you guys like totally miss the point that I was making? Who cares if the talks are back on? Literally, who cares? Who cares? Who cares if the talks are back on? It's completely irrelevant. The talks don't mean anything. Who cares? Guys, who cares? Were you guys not paying attention? Like, are you guys just like trolling in the chat now by like yelling that the talks are back on? I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if the talks are back on or not. It's irrelevant. Even Marco Rubio just said the talks are irrelevant. This is from yesterday. Come on, guys. Jeez. Okay. let me download this video. Let me download this video and upload it so I can, you know, like, please, guys, please. Guys, if I actually thought that this was going to be like a bad thing, guys, I would be telling you. Okay. Let me just post this, okay? Let me just post this. Okay, guys. So, shows. Okay. So, I don't know how much clearer Secretary Marco Rubio can get. He says that talking does not equal okay. So, like, okay, I don't know how much clearer Secretary Marco Rubio can get. He says that meeting/talking does not equal concession or legitimization. And he also refers to the Islamic regime as the adversary, okay? As the adversary. So I don't know, like, in other words, right? So, like, that's it. Like, there's nothing else to talk about. So, right? Seems to me like talk or no talk. POTUS has already made up his mind. Hashtag. And now you know. My take. Talk or no talk, POTUS has already made up his mind. All right? There you go, guys. There's my analysis. It's right there. Let's listen to this again one more time, because I think some people need a reminder again. Here you go. Wait. Oh, my screen share is being weird. Wait. Why is it being like this?
And location of Friday's talks with Iran, and clarify, given that Iran refuses to negotiate its missile program and insists on a right to enrich uranium, is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back.
Okay, so guys, so keep in mind, so he's directly responding to the reporter because the reporter is asking him, what's your response to people who think that by talking to the regime you are legitimizing them, right? So she's saying, so she's basically putting it out there. She's like, so are you saying that by talking to them you're legitimizing them? And Marco Rubio says, no, that's not what we're saying. We're willing to talk to anyone. It does not mean that we're legitimizing them, right? Like, listen to the question as well.
And location of Friday's talks with Iran, and clarify, given that Iran refuses to negotiate its missile program and insists on a right to enrich uranium, is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back up and say, from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president's always been open to that. He showed that in the first administration, and he's showing it again now. And so I think if there's an opportunity to engage directly with counterparts in the Iranian regime, the United States would be open to that. And that's what we're open to. We thought we had an established forum that had been agreed to in Turkey. It was put together by a number of partners who wanted to attend and be a part of it. I saw conflicting reports yesterday from the Iranian side saying that they had not agreed to that. So that's still being worked through. At the end of the day, the United States is prepared to engage and has always been prepared to engage with Iran. As far as the topic of those discussions and what the agenda needs to be, look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. The fundamental problem Iran faces and the regime faces right now is that what people are on the streets complaining about, this regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money. They're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring, all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there.
Okay. So again, I don't know how much clearer we can get when it comes to political analysis. And also guys, let's not forget, right? Look who, and thank you Texas Troop for this one. As a reminder, I mean, look who Senator Marco Rubio, well, this is archived, but this is when he was a senator, not Secretary of State. But look who he met with in 2001, right? He met with King Reza Pahlavi. So guys, you have to have faith, right? This is something that's been going on for a while. There you go. Right? See that? Sorry, 2021. 2021, not 2001. My bad. 2021. 2021. 2021. So there you go. There you go. So there you go. Like, I don't know what else to say, guys. Like, honestly, whether or not a talk is happening or not it's completely irrelevant. Like, the talks aren't actually going to do anything for the regime, because Marco Rubio was very clear, right? He was very, very clear in how the US, why doesn't say he will attack? Because that's not good diplomacy. Because if like, they're not gonna lay out their plans, Puria. Like, that's not gonna happen, right? I mean, did President Trump say he's gonna attack the nuclear facilities before he attacked? No, they attack and then they say it after. Why would they say what they're gonna do beforehand? Come on, guys. Come on. You have to like, all right. A lot of you wanted me to play Aaron, my interview with Aaron Molan. So let me do that, and I'll take a quick break because Armin is in his group chat as well. But here you go, guys. So we'll, because I know a lot of you requested this, and in the meantime, well, we don't know if there are talks or not. There might be talks, there might not be talks. We don't know. What I'm telling you is that whether or not talks happen, it's irrelevant, because the United States administration and President Trump have already made up their mind when it comes to the Islamic regime, right? They do not want the Islamic regime to stick around. They do not want the Islamic regime to stick around. So all this is just political show and political theater, right? So, I mean, I actually don't even care if they're talking or not. You want me, guys, I said I would play Team America, the uncensored version, when the United States actually attacks. The United States hasn't attacked yet, so I can't play Team America because they haven't attacked. I mean, if you want, I could play the censored version in honor of the United States shooting down an Islamic regime drone. Okay. I'll play that and then we'll go to the interview. Oh my gosh. You know what? You know what's funny though? Like, I play this song and then, like, Americans, you guys love this song, but then all the non-Americans are so confused. All the non-Americans are so confused because they don't get the jokes. And then, like, I see the comments and then people in the comments are like, wait, what? Slavery? Like, why is that a thing? Right? Jeez, okay. All right. All right, I'll play the clean version of America. But you guys in the chat, you have to, you need to explain to the non-Americans. You need to explain to the non-Americans, the inside jokes here, because a lot of the non-Americans are like, wait, what? Why are they celebrating slavery? I know it's South Park. Like, I know that. I've seen the movie. All right, so okay, so in honor of the United States shooting down the Islamic regime drone, I will play this song. Sorry, I was muted. For anyone wondering, no, the song is not lagging. The audio isn't skipping. The blanks are all of the swear words. So that's the censored version of the song. So you can just imagine what the uncensored version sounds like. So yeah, that's not the audio skipping. That's not your browser feed lagging. So all right, fine. I'll play it. I'll play it one more time for you guys, and then we're gonna go to the Aaron Milan interview. Yeah, a lot of swear words. Yes, a lot of swear words. My favorite line is Taco Bell and books. Okay, that was for all the Americans here, guys. So for all the non-Americans, you have to go watch Team America World Police, the movie, and then you'll understand. You'll understand that video. But you'll only like the movie if you like South Park. So you have to appreciate South Park humor and South Park comedy. So, okay. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Guys, that was in honor of the Americans shooting down the at least one Islamic regime drone, right? I mean, I haven't heard about the other two drones being shot down. Maybe they have been. We don't know. But at least one was shot down. So that was in honor of you guys shooting that down. Again, when the actual attack happens and we get confirmation, I will play the uncensored version. I will play. I promised you guys that I will play the uncensored version, and I will keep my word. I will keep my word. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Aaron Milan interview, because I know you guys wanted to watch that. And in the meantime, I'm going to be checking the news and seeing what's going on, and we'll be back.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome to the Erin Molan Show, wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much for choosing to spend some of your very valuable time with us. We will reward you, as always, with a great show coming up. We've got Goldy Gamari on, who is an Iranian activist, an incredibly passionate woman, former politician. She says two things very clearly. The regime will fall. America will strike. Now, Charlie Kirk's accused assassin is back in court. We'll have an update on that. Plus, Billie Eilish. This is one of the greatest things I've seen. Remember how she got up on stage at the Grammys and she was talking about stolen land? Well, the apparent, according to her, rightful owners of her multi-million-dollar mansion have come out and said, wait a minute, she hasn't asked us about that. You could not make this up. It is utterly brilliant. Plenty to come. But first, here's a word from our sponsors. And guys, again, support our sponsors because they support us and allow us to do this for you. Now, New Year's resolutions sound great on January 1st, but by January 10th, well, not so much. This year, there's one resolution, though, that's actually worth keeping. Getting your finances in order. You need to do it. Now, for many people, that starts with balance, not just growth, but protection too. And this, my friends, is where Noble Gold Investments comes in. For over a decade, Noble Gold has helped investors add physical gold and silver to their portfolios, which can reduce exposure to market volatility and economic uncertainty. We cover so much of that here every day. And if this sounds complicated, I promise you it's not. It starts with a simple conversation about your goals. And Noble Gold, well, they take it from there. There's no pressure, there's no sales gimmicks, just clear answers and a strategy built around you, not this one size fits all. So make this a year you stop putting off your finances and start getting them in order. Now visit noblegoldinvestments.com/Erin. That's noblegoldinvestments.com/Erin. The man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, was back in court again. So his team are trying to strike out members of the prosecution, saying there's a conflict of interest. This is after we learned of Erica Kirk's plea for the judge to allow significant media access to the trial, given the level, of course, of public interest, the figure that Charlie was. But I also suspect that this has a lot to do with the very public skepticism / outright accusations by some with huge platforms regarding who is actually responsible for Charlie's death, i.e. Candace Owens, and some of the utter garbage she has irresponsibly put out there. Not backed up in any way, shape or form, of course. That's never key. She just moves on to the next topic, the next extremist thing to say, the next clickbait bit of content to put out. But of course, Erica is calling for transparency, which would be bizarre if she was somehow involved, as Candace likes to imply constantly. Simultaneously, a man has been sentenced to up to 15 years for falsely claiming that he killed Charlie. He also pleaded guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor, so he's clearly just a complete grub of a person. George Zinn is his name. But it got me thinking, a guy who falsely said that he killed Charlie sentenced, what happens to those people who falsely accuse others of killing Charlie? Shouldn't there be a consequence for that? Food for thought. Food for thought. Billie Eilish. Remember when she said this, and we've brought it to you, I think yesterday's episode or the one before, but remember this little cherub up on stage alongside all of the...
Wait, I came across a meme and I just have to share this with you guys. This is actually really funny. Sorry guys, I have to share this. So this is one of the newest Iranian memes about President Trump, okay? And I have to share this with you guys. Okay. Wait. Where's the volume here? Okay. Look at this, guys. I knew you guys would appreciate that. Otherwise, I would not have interrupted. But I'll find the video. I'll download it. I'll add it. So there you go. I knew you guys would appreciate that because that song is in our playlist. Yeah, I'll add it to my X momentarily. All right, just wanted to share that first. Okay, back to the program.
Ice out, idiots there at the Grammys. Have a little reminder.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Well, the Tongva tribe, whose ancestral land Billie's multi-million-dollar mansion is on, have come out. I mean, this is just gold, and confirmed that she hasn't reached out to return her stolen land. Of course she hasn't. They live in utter hypocrisy. So a spokesperson for this tribe told the Daily Mail As the first people of the greater Los Angeles basin, we do understand that her home is situated in our ancestral land. They also confirmed that the A-lister has not reached out to the tribe itself regarding her property or anything else. I mean, when celebrities do this kind of thing, this posturing, this pretending to care, this kind of, selective outrage, you hope that this is the kind of response because it just is so, so good. Doesn't always happen. When it does happen, I just look up and I say, thank you. I look up and I say, thank you. I mean, they should keep the pressure on. If she's true to her word, she should be giving it back. How do you buy a mansion and put big gates around it and have security on it to stop all the people that ICE are trying to clean up off the streets from getting to your home when you're on stolen land, Billy? It's just bizarre. It makes no sense. We have an update on the Sydney nurses. Now, they have pleaded not guilty. Remember them? They were the ones in this viral video allegedly threatening to kill Israeli patients. Now, the charge is using a carrier service to menace, harass, and defend. Abu Lebde is also charged with threatening violence against a group. Now, we have strict laws here in Australia, contempt of court, etc., etc. So I'm not going to give my opinion or my take. It was made very clear when I did this segment, when this first happened, how I felt. But let me just remind you of this video itself, and then you think about their plea of not guilty. Watch.
Good, how are you, my man?
Pretty good. Are you a nurse, a doctor?
I'm a doctor, my man.
A doctor? For what?
In hospital. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Israel, from the Holy Land.
Right. You know what? I'm going to be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm going to be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you,
but
man.
I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're going to get killed and you're going to go to Jahannam, inshallah. Like, these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm going to get killed?
It's Palestine's country, not your country. You piece
How
of...
are you? What's your name?
No, none of you.
We're talking politely here. We're talking politely here.
One day, your time will come and you will die the most horrible
You
death.
sprayed hate. We sprayed positivity. We spread protection. We spread
listen to me.
Peace.
Listen to me.
And
when
you spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How are you doctors? Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can understand
Gotcha.
that you will
I have
die
a question
the most
though.
disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though. I have a question. Let's say an Israeli. God forbid.
I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
You'll kill them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes to your hospital, would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent him to Jahannam. I literally sent him to Jahannam.
For real? So
Now, Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy to the Middle East, along with others, has met with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Apparently went well. It was positive. Amit Segal, who's one of the foremost, most prominent journalists in Israel, has said this. He came out with an X post that said, sources familiar with the meeting between U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Israel's security establishment said it was conducted in an extremely positive and productive atmosphere. The meeting included a thorough intelligence briefing led by IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who made clear that any strike against Israel would be met with an immediate and unusually powerful response, including against unexpected targets. I continue, quote, Israeli officials warned in the meeting that Iran has no intention of compromising on its nuclear ambitions and that negotiations are being used to buy time and stop an attack. I mean, makes sense to me. There's no way the Islamic regime will accept any conditions put on it by the US. Zero chance. The US knows that. They know that. I know that. You know that. The Islamic regime deputy speaker said in parliament this week, this is not just some kind of commentator like you might get in democratic societies where people give their take, but you can say, well, look, it wasn't the government saying it. That's not us. He's part of the government illegally there, of course. They're not a government, they're a pretend one. He said, in about a month, we will recite the funeral prayer for Trump, the US, and their allies. The Islamic regime deputy speaker said in parliament that. You think Trump and co are sitting there going, yeah, this is a regime we can really have a good deal with and a long, fruitful relationship filled with mutual respect and peace? No chance in hell. Come on. Come on. Now, someone who knows this as much as anyone is my guest today. Her name is Goldie Gamari. She is a firebrand. She fights day in, day out for her people, and it was an honor to have her on the show. Goldie Gamari, thank you so much for joining us here on the Erin Molan Show. It is such a privilege to have you on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm a big fan of your work.
Right back at you. You are insane. And I mean, the old me didn't realize how difficult the world found truth. The new me post-October 7 understands absolutely. And the price you pay for telling it. You don't strike me, though, as someone who cares overly much what other people think of you. Would that be a correct assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I was an elected official, I tried to be a little bit more, I guess you want to call it politically correct, in terms of raising awareness about what's happening in occupied Iran, because there are some tensions there. But you know, after the National Council of Canadian Muslims accused me of Islamophobia for raising awareness about what's happening in occupied Iran, and I was kicked out of my party, I pretty much stopped caring what people think. And if anything, that incident actually enabled me to speak clearly and freely and take my voice and take my fight to the next level.
Looking inside Iran at the moment, my greatest fear initially was that people would not give up because it's not in their nature, but they would feel like their attempts were fruitless, that the Islamic regime would convince them that it wasn't working, that no one else was doing it, that America wasn't coming. But I'm looking through your feed, and it's one of the sources I use every day to see what's going on in the ground because you're so connected. So make sure everyone, you follow her on X and everywhere else. But it seems like they are still hitting the streets. They are still using their voices and they're still fighting for the things that we take for granted every single day.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, one of the biggest and major chants right now in this revolution is "In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde," which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Of course, Pahlavi is reference to His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, who's the leader of the Iranian revolution. And what he has said is that as soon as the Islamic regime falls, he's going to step in with a transitional government, and that transitional government is going to lead the country and transition the country from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democracy. And so for Iranians in occupied Iran, especially given the number of lives that we have lost, and of course, the number of injured as well. We don't talk about the number of people who have been injured, the number of people who've, had to have a limb amputated, or they've lost sight in one or both eyes. I mean, that number is even exponentially higher than the number of people who've been murdered by the Islamic regime. But the overall sentiment and mood is that we have gone so far forward that there's no turning back, and that this is the final battle.
You look at President Trump and the administration having meetings, I mean, well, purported meetings. We don't know how many of them are maybe a bluff or a real. But from my perspective, there is no deal that can be done that is a good deal, that enables the Ayatollah to survive. And I hope, and I still believe the Americans know that, and they understand this regime cannot continue. I'm terrified that there'll be an Obama-like ending to this, where the Iranian people will essentially be thrown to the wolves, having been encouraged to fight and to give their lives for this fight. What do you think will happen, and how worried are you about what American roles will be played?
I'm actually not worried at all. So I've been monitoring the situation very closely, and using sort of my political expertise and political experience to translate what not just President Trump, but the people around him are saying. So you can't just look at President Trump and his statements. You have to take a more holistic approach, and you have to see, what Senator Lindsey Graham is saying. What
he was amazing the other day. Don't talk like Reagan, but act like Obama. Perfection.
Exactly. Him. Also what Marco Rubio was saying, and also what Mark Levin and Sean Hannity are saying as well. And so they've made it very clear where President Trump stands on this. And so, if there are talks or deals happening, people think that the deal is about the Islamic regime remaining. But what I'm trying to put out there is that whatever deal that's being negotiated, it's basically terms of surrender. Terms of surrender. So President Trump, in my opinion, what he's basically saying is that they can accept the deal that President Trump is making, in that they basically surrender and leave, or they don't accept the deal and we go to military action. And with all the movement of the military assets we're also seeing going to the Middle East, this is the largest movement of military assets since pretty much the creation of the United States. And so I find it difficult to believe that President Trump is spending millions and millions of taxpayer dollars a day to transport all of their, the vast majority of their military assets to the Middle East if he's not planning something.
It's such a good point you make, and also the people that you named earlier, we all know are incredibly close to Trump. And you're so right in that Trump can't always say exactly what he wants to say, and it's to his benefit not to. But the people around him who are not going to want to piss him off, essentially, and who know what he's thinking, can say things. So that's a really good point. The other point you make, which is so true regarding a deal, and you look at Venezuela, and there was a deal offered there, not for the survival of Maduro, but how do you want to end this? You want us to help you get out? Either way, it's ending. But how do you want to do it? And that is such a key point you make as well. Because as we know, the nuclear facilities were essentially destroyed during the 12-day war. I know that the Islamic regime has been rebuilding and trying to do different things, but not to the point where they'd have enough leverage, right? You'd think, to where the US has to do anything that they want.
Well, I mean, we don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that the Islamic regime is definitely trying to rebuild its nuclear capabilities. And President Trump and his administration have pretty much recognized that this is a regime that is not going to stop, right? This is a regime that is centered around this Islamist jihadi ideology. Since they came to power in 1979, they've been chanting death to America, death to Israel. They've been waging war against the West. And so I think, we finally have a president and an administration who, for the first time in 47 years, is siding with the Iranian people. And the demands that President Trump has made of the Islamic regime, those are not demands that the Islamic regime will ever be able to concede to. So, so really, I mean, it's the Islamic regime is pretty much over. It's just a matter of how long are they going to stick around.
That is so reassuring to hear. And I'd love to know, given you talk to so many people on the ground there, what is their attitude at the moment? Are they with you in that they believe something will happen, they've just got to hold on until then? Are some starting to lose hope? Are they impatient? Are they frustrated? Kind of saying, where are you, Trump? You said help was coming. Are they trusting the plan? Like, what is the feedback you're getting from people on the ground who are putting their lives on the line for this fight?
I mean, so for people inside of occupied Iran, of course, it's a very stressful, very difficult situation. Some people are certainly impatient, but of course, everyone is very hopeful and looking forward to President Trump attacking. So we're all just sort of waiting for that. But of course, people in Iran, they're not stopping the fight. I mean, there's more footage coming out today of Iranians who are setting fire to Islamic regime banners. There's been some unexplained explosions that have been going on in the country today. We're also seeing a little bit of escalation between the regime and the United States. And I don't know if you've seen some of the footage coming out from the Islamic regime parliament, but now you have all these these crazy Muslim Nazis who are burning the flag of America, chanting death to America in the parliament. So, I mean, the Islamic regime has made it very clear that they're not interested in negotiation. They're trying to put off like a strong man front, but all of us know that the Islamic regime, when it comes to external affairs, they're incredibly weak. The only thing the Islamic regime is good at is basically murdering unarmed Iranians.
No, nailed it. And the fake foreign minister, I call him the fake foreign minister because how can you be a legitimate foreign minister of a country you're not legitimately ruling? They stole power, as you know. I mean, he keeps saying, oh, we're not terrorists, and he's annoyed that Europe has labelled the IRGC terrorists. 2 days later, you see the parliament, as you just referenced, wearing IRGC uniforms, chanting death to America, death to Israel. I mean, if people don't believe, you know, what we're saying, look at what they're saying. And this is a frustration. It's the same as the Chinese Communist Party and so many different, they're telling you who they are and what they want. And actually on that, I was looking at your feed just before our interview, your X feed, looking at Russian jets in Iran flying over. We look at Chinese big aeroplanes dropping off supplies since these protests started. If you think, oh, it's just nothing to do with me, oh, it's sad for the Iranian people, but me in the West, I'm not... Sorry, our greatest enemies are so intertwined with this, and this impacts everything, doesn't it? If this regime falls, or when it falls, as you say, that weakens China significantly, the greatest adversary we have, same as Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Islamic regime sells drones to Russia to use against the Ukraine. That's why you see a lot of people, a lot of Iranians flying the flag of Ukraine at our pro-Iran rallies and demonstrations around the world, because we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, because they're victims of these drones that are being built by the Islamic regime and being sold to Russia. And when it comes to China, I think I believe it's like almost 80% of Iran's oil is being sold to China. And so again, you know, the Islamic regime is pretty much helping to fund and fuel those two regimes, which are of course anti-imperialist and anti-West and anti-democracy and anti-American. So you know, prior to 1979, Iran was a huge ally of the West, and Iran was actually one of the biggest allies of the United States. And I think the American administration has recognized that, they've remembered that, and they're well aware that when Iran is free and when the Islamic regime is overthrown, Iran and the United States can go back to being the allies that we were prior to 1979.
And that's what I say as well. You know, these people who parrot America first. A free Iran is America first. A peaceful Middle East is America first. A regime in power who doesn't want to murder your president is America first. This is deeply personal to you, I know. Do you have moments, I mean, you're so strong and you're so, you know, tough on the surface and you're fighting this incredible fight, but do you have moments where it's overwhelming for you, where you're heartbroken, where you're watching your people be slaughtered?
Yeah, absolutely. Every day. So I would say one thing that we Iranians are very good at is compartmentalizing, because this is something that we've had to deal with for the last 47 years. So these horrific images that the world is seeing today, this is not new for us. This is exactly what's been going on for the last 47 years by this Muslim Nazi dictatorship. And so many of us have had to compartmentalize. You know, we have like our regular, normal, you know, sort of identity. And then we have our Iranian identity where we think about all of these things. And so I would say that one of the reasons that we Iranians are so strong and we've been able to deal with this is because we do compartmentalize, because that's kind of the only way that we can deal with the trauma. Of course, dark humor. We also have dark sense of humor, as you saw that meme that I posted on my ex.
I laughed out loud.
Yeah, yeah. I think you know, and people are going to look at that, and if they don't understand, they'll be like, "Oh, Iranians are Islamophobic." Yeah, I would say we're probably a country of 90 million Islamophobes, because we have been so brutalized by Islam and Sharia law that we're done with it. We're done with it. And, you know, we don't want to have anything to do with it. We have no issue with people having whatever religion they want to have. But at this point, it's like, you know, keep it private, keep it in your home. Iran and Iranians, like, we've been a very religiously diverse civilization. In fact, Cyrus the Great, 2,500 years ago, invented the concept of freedom of religion. And that's what we're fighting for. We want to go back to what we had prior to 1979.
when you see idiots in the West who have no comprehension of what it would be like to live under an Islamist terrorist regime, waving their flags, walking alongside Hamas flags, Hezbollah, chanting from the river to the sea, advocating for more unvetted people to come in from countries who essentially are run by terrorist organizations and not Iran, countries where they're voted in by the people. What do you think and say? Do you see the early signs that were experienced in Iran prior to what happened nearly 50 years ago? We'll get into all of that, but first, here's a word from our partner. Now, if you are like me and you're tired of random stuff getting thrown into your supplements like artificial colors and sugars, you probably would like to know more about phytonutrition. Yes, I had to Google too. Let me save you by telling you. Phytonutrients are the naturally occurring plant nutrients found in whole foods that give them their color, their taste, and their smell. And the presence of these three things is a surefire sign you're getting real phytonutrients. Now, Balance of Nature's whole health system supplements are a value bundle that includes their fruits and veggies, fiber and spice supplements, which gives you 47 ingredients of fruits, vegetables, spices, and fibers, and all of the naturally occurring phytonutrients that come with them every single day. Tick. Balance of Nature takes produce through a specialized vacuum, cold process, and it stabilizes the ingredients. Now, they're then powdered and packaged with no binders, fillers, or flow agents. So whether you've been on the fence for a long time or it's the first time you're hearing about them, I recommend that you go to balanceofnature.com and order the whole health system supplements as a preferred customer today. Go to balanceofnature.com. Do you see the early signs that were experienced in Iran prior to what happened nearly 50 years ago?
Absolutely, absolutely. So the Islamic coup d'etat, it did not happen overnight. It's not like people just woke up one day and were running around yelling Allahu Akbar and waving like communist flags. This is a process that took almost 30 to 40 years. And it was a slow creep. Yeah. So what I'm seeing right now in Western countries with this unholy alliance of the red and the black, red, of course, being communism, black being Islamism. What I'm seeing right now is very reminiscent of what was happening in Iran, I would say in sort of the mid 60s. So I would say that in Western countries, we're about, I would say 20 years away from some sort of, communist or Islamist coup d'etat. Because that's where things are going, and you're seeing more and more woke Western lefty progressives who are normalizing terrorism. They're normalizing Sharia law. They're trying to rebrand Islamic terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah as freedom fighters and resistance. And the same anti-imperialist rhetoric, the same anti-Israel rhetoric, the same sort of narrative is exactly what we've seen in Iran in the 60s and 70s. And so that's why the Iranian National Revolution, it's actually very patriotic, and we have zero tolerance for Islamism, anti-Semitism, communism, wokeism. Like we just want, we're very patriotic. We have no enmity with anyone, but we're done with the Islamist Sharia jihadi nonsense. And I have a feeling that when Iran is free and our country is stabilized in the next, 10 to 15 years, we might actually see people in the UK or elsewhere try to seek asylum in Iran to get away from the Islamism and jihadis that's going on there. Yeah.
The thing that drives me insane, I feel like a broken record. I grew up in Indonesia, the world's largest Islamic nation, for 7-8 years during the 1990s and early 90s, late 90s when the Suharto regime fell. And what I say to people, I look at what happened in Bondi. An Islamic extremist with an ISIS flag massacred innocent people at Bondi Beach, and our Prime Minister could not say Islamic extremism afterwards. Insanity for fear of offending Muslims. And I continually say this. You look at the world's largest Muslim nation, Indonesia. The president prior to Prabowo, President Widodo, essentially launched his election campaign. One of the key pillars was to eradicate Islamic extremism. In the world's largest Muslim nation, they openly say, we don't want it here. And it's the same as other Arab states. And I'm not saying that they're, the pillars for us to look up to and want to be like, and they're flawed in a million ways. But why are we terrified in the West of offending? We should be openly. Who wants terrorism in their backyard? Nobody should. And those at the coalface, they know better than anyone, but we don't think that we should listen to them. We think we know better in the West. It'll be our downfall. We're screwed.
Well, I mean, that's been one of the tactics of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood is banned in countries, you know, like Saudi Arabia and Egypt and the UAE, and others. And, you know, like you said, these countries aren't necessarily bastions of freedom and democracy, right? Like Saudi Arabia is not known for its human rights. However, even a country like Saudi Arabia, which is the birthplace of Islam, understands the difference between Islam and, you know, Islamic terrorism. However, the Muslim Brotherhood has found a foothold in Western democracies and Western countries because they are taking advantage of the freedoms given to people in Western countries, like freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of expression, to push the boundaries on their jihad. And so, for example, that's why you're seeing pro-Palestine, you know, gatherings, let's say in Toronto, where these jihadis, they'll block intersections to pray and yell Allahu Akbar, but you don't see that in Saudi Arabia, because in Saudi Arabia, they don't tolerate that sort of Islamic extremism. And I'm pretty sure when, you know, you were living in Indonesia, you probably never saw Muslims just randomly blocking intersections to pray and yell Allahu Akbar, right? Like, we don't, that doesn't happen.
They wouldn't accept it, as you say. The whole thing is crazy. I'd love to ask your reaction to, I mean, not only the Grammys, but when I look at Hollywood and feminism and all that crap, and I look at what particularly women in Iran are fighting for, that would normally be their bread and butter. Normally, Hollywood celebrities would be clamoring all over each other to stand up for women's rights. I mean, you look at the Me Too movement, but I see people who want to get a bloke sacked and cancelled because he said some chick was pretty, and that's not okay. But they're completely okay with a woman in Iran being murdered because a bit of her hair was out. Can you make that make sense to me?
I mean, I honestly can't. All I can say is that there are a few celebrities who have spoken out. J.K. Rowling is one of them.
She's phenomenal.
Huge fan of her. Rob Schneider has spoken out. But in terms of the Grammys, I mean, I don't watch the Grammys. I don't really care about these sorts of things. So kind of irrelevant to me. I can say that Iranian people, they don't really care what a bunch of, you know, woke lefty celebrities have to say. If anything, I think the silence from the woke left adds legitimacy to our movement, because the last thing, and this is something else I want to point out. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, where's Greta? Why hasn't Greta spoken?" I don't want Greta to speak on what's happening in Iran. Yes, exactly. Because once those type of people start latching on, that's actually going to delegitimize our movement. Like the Iranian national revolution is very organic. It's very grassroots based. Greta and, you know, all these like Hollywood people, they're all like paid actors anyway. So that's why they're not speaking out. And you know, quite frankly, I think you know, history is going to remember who spoke up for the Iranian people and who didn't. But all those people in the Grammys, they're completely like irrelevant to me. Like, I don't even care if they say anything or not.
It would also force them to, I mean, given they were all so pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel and pro-Hamas in so many cases, given the Islamic regime funds Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah, it would also force them to actually accept that they supported terrorists, which would be, I mean, they'd never do that. They're hypocrites. Finally, Goldie, I'd love to know, what can people do? I mean, people with platforms, share the stories, talk about it, don't be silent, absolutely. But what else can people do to help those on the ground? Because that, at the moment, whilst we wait for US intervention, military action, whatever it is that these people deserve and they've fought for, what can we do to help?
So the biggest help would be, I think, to put pressure on your local governments to recognize His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, as the leader of the Iranian national revolution, and to recognize that he's the only legitimate leader to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democracy. That would be the biggest help, because right now there are unfortunately a lot of elements in the left, or, you know, the communists or the Islamists, who are trying to overtake the revolution with their own narrative. But there's only one name that Iranians in occupied Iran are chanting, and that's King Reza Pahlavi. And over 50,000 Iranians have not given up their lives on the road to freedom just for Islamists and communists to overtake the narrative and push their own agenda on the world. Iranians have made it very clear who they want, and so the biggest help that people can give is to respect our right to self-determination by supporting the leader of our Iranian national revolution.
Have you ever been prouder of your people than over the past month?
No, I've never been more proud to be Iranian, and I'll explain why. Growing up, Iran always used to be associated with terrorism. So many of us didn't even want to say that we're Iranian. And, that's why a lot of people outside of Iran will say that they're Persian instead of Iranian because, Persian sounds nicer, less terroristy or that kind of stuff. But, Iran has existed for longer than Islam was invented, for thousands of years before Islam was invented. And, after 47 years, we have finally demonstrated to the world, we finally shown the world that, Iran and the Islamic regime are not one and the same. And not only have I never been more proud to be Iranian, I just want to give a shout out to all the Iranians around the world who have been rallying and demonstrating. I don't know if you've seen the footage from the Toronto police, but Toronto police put out a drone footage of the rally that happened in Toronto on Sunday, February 1. It was a free Iran rally. Over 150,000 Iranians and their allies participated. 0 incidents, no vandalism, no violence, nothing. And I think the police—
No flag burned, no Canadian flag burned. No.
In fact, people were waving the Canadian flag out of patriotism. No Allahu Akbars, no nothing like that. No calls for intifada. There were a lot of flags of Israel in there as well in the demonstration. A lot of American flags of Ukraine as well. So Iranians have really shown the world, who we are. We are peaceful people. We're civilized. I mean, we're one of the oldest civilizations in the world. And, right now, unfortunately, our country is occupied by a foreign Muslim Nazi occupation. But we are fighting for freedom, and we are going to get our freedom back. And I can't wait until Iran is free and we can welcome the world back to our country with open arms and show you guys what being Iranian really is all about.
Well, they will do that, I have no doubt. And a lot of that will be due to people like you who have fought tirelessly in this space. It's been incredible to watch. And I thank you so much for your voice. It's far too rare, but you're incredible. And thank you so much for coming on the show. And I'd love to have you back on, not just when Iran is free, but maybe before that. Hopefully it won't take that long. Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy to come back anytime. Thanks for having me.
You're amazing.
All right, there was my interview with Aaron. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Welcome, Potipto. How are you doing?
Hi, Goldie. I'm doing just fine. Hi, chat. Sending love.
Thank you so much for joining us, Potipto. Welcome. How are you? Everything is good on your end?
Yeah, everything is right on track.
Okay, good to hear. Well, thank you for being here with us. I'm still technically in like a bit of a break, but that's okay because you're here. So I'm more than happy to go back to the show while we wait for Armin. The floor is yours, Potipto. Would you like to share any news or updates, or would you like me to go to some news? Oh, thank you.
در واقع من جوین دادم چون پیام جدید شاهزاده رو دیدم، گفتم اگه شما نخوندین با هم بخونیم.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
یه بیانیه دادن توی توییتر و تلگرامشون هست.
Yes. Okay. So Potipto said he's joined because of the new message that King Reza Pahlavi put out. He put out this message while I was on my break. I've already read it. I've shared it on my X, but I haven't shared it with you guys yet. So let me just pull that up here. and we will go to his newest post, which was just put out 25 minutes ago. And by the way, guys, that's how you do an interview. That's how you do an interview, right? Like when I do interviews, I speak on behalf of the Iranian people. I don't put my own opinions in there, although of course my opinions align with the vast majority of Iranian opinions. But there's a reason why I've done numerous interviews with various people all around the world, and not once have Iranians come after me or attacked me. And that's because I share the truth. I share the truth, and I take that responsibility very seriously, right? So compare my interview to that Golshifte person that we were talking about earlier, right? That's the main difference here, and that's why my interviews, I do a lot of them, and I'm grateful for the interviews that I do, but that's where my support comes from, right? The support comes from the fact that I'm truthful and I'm honest, and I share the perspectives of Iranians. So I just wanted to make that very clear as well. Okay, let's go to King Reza Pahlavi's message. So of course, King Reza Pahlavi is the leader of the Iranian National Revolution. We're calling it the Lion and Sun Revolution. So he put out this message 25 minutes ago. He says, "To my brave compatriots in Iran, our magnificent national revolution, the Lion and Sun Revolution, is an unparalleled epic of solidarity, empathy, and national unity. Contrary to the efforts of the Islamic Republic and its accomplices to sow division and derail our movement, you have remained vigilant and patriotic, and with one voice throughout Iran, you have shouted that you are one great united nation under one flag." Of course, the flag he's referring to is our beautiful Lion and Sun flag. "You have shown that regardless of which city or province we come from, which dialect or language we speak, what religion or beliefs we have or do not have, we are all Iranian and determined to reclaim our beloved homeland. You have courageously taken to the streets across Iran. Let me emphasize, across all of Iran, under a hail of bullets, declaring what you do not want and crying out for what you do want." Guys, this part's very important, right? So it's not just about declaring what we don't want, right? It's declaring what we do want. And this is where those people who are affiliated with the Islamic regime, or the leftists or communists or whoever, right? These are the people who will say, "Oh yeah, we want revolution," but they don't say what Iranians actually want, right? So think of like the curly-haired woman, or think of like Golshifte, or even think of the people who did like a presentation at the International Affairs Subcommittee in Parliament Hill in Canada yesterday. We'll get to that as well later today, but this is very important. So this is how you can tell, guys, who is supporting the Iranian people and who isn't, because it's not just about saying what you don't want, it's about crying out for what you want. And so at this point, anyone who does not say that Iranian people are calling for King Reza Pahlavi, right? They're not part of the revolution. They're against the Iranian people. And that's what he's basically saying here between the lines, right? Crying out for what you do want. "Your bravery has shaken the foundations of this occupying regime. Your voice has awakened the world. Your sacrifice and devotion will not be in vain. Iran will be free. And to all those who wish to join us on this path, I say, hear the voice of Iran's great and united nation. The Lion and Sun Revolution welcomes all who accept these 4 principles. 1. Preserving Iran's territorial integrity. 2. Individual freedoms and the equality of all citizens before the law. 3. A secular democracy based on the separation of religion and state. And 4. The people's right to freely choose their form of government. Once more, I honor with respect, sorrow, and deep anger the everlasting memory of our brave fallen women and men who gave their lives for our homeland. Let their loved ones be assured that the prosecution and punishment of those who ordered and carried out this massacre and the realization of justice are certain. Today, as we stand more united than ever and closer to freedom and democracy, I pledge to safeguard your trust and our unity with all I have. Together, we will reclaim and rebuild Iran. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. There you go. Potipcha, what are your thoughts on that? And I have ChatGPT ready if you want to speak in Persian.
اوکی، من داشتم به این فکر می‌کردم که باید کم کم دیگه سعی بکنم جایگزین چت جی پی تی بشم اگه بخوام بیشتر حضور داشته باشم. سعی کنم بهتر انگلیسی صحبت کنم.
That's okay. هر جوری که راحت ترین، اگه می‌خوای می‌تونی انگلیسی هم صحبت بکنیم، ولی هر جوری که
بیشتر دوست دارم فعلا دیالوگامون اینجوری باشه که من با شما صحبت می‌کنم بعد نتیجهش به مخاطب انتقال داده میشه، ولی باز کم کم سعی می‌کنیم بهترش بکنیم، چون راه کلا پوینت حرفم اینه که راهمون خیلی طولانیه. الان میخوام به همین موضوع اشاره بکنم. در واقع پیرو پیام شاهزاده مسئله اصلی اینه که الان جمهوری اسلامی توی یک استیت پنیکیه، حالا از بالا تا پایینش گرفته، از تصمیم گیرندش تا هر کسی که خودشو وصل به جمهوری اسلامی میدونه، من جمله همین گلشیفته و نمیدونم کسای دیگه که دارن در جای دنیا بال میزنن، اینا توی استیت پنیک هستن، اینا توی استیت سارو هستن، چون برای اونا مشخصه دیگه شکستی که خوردن. ولی اتفاقی که داره میفته، دارن سعی میکنن این حالت روحی روانیشون رو پروژکت کنن رو ما، یعنی از قالب مردم بگن مردم ناامیدن، مردم ترسیدن، مردم عجله دارن، مردم میخوان ببینن چی بشه. و خب این یه دروغه. مسئله اصلی هم همینه که ما مردم، همونجوری که شاهزاده‌مون میگه، اینه که ما بالاخره موفق میشیم و ایران رو پس میگیریم، ایران آزاد خواهد شد. بر همین راستا ما هدفمون اینه که ثابت قدم باشیم و کارهای زیادی داریم، برعکس تیم مقابل که از عمرشون چیزی باقی نمونده. ما تازه شروع زندگیمونه، یعنی امروز و فردا کار نداریم، میخوایم ایران رو آزاد بکنیم که به شکوفایی برسونیمش و ایران آزاد و شکوفا رو میخوایم. پس به صورت کلی این پروپاگاندا رو باید با این ذهنیت خنثاش بکنیم. ما میدونیم کی هستیم، کدوم تیم هستیم و دیگه روحیات تیم برنده با اون پنیک و این چیزی که دارن سعی میکنن از جانب مردم ایران پروژکت کنن به دنیای بیرون، خب طبیعتاً موفق نخواهد شد. منم که اینجا هستم که همین موضوع رو بگم.
Okay, let me pull up ChatGPT. It's just transcribing. Oh, I gotta go to the bottom here. Okay. No, still transcribing. Give me one moment. You guys are welcome to read that. You can read the squiggly lines.
خود زیاد صحبت کردم.
نه عیبی نداره، اصلا نگران نباشید.
ولی خب یه نکته هم بگم، دوستان در مورد سایت و موضوعیا با اینا صحبت میکنن، یه تایمی هم بذاریم من یه آپدیت بدم که اینا هم شفاف بشه، یهو رها شده نباشه.
بله، ما در اختیار شما هستیم. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay. So Potipto is saying, try to replace ChatGPT. Okay, so he says, I want to return to the main issue, following the prince's message. The core point is that right now the Islamic Republic is in a state of panic. From the very top decision makers all the way down to anyone who considers themselves affiliated with the regime, even those scattered around the world. And then, he references Golshifte, right? Golshifte was that actress, and we spoke about her, and then we spoke about how she was affiliated with the regime, right? So he's saying even those scattered around the world, they are in a state of panic. They are in a state of sorrow because the defeat they've suffered is clear to them. But what's happening now is that they're trying to project their psychological state onto us. They're trying to frame it as if the people are panicked, saying the people are discouraged, the people are afraid, the people are impatient, the people are desperate to see what happens next. And that is simply not true. The main issue is this. We, the people, just as the prince says, will ultimately unite and reclaim Iran. Iran will be free. Our objective is to remain steady. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Unlike the opposing side whose time is running out, we are just at the beginning of our lives. We are not focused only on today or tomorrow. We want to free Iran so that we can lead it to prosperity, and a free Iran deserves to flourish. So overall, this propaganda must be neutralized with this mindset. We know who we are, we know which team we are on, and the panic they are trying to project, by they he means people with the Islamic regime and those who support them. The panic that these people are trying to project onto the Iranian people for the outside world simply will not succeed. And I'm here to say exactly that. So Potipto basically wants you guys to know that, all of these like lefties and commies and Islamists who are out there in the media right now spreading like false information and spreading that propaganda, he's saying that that's not how it is inside the country, and he's just here to confirm that with you guys. بفرمایید.
خب در همین راستا مسابقه ای که به شکل جنگم الان در حال حاضر توی اخبار داره نشون داده میشه که امشب میزنن، نمیدونم فران درون اومد یا مثلا اون ناو جابجا شد یا اینجور حرفا، اینا همه اتفاقایی در راستای وارد کردن فشار روحی روانی به در واقع جمهوری اسلامی و در هم شکستن سازوکار در واقع مستهلکش. اینا هر باری که میخوان برن تو گارد دفاعی، هر باری که جت میخوان بلند بکنن، هزینه داره براشون. این آمریکا کاست افیشنت نیست مسیر در واقع سیستم دفاعی جمهوری اسلامی. پس هر چقدر که این جنگ فرسایشی تر بشه، در واقع جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر تو موضع ضعف میره و در همین راسته توضیحی که دادم، جمهوری اسلامی و پروپاگانداش در واقع دارن سعی میکنن به شما و مردم این حسو بدن که حالا ما باید هر شب پای اخبار بمونیم، اگزاستد بشیم، فراستریتد بشیم که الان امشب شد نشد، آمریکا پشت مردم رو خالی میکنه یا نه. و خب خواهش میکنم که اجازه بدید زجرش بمونه برای تیم بازنده. ما به عنوان تیم برنده باید بدونیم که همه چیز از پیش نوشته شده. یک مثال من براش، یعنی یک توضیح برای شما میدم که خیالتون راحت باشه. اگر قرار بود که آمریکا حمله نمایشی یعنی ترامپ حمله نمایشی به جمهوری اسلامی بکنه، میومد تو اون هفته اول کار تموم میکرد، میرفت به کارش. ولی اتفاقی که الان داره میفته یک مستر پلن، یک شطرنج چند بعدیه که داره در چند جهت به بهترین شکل در جهت فرسایش نابودی جمهوری اسلامی پیش میره. پس خلاف اینا چیزی وجود نداره.
حرف خودم رو زدی امروز. اتفاقا اون ویدیوی مارکو روبیو رو دیدی که امروز چی گفته؟
نه ندیدم، ولی داشتم دقت می‌کردم که خیلی پیش میاد که حرفای شما رو من تکرار میکنم، بعدا متوجه میشم یه حرفو زدیم. خیلی
نه well یه ضرب المثلی هست به زبان انگلیسی میگن great minds think alike، یعنی اونایی که مثلا خیلی زرنگن فکراشون یکیه میدونی. So
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a compliment for me. ولی بعد از اینکه برات اینو ترجمه کردم دوست دارم اون چیز مارکو روبیو رو هم بهت نشون بدم، چون که من خودم راجع به اون صحبت کردم. حالا دوست دارم که نظر شما رو هم بگیرم قبل از اینکه حالا بگم نظر من چی بود. Okay. So let me just, I'm going to read what Potipto said here, and then I'm going to play that video from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Potipto hasn't seen that yet, and he doesn't know my analysis. So we're just going to have him watch that, and then afterwards get his analysis on it, right? So, okay, so what Potipto said, in this context, what's being portrayed in the news, like a competition or even a war, claims that, they'll strike tonight, or like a drone arrived or a carrier moved and so on. These are all developments that increase psychological pressure on the Islamic Republic and gradually weaken what appears to be its hardened structure. So what Potipto was saying is that all this news about, America, will they, won't they, that's geared towards the Islamic regime. It's psychological warfare for the Islamic regime. Every time they are forced into defensive mode, every time they have to scramble, it costs them. The US strategy is not about being cost inefficient. It's about making the Islamic regime's defense system increasingly expensive and unsustainable. The more prolonged and attritional this situation becomes, the weaker the regime's position grows. At the same time, the regime and its propaganda machine are trying to make people feel that they must stay glued to the news every night, becoming exhausted and frustrated, wondering whether something will happen tonight or not, whether America will abandon the people or not. I ask that we leave that anxiety to the losing side, right? The losing side, he's referring to the Islamic regime. As the winning side, we should understand that there is a broader plan unfolding. Let me give you one example for reassurance. If the intention had been a symbolic or theatrical strike, it could have happened in the very first week and been over quickly. What is unfolding instead appears to be a master plan, a multi-dimensional chess game moving in several directions at once, aimed at gradually exhausting and dismantling the Islamic Republic. So there's nothing beyond that narrative. Wait. Sorry. Okay, so that's Potipto's analysis, right? Let me go back to the video that Secretary of State Marco Rubio put out. I want to play this for Potipto. Let me get the volume up here. And then Potipto, I want to get your analysis from this, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And location of Friday's talks with Iran, and clarify, given that Iran refuses to negotiate its missile program and insists on a right to enrich uranium, is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
Well, let me first say, just on the logistics, at the end, let me back up and say, from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president's always been open to that. He showed that in the first administration, and he's showing it again now. And so I think if there's an opportunity to engage directly with counterparts in the Iranian regime, the United States would be open to that, and that's what we're open to. We thought we had an established forum that had been agreed to in Turkey. It was put together by a number of partners who wanted to attend and be a part of it. I saw conflicting reports yesterday from the Iranian side saying that they had not agreed to that. So that's still being worked through. At the end of the day, the United States is prepared to engage and has always been prepared to engage with Iran. As far as the topic of those discussions and what the agenda needs to be, look, I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. The fundamental problem Iran faces and the regime faces right now is that what people are on the streets complaining about, this regime cannot address. They cannot address it because it's economic. Those problems remain. And one of the reasons why the Iranian regime cannot provide the people of Iran the quality of life that they deserve is because they're spending all their money. They're spending all their resources of what is a rich country, sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring, all these proxy groups around the world, exporting, as they call it, their revolution. But I remind everybody what I've been saying through my entire career in public service. I said it in my hearing when I was asking for confirmation through the Senate. The Iranian people and the Iranian regime are very unalike. In essence, what the Iranian people want, this is a culture with a deep history. These are people that are the leadership of Iran at the clerical level does not reflect the people of Iran. I know of no other country where there's a bigger difference between the people that lead the country and the people who live there.
Okay.
ببین من مارکو روبیو رو به شخصه دوست دارم. از نظر کلا وطن پرستی یا اصلا نوع کار کردنش من خوشم ازش میاد. ولی همین جمله آخرش رو نمیدونم خودش دوباره گفته بود یا جای دیگه شنیده بودم.
آره خودش گفته بود.
آره مهمترین پوینت این که این مرز رو بکشی و اینقدر واضح مطرحش بکنی، این به نظر یه سیاستمدار مهمترین پوینته، چون هیچ هم نباید فراموش بکنه که اینها سیاستمدارهای کشور خودشون هستن. اصلا اگر بیان در مورد چیزی به غیر از مرز فاصله بین مردم و حکومت بیشتر نظر بدن یا دخالت بکنن، هم در واقع کار خودشون زیر سوال بردن، هم به ضرر مردم کار کردن. پس من احساس میکنم که خیلی هوشمندانه بیشتر از همه دارن صحبت میکنن و خیلی دنبال اینن، یعنی خیلی میدونن که پیروزی مردم ایران براشون ثابت شده و خیلی دنبال اینن که اونجوری که دفعه قبل گفتم لگاسیش به نامشون بمونه. یعنی اینا چون میدونن تیم برنده کدوم بره، میخوان همراه تیم برنده باشن. این هوشمندی رو دارن و خب کنار مردم ایران بودن توی این برهه تاریخی بهتون قول میدم تو 50 سال 100 سال آینده خوشنامی میاره برای خیلی، همونجوری که بدنامیش برای خیلی ابدی میشه.
اینا الان ترجمه میکنم. یه قسمت اولش هم میخواستم بذار برات دوباره پلی بکنم. چون ببین تو قسمت اولش که ببین خبرنگاره so I'll say this in English and you can respond in Persian. So the reporter asks him, if you are going to be speaking with the Islamic regime, does that mean you are legitimizing them? Right? Are you giving them legitimacy? And then like listen to this part. Like this part, and I was explaining this earlier, but let me just play this part and give me your thoughts on this part here.
Is the U.S. open to a compromise if that means reaching a deal to avoid military action? And separately, if I may, how exactly do these negotiations advance President Trump's repeated pledges to help the Iranian protesters, many of whom are likely to see these nuclear talks as legitimizing the very government that violently massacred its own people?
So the reporter is asking him, how should Iranian people view the fact that President Trump, might be negotiating or speaking with the Islamic regime? Does this mean that President Trump is legitimizing them, right?
Well, let me first say just on the logistics. At the end, let me back up and say from a big picture perspective, I think it's pretty clear right now, President Trump is willing to talk to and meet with and engage with anyone in the world. I mean, that we don't view meetings as a concession. We don't view meetings as, even legitimization. It is our willingness to sit and listen and talk to anyone, any adversary, any ally, obviously, but anyone around the world. And so the president's always been open to that. He was.
Okay.
برای این خیلی نکته مهمه. میخوایم اون قبلی رو صحبت کنیم بعد اینم من بگم چون در موردش هم حرف دارم واقعا.
Okay, Bush. So, okay, let me share what Petito said earlier, and then he's going to give his thoughts on what Secretary of State Rubio said there. So Petito says, personally, I like Marco Rubio in terms of patriotism and the way he operates overall. I appreciate his style. I'm not sure whether that last statement was something he said himself or something I heard elsewhere. And then I confirmed, yes, that was something Marco Rubio said. He's referring to when Secretary Rubio says that he doesn't know of any other nation where, you know, the people are so fundamentally opposed to the government, right? And so that's where this is the second time Marco Rubio has said that, which is a very, very important statement. And then he continues, the most important point is drawing that boundary and stating it clearly and broadly. From a politician's perspective, that's crucial. No one should forget that these are politicians representing their own countries. If they go beyond that boundary, if they comment too deeply or intervene in ways that blur the line between a nation's people and its government, they risk undermining their own role and potentially acting against their own country's interests, which could also harm the people involved. So I feel that many of them are speaking very strategically and intelligently. They seem to understand that the victory of the Iranian people is becoming increasingly evident, and they are positioning themselves accordingly because, as I said earlier, they want their legacy attached to the winning side. They recognize which side is likely to prevail, and they want to stand with that side. There is confidence in that positioning. Standing with the Iranian people at this historical moment, in my view, will bring a good reputation for many in the next 50 or 100 years, just as standing on the wrong side could bring lasting disrepute. Okay, بفرما.
خب در مورد این پارت سوال خبرنگار در واقع بحث پوینت اصلیش لژیتیمایز کردن نظام در مورد صحبت کردن باهاش. من میخوام این پوینت هم اضافه بکنم که ما در واقع به عنوان مردم دنیا با یک نظامی حامی از شر و تروریست مواجه هستیم که بارها ثابت کرده که هیچ چیزی وقتی حیاتش در خطر قرار میگیره هیچ خط قرمزی براش وجود نداره. الان هم که دیگه علنا داره صحبت میکنه، میگه امارات رو میزنم، عربستان رو میزنم، نمیدونم هر جا آسمونش رو باز کنه میزنم. پس توی این بحث اصلا مناقشه وجود نداره. حالا وقتی طرف مقابل رو شما میخوای از ریشه ورداری و کاملا میخوای وجودش هم نابود بکنی، خب خیلی ابلهانه است که مستقیم بری بهش بگی آقا امشب ما میخوایم جنگ بکنیم و قرار من شما رو نابود بکنم. بهتره که همون ضرب المثلی که ما تو ادبیات فارسی داریم همش در باغ سبز به اینا نشون بدی و تا لحظه آخر خبردار نشن که شما کی میخوای اینا رو نابود بکنی و تنها روشش هم در واقع همینه. پس اینکه اگر آمریکا داره با جمهوری اسلامی مذاکره میکنه، فکر میکنم به غیر از حالا چندین دلیلی که داره خودشون دارن، مهمترین دلیلش اینه که جمهوری اسلامی همچنان فکر میکنه یک در دیگه‌ای براش وجود داره و همچنان بقاش میتونه ادامه پیدا کنه. تنها با این پوینته که میتونن از وحشیگری نظام جمهوری اسلامی که برای کل منطقه و زمین و زمان خطرناکه جلوگیری بکنن.
Just bringing it up for you guys. It's just translating right now. Okay. So Petito says, regarding that part of the journalist's question, so going back to the first part, the main issue is the idea of legitimizing the regime by engaging in dialogue with it. I want to add this point. As people of the world, we are dealing with a regime that supports evil and terrorism, one that has repeatedly proven that when its survival is at stake, it recognizes no red lines. Right now, it is openly threatening to strike the UAE, Saudi Arabia, or any country that opens its airspace. So in this discussion, there really is no ambiguity about the nature of the regime. When you intend to remove an opponent at the root and eliminate its existence entirely, it would be foolish to announce directly, tonight we are going to war and we intend to destroy you. In Persian, it's not literature. It's like in Persian sayings, like it's like a Persian idiom. We have an expression about showing the green garden gate, meaning you keep presenting hope or openness until the very last moment, so the other side does not fully realize when the decisive move will happen. That is essentially the method being used. Therefore, if the United States is engaging in negotiations with the Islamic Republic, beyond the various reasons they may have themselves, the most important reason may be this: to allow the regime to believe that another door is still open and that its survival is still possible. Only through that dynamic can they prevent the regime's potential escalation into extreme or reckless actions that could be dangerous for the entire region and beyond. Yeah. I absolutely agree with that 100%. And so I explained this video earlier today, Petito, and what I basically said here is I said, I don't know how much clearer Secretary Marco Rubio can get. He says that meeting/talking does not equal concession or legitimization, and he also refers to the Islamic regime as the adversary. And this is my interpretation of this, Petito. So talk or no talk, POTUS has already made up his mind, right? So whether or not talks happen or don't happen, my sense, my gut sense is that the Islamic regime has already, the United States has already made up its mind when it comes to the Islamic regime. And, Petito, like you were saying, all this like back and forth in terms of news and rumors and stuff like that, that is basically a tactic for the United States to keep the Islamic regime guessing. But I think for the rest of us, those of us who are on the winning side, we shouldn't be concerned by that. And so that's why, like, for me personally, I actually don't care if talks happen or not. Like, it's irrelevant to me. Like, talks are happening, cool. Talks are not happening, cool. The decision has been made. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen, right? And I think that's sort of what we're all just sort of waiting for at this point.
ببین یه موضوع بگم کلا بین خودمون. تمام تلاشی که جمهوری اسلامی به عنوان یک لشکر شکست خورده میتونه بکنه، آخرین دستاورد این لشکر شکست خورده اینه که بیاد بگه خب آمریکا بالاخره ما رو شکست داد. یعنی خیلی جمهوری اسلامی و خامنه‌ای شکست هم قبول کنه، دنبال اینه پروژکتش کنه رو آمریکا. برای همین الان همه چیز فوکوس رو آمریکا و ما در واقع به عنوان مردم خیلی واضح و تو د پوینت باید بگیم نه، ما دشمن اصلی نظام هستیم، ما نظام به پای در آوردیم. البته که آمریکا و کشورهای دیگه هم میخوان از شر شما خلاص بشن. کل صحبت‌های ما تو همین موضوع خلاصه میشه.
Okay. Just waiting for the translation. So, Petito is saying the broader point is this: in the end, the Islamic Republic, as a defeated army, will try to frame its defeat in a particular way. The last move of a defeated force is to claim America defeated us. In other words, the regime and Khamenei may accept defeat, but try to project it onto the United States. That's why everything becomes focused on America. We, as the people, must clearly and directly say, no, we are the regime's primary opponent. We are the ones who brought the system to its knees. Of course, America and other countries may also want to be rid of it, but the core of this movement comes from us. That is what our entire message comes down to. And that's a very important point, Petito, because, like you said, the United States is seeing the winning side, right? And even in his press conference, King Reza Pahlavi, he actually said that the Islamic regime is going to fall. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take. And so, of course, we look forward to assistance from the United States and possibly Israel in helping to accelerate that process in order to limit the number of casualties. But ultimately, the responsibility for regime change is up to the Iranian people. And, in the last the last 47 years, but more so the last 39 days since the revolution started, Iranians have made it very clear that the regime is illegitimate. It's an occupying force, and Iranians are basically looking for the opportunity to overthrow it. So, the United States is not affecting regime change. The United States is assisting the Iranian people in doing what the Iranian people already want to do, which is regime change. That's how I see it. And when you look at the history of revolutions, no revolution has been successful without external assistance, right? Even the American Revolution wouldn't have been successful without assistance from France, right? But no one says that the American Revolution happened because of France. No, France, assisted, but ultimately it was the Americans themselves and their self-determination, right? So it's a similar thing. Yeah, I see some people in the comments saying, yeah, even the Americans, yeah, French and Dutch, right? So and that's the thing, like it's about assistance, and we welcome assistance, but ultimately, I mean, no one says that the American Revolution was because of the French or the Dutch, right? Like it was you guys who fought for your freedom. But that external assistance was essential, and so it's basically the similar situation right now with Iran. So, all right, Petito, is there anything else that you wanted to add to that?
حقیقتا یه پارت آخرم داره صحبتم. میخوام یه پرده گشایی هم بکنم برای دوست. البته خب اکثرش هم میدونیم. ولی مسئله اینجاست که حالا که میرسیم به مردم ایران و مقابل نظام قرار دادن و داریم حجم قدرت‌ها رو با هم مقایسه میکنیم، باید در نظر داشته باشیم که اصلا جمهوری اسلامی، کل اون هیولای جمهوری اسلامی واقعا توی دنیای امروز از نظر عدد و ارقام چیز بزرگی نیست. یه اسباب بازیه، یه بچه کوچولوی مثلا وحشیه، مثلا بد تربیت شده است، یه همچین چیزیه توی این اسکیل. و باید با هم رو راست باشیم دیگه. دنیای منافع مشترکه. قدرت میخواد دست کسایی بیاد که بتونن با هم کار بکنن و منافع کل دنیا رو توی یه جهتی درست ببرن. و نکته اصلی هم اینجاست. شاید الان خامنه‌ای به عنوان مثلا اون آدم اخمو و آدم ناراحت و نظامش به عنوان ناراحت ها توی دنیا دیده بشن، ولی من میخوام بگم که اتفاقا الان ناراحت ترین آدم رو کره زمین رئیس جمهور چین جیپینگ و بعدش هم در واقع ولادیمیر پوتین رئیس جمهور روسیه است و پشتبندش هم حالا در حد این دوتا نیست، به عنوان کفششون آقای اردوغانه. این سه نفر دارن لبخند میزنن در روی صحنه، ولی اینا بیشتر از هر کسی در حال حاضر تهدید و بحران وجود دارن به خاطر از دست دادن مهره آشوب و جمهوری اسلامی اینجور حرفا. پس باید حواسمون باشه ما واقعا توی یک جنگ جهانی هستیم در حال حاضر.
Okay. He says, I want to add one final point and clarify something for friends, although most already know this. When we talk about the Iranian people standing against the regime and we compare the balance of power, we should keep in mind that the Islamic Republic, despite the image of being some massive monster, is not actually that significant in today's global scale in terms of numbers and real power. It's more like a small, unstable, even reckless player in a much larger system. We need to be honest with ourselves. The world today is about shared interests. Power tends to consolidate around actors who can cooperate and align global interests in a coordinated direction. The key point is this. While Khamenei may be portrayed as the angry or defiant figure on the world stage, I would argue that the most unsettled person right now is actually China's president, Xi Jinping. After him, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and following them, although not at the same level, is Turkey's President Erdogan. These three may appear composed and smiling publicly, but in reality, they are facing serious strategic concerns due to the potential loss of the Islamic Republic as a disruptive geopolitical asset. So we need to understand that we are operating within what increasingly resembles a global power struggle. And I agree, 100%. I agree with that analysis. Okay. Would you like to add anything else to that, Potipto, or?
No, I'm just fine.
Okay, thank you so much.
Listening.
Appreciate that. All right, so Potipto, let me see when. I think Armin's going to come back in about 15, 20 minutes, and then we're going to go to some more news. I'm just going to. Okay, people want me to play the President Trump dancing song, so I will play the President Trump dancing song for you guys. And then there's actually a few news articles or news videos from Fox News that have come out today that I would like to watch. So we can watch those together while I take a quick break to eat something. So okay, let me get the Fox News videos ready here. Okay. Here we go. Watch later. Okay. Yeah, there's a few Fox News videos that I wanted to share. Okay. All right, so here's the Trump video for you guys because I know you wanted the Trump video, the President Trump video. So that's the President Trump video. Now we're going to go to some news, okay? You know, I just have to say my there's something weird with my share screen today. One more time? Okay, one more time. That is a crossover that we didn't know we needed in our lives because that is pretty epic. Crossing over President Trump's YMCA victory dance with the that song. That's fantastic. I'll see if I can find a longer version of President Trump dancing his victory dance, and I'll see if I can add that music to it so that you guys can have like a longer version of it. Okay. All right, here's the first video that I wanted to share with you guys.
The Middle East after the U.S. shoots down an Iranian drone approaching an aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea. Just hours later, the Pentagon says Iranian armed boats threatened a U.S. tanker, but thankfully, U.S. air defenses were able to de-escalate the situation.
And all this comes just days before planned nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran. Lucas Tomlinson joins us live in Washington with all the details. Hi, Lucas.
Well, good early morning, Carly and Todd. It's the first air-to-air kill for the Navy's F-35C, launched from the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln and ordered to shoot down that Iranian drone flying too close to the strike group in the Arabian Sea. In the past, Iran has used drone footage of U.S. Navy ships for propaganda purposes. The incident took place, as you mentioned, hours after Iranian gunboats harassed a U.S. oil tanker transiting the Strait of Hormuz. pair of Vipers. U.S. Air Force F-16s, along with the guided missile destroyer USS McFall, escorted the tanker out of harm's way. Despite the incidents, President Trump says talks will continue with Iran.
They are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
Spokesman for the U.S. Military Central Command says an F-35 Charlie fighter jet from Abraham Lincoln shot down an Iranian drone in self-defense to protect the aircraft carrier and personnel on board. No American service members were harmed during the incident, and no U.S. equipment was damaged. Continued Iranian harassment and threats in international waters and airspace will not be tolerated. Now, some think the Iranians only want to focus on the nuclear issue and not discuss ballistic missiles or proxies. That's why Iran is now saying they only want to talk with the U.S. and not in Turkey, but Oman. Trump's former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo told an Israeli news outlet there's no chance for a deal with Iran. Carly, Todd?
All right, Lucas Tomlinson live for us in Washington. Lucas, thank you. Let's bring in former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray. Alex, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. So what do you make of this military move against the United States by Iran, and will this impact negotiations?
Well, thanks, Carly. I do think that the Iranians are doing their normal playbook, right, which is say they want to have negotiations, do everything possible to obfuscate and to avoid making real concessions. Like Lucas just said, they've already made clear they're not going to compromise on missiles. They're not going to compromise on terrorist proxies. The things that most concern our core U.S. interests in the region. I think what's clear is the Iranians are going to continue to be bad actors. The regime has very little interest in compromise. And President Trump has put the U.S. in a great position to give us leverage, whatever happens in the negotiations, to put forward our core interests in the region, which, like I said, Carly, are stopping the missile program, stopping the nuclear program, and keeping the proxies from reconstituting.
Yeah, so do you believe that if these negotiations go nowhere, that the only other course of action would be military action? And if so, what would the best course be to take?
So I think that the president, in my view, is likely going to have to do something military, but it doesn't necessarily mean regime change. You know, there's been no American president and really no American leader of the last generation who's been more ahead of his time on the dangers of regime change. But President Trump understands that the biggest tool an American president has is their credibility. And we have to maintain our credibility for deterrence, not just here, but globally. Everything we do everywhere is watched by China, by Russia, by others. So the president is going to have to make a decision soon about whether we're going to have to target Iranian energy platforms, Iranian naval vessels, Iranian IRGC targets. There's a lot he can do short of regime change that will keep his deterrence options and will show American credibility.
Yeah, but, you know, Alex, there are also reports that Iran is at its weakest position since the 1979 Iranian Revolution, and not just Iran itself, its proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. So there are those who look at that and think that there could be no better time than now for regime change. What do you think about that logic?
Look, I think that the Iranian regime is very weak. It's certainly weaker than a lot of our Obama administration friends certainly have been pushing for the last 15 years that Iran is some sort of global power. That's obviously nonsense. But the reality is the United States has other interests outside of getting involved in another complicated Middle Eastern regime change. And so I would say, you know, our biggest interests right now are maintaining stability in Asia, particularly with China, and our hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere. Think Greenland, think Panama, think Cuba, think narco trafficking, Venezuela, all the areas where the president has had such extraordinary success in just the last month. I think those are much larger American interests than getting involved in another significant regime change effort.
Understood. Well, it is a debate that we're having on TV, and certainly a lot of consideration to be made at the White House as well.
So there's first. Welcome back, Armin.
Hi.
How was your group
Good
discussion?
to be back. Oh my God, it was so good. It was so good. We got into a lot of detailed, nuanced discussion regarding the politics in the region. But I missed something important. Like Princess Pahlavi had a letter. You guys covered it, right?
We covered it.
Can you give me?
Actually, Petito actually came in, and
Oh my god,
Petito came in, and we spoke about it. So yeah, absolutely, we can definitely go to that. Well, why don't you bring it up on your screen, and then you can read over it, because I'm just in the middle of eating really quickly. And then and then when you're done sharing that, because I know you want to know what it's about, there's two other Fox News videos that I want to play as well that just came out today.
Also, did you at any point show the video that came out from Islamic Republic supporters showing that NIAC, they confirmed that NIAC is part of Islamic Republic? Okay.
I haven't shared any news like that. I only shared this video. There you go.
I love that.
I know.
That is so good.
They're taking President Trump's YMCA victory dance and putting that music on it. So there you go.
I wasn't expecting that. That's so good. Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with the post. You can share that, and then I'd like to go to the two other Fox News news clips, and then we can go to the other breaking news.
Oh, this is directed at the people in Iran.
Yeah.
So the last one was directed at us, Iranians outside of Iran. So now this one is as people inside Iran. Okay, good. This is significant. Well, I'm actually I was wondering what is the right message right now. Like we were waiting for this. Okay, good. So let's get an update. I mean, you guys already know, but I'm going to get an update. All right. So Princess Pahlavi says, to my brave compatriots in Iran, our magnificent national revolution, the Lion and Sun Revolution, is an unparalleled epic of solidarity, empathy, and national unity. Contrary to the efforts of the Islamic Republic and its accomplices to sow division and derail our movement, you have remained vigilant and patriotic, and with one voice throughout Iran. You have shouted that you are one great united nation under one flag. You have shown that regardless of which city or province we come from, which dialect or language we speak, what religion or beliefs we have or do not have. Okay, guys, we atheists are included. I feel included. You see, this is how you do inclusivity, because people always say, regardless of your religious beliefs, and then they move on. That's what people say. That's what people usually say. People, regardless of your religious beliefs, and then they move on. But not Prince Reza Pahlavi. He includes us as well with no religion. Oh my God, I feel seen. I feel included. Thank you so much. So, regardless what religions or beliefs we have or do not have, we are all Iranian and determined to reclaim our beloved homeland. And then he continues by saying, you have courageously taken to the streets across Iran. Let me emphasize, across all of Iran. Under hail of bullets, declaring what you do not want and crying out for what you do want. We want Pahlavi. So this is in reference to Return of Pahlavi, right?
Armin, I also have a feeling that he's also sort of indirectly calling out all of the lefties and Islamists and communists who are going in the media, and they're saying like, oh yeah, we want a revolution, but they're not talking about the alternative, right?
Yes. You're so on point. This is how exactly. This is not a revolution against just the Islamic Republic, and that's what the MEK and the leftists and some pretending reformers are actually trying to, make this whole revolution about. This is a revolution for something, not just against the Islamic Republic.
Yeah.
And guys, by the way, just remember when we say we want Pahlavi, but for Princess Pahlavi, when we say we want Pahlavi for him, that translates to wanting four things: secularism, democracy, or basically the right to self-determination, border integrity, and equal individual rights. These are the four things that when we say we want Pahlavi, we're basically are saying we want these four things, right? So then he continues by saying, your bravery has shaken the foundations of this occupying regime. Your voice has awakened the world. Your sacrifice and devotion will not be in vain. Iran will be free. Okay, so guys, in Pahlavi we trust. So in Pahlavi we trust when our commander, when our prince, when our king tells us that Iran will be free, we believe him. We believe him. And then he continues by saying, and to all those who wish to join us on this path, I say, hear the voice of Iran. Guys, this is you, right? You know how Goldie sometimes says, guys, he's talking to you. I think this is one of those cases, right? Because from here to here, it was to the Iranians inside Iran. And then when he says, and to all those who wish to join us on this path, this is not just Iranians. This is anybody who wants to join us. I say, hear the voice of Iran's great and united nation. So yeah, guys, this is to non-Iranians. So Prince Reza Pahlavi is talking to you. Say, hear the voice of Iran's great and united nation. The Lion and Sun Revolution welcomes all who accept these 4 principles. Oh, this is the 4 principles that I was just talking about. Preserving Iran's territorial integrity, individual freedoms, and the equality of all citizens before the law. Guys, this is the equality that we want. Not the commie or woke equality. We want equality of citizens before the law. Okay, so remember, guys, classical liberal values are about equal opportunities. Commies and woke people, they want equal outcome. So equality before the law is the subcategory of equal opportunity. So the proper equality to ask for is equal opportunity, not equal outcome. So this is in line with classical liberal values, okay? Not the leftist values, right? So equality of all citizens before the law, a secular democracy based on the separations of religion and state. So guys, when he says secular democracy, he's merging 2 of the 4 principles with each other, right? So democracy, as Goldie mentions, democracy is basically the same as the right to self-determination and secularism. So these are 4 principles, and secular democracy is combining the democracy part and the secular part, right? A secular democracy based on the separation of religion and state, and the people's right to freely choose their form of government, which is basically the same as the democracy, right? So actually, he mentioned democracy twice, which is great. Yeah, because secular democracy and also freely choosing the form of government. And then it says, once more, I honor with respect, sorrow, and deep anger the everlasting memory of our brave fallen women and men who gave their lives for our homeland. Let their loved ones be assured that the prosecution and punishment of those who ordered and carried out this massacre and the realization of justice are certain. Today, as we stand more united than ever and closer to freedom and democracy, I pledge to safeguard your trust and our unity with all. I pledge to safeguard your trust and our unity with all I have. Together, we will reclaim and rebuild Iran. Iran پس میگیریم. Long live Iran. Reza Pahlavi. Signed, Reza Pahlavi. That was, guys, this was so much needed. We needed this encouragement right now. Like, I think this was really proper timing. Goldie, what did you and Patipto take out of this? What were some of the points that you took out?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what you said. And, the fact that it's not just about what people don't want, but it's about what people want. And I think that's pretty much become the dividing factor here, because there are people who are claiming that they support the Islamic regime, or sorry, they support the Iranian people, but they're not actually saying what Iranian people want. So I think this was great. Of course, he's giving hope. This is a message of hope to the Iranian people, letting them know that, the revolution is still on, it's still happening, and help is on the way, and Iran's going to be free sooner rather than later. So I think given all the sort of everything that's going on in terms of like the talks or like, all the noise in the background. Hopefully this will go a long way to reminding Iranians as to, what we're fighting for, and to just, trust in our leader, King Reza Pahlavi, because he has a plan. And, when we follow him, we'll get to victory.
Yeah. And his confidence gives me a lot of hope, by the way, because he knows things that we don't.
Mhm.
So the fact that he has this much confidence that we're going to be victorious, it really gives me so much hope.
I want to share something with you that just came out, actually.
Okay.
Look at this. This is really interesting.
And it's not just them, because if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, you know who gets a nuclear weapon like the next day? The Saudi Arabians, and then somebody else in the Gulf Arab state. And so you have nuclear proliferation on a global scale. The biggest threat to security in the world is a lot of people having nuclear weapons. So what the president has said is Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. We're going to work with China and Russia and any country, whether they're friend or whether we're a little more competitive, to try to draw down the amount of nuclear weapons that exist in the world. I think that's the most important thing you could do for peace and stability. And it's not just them, because if
right, so this is important. So he's like saying if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, of course he means the Islamic regime, then Saudi Arabia gets one, and then all the others get one, and the United States, like the Americans, do not want that to happen, right?
This is very significant, guys, because JD is more popular among the isolationist wing of MAGA. So he seems to be slightly making the case for why some sort of interventions are needed. And this is in line with keeping peace and not more war. So when JD, like when Marco Rubio comes and says things that we like, that is, he doesn't have the ear of the isolationist part of MAGA. He doesn't have that. They don't like him. But when JD Vance has that, this is going to be influential on certain people that don't even listen to people like us or people like Lindsey, not Lohan Graham, Lindsey Graham and Marco Rubio. So this is like this is going to expand our reach to a whole bunch of other people. So this is significant.
I sent you that video. I resent it to you, the one with Islamic Regime State TV. Oh. Nufti put out a translated version with subtitles.
Ooh. All right, bringing it right up. Wow, I just went for 2 hours. So many things happened. Oh my God, this was amazing. Good job, Nufti. Guys, this is so significant that Nufti translated it to English for everyone to see. Okay, so Nufti, guys, by the way, please follow Nufti. So National Union for Democracy in Iran, otherwise known as NUFDI or Nufti. Please follow this account, because a lot of, if you guys are looking for, other than Prince Reza Pahlavi and Goldie, if you're looking for a place where, like, an account to follow to get the best information on what's happening in Iran, this is a really good account to follow, right? Oh, by the way, this is Prince Reza Pahlavi's team, right? So basically, Prince Reza Pahlavi account, Prince Reza Pahlavi's communication account, Goldie Ghamari, Nufti, the top 4 accounts you need to follow for being updated on revolutionary Iran. So Nufti is saying, from the horse's mouth. Okay, so guys, this is another example of Goldie is always right, because on this channel we have been telling you that NIAC is the regime's lobby in Washington. A lot of people won't believe us because it's illegal for the Islamic Republic to have any lobby in Washington. So how could NIAC be a lobby for the Islamic Republic in Washington? Well, they have their ways.
And then people also accuse us of being like conspiracy theorists or whatever. And we're like, no, this is the truth. This is the truth. So there you go.
Exactly. So the caption continues: Iranians in and out of the country have been saying it for years. Now senior regime analyst Fouad Izadi openly and acknowledges what everyone has known all along. So guys, read the translation here.
لابی درسته
مطابق سبک خودمون که سبک خودمون چی باید باشه من و شما میشینیم بعداً صحبت میکنیم. الان
به سبک خودمون
جلوی دور
به سبک خودمون تریتا پارسی بود دیگه آقای دکتر.
حالا بله نه خیر اینا داره برنامه ضبط میشه دیگه اون داستان دیگه است. تریتا پارسی چون مثلا شما ببینید این مشکل آقای روحانی بود. یک دقیقه من اقتصادیش آقای عبدالکریم
نه
ببینید آقای اشتباهی که آقای روحانی داشت اشتباه زیاد داشت. یکیش این بود اولین سفری که رفت آمریکا برگشت تو فرودگاه ویدیوش هست گفت ما لابی ایران میخوایم لابی ایرانی میخوایم. آقای روحانی گفتش که برگشت از آمریکا گفت ما لابی ایرانی میخوایم. مشکلش چی بود؟ اون یش زیادی بود. بعد میگفت ما لابی ایران میخوایم. لابی ایران میخوایم. چون زمانی که شما ایرانی باشی تو آمریکا تحت فشار هستی، متهم هستی، بعد باید بیشتر به او سرویس بدی تا به ایران سرویس بدی.
اون لابی که گفتید رو خیلی خلاصه در حد 30 ثانیه میگم. ببینید اعراب لابیشون آدم محوره، میرن با کوشنر میبندن. اسرائیلیا لابیشون ساختار داره، نظام داره، پول داره، بودجه داره، آیپک داره، سیپک داره. این اسرائیلیا عرب اون شکل میرن. واسه ایران اینها مقدور نیست. واسه ایران این اجازه رو نمیدن. نمیشه لابی شما رفتید ساختید اونجا نایاک رو آبرو و شرف ایران و ایرانی رو بردن اونجا. اصلا آبروریزی اونم که شد برجام شکست خورد. والا به خدا نسخه‌ای که میپیچید خیلی ضعیفه و جواب نمیده.
Oh my god, they said the quiet out part loud. The quiet part. They said everything.
I was waiting for you to watch that video. I didn't think it would be that bad. Oh my gosh.
And he's like, dude, it's being recorded. So don't say that right. He said it's being recorded while you're doing it. And he said it again. Oh my god.
We told you JCPOA, anyone who pushes the JCPOA is part of the Islamic regime, right? The JCPOA was the way it was for the Islamic Republic to try and remain in power. And President I shouldn't call him president, like Obama was a big advocate of the JCPOA, right? Like NIAC was all over the Obama administration.
Oh my god, we've been called conspiracy theories for years. We were
Do you remember
called
when
conspiracy theories.
They also tried to sue that American Iranian, remember? Like NIAC tried to sue an Iranian American for calling them the Islamic regime lobby. And then, NIAC tried to sue them for defamation in court, but it didn't work. The judge said that based on all the evidence, it's not unlikely for NIAC to be part of the Islamic regime.
Wow. Can we watch it again?
Yes. Like I think we need to watch it 2 times. Wait. People are asking for the link. Let me just
Yep.
I'll post the link in the chat. I also just reposted it on my X as well. So there you go.
I thought they gave the game away when they mentioned Trita. Guys, for people who don't know, Trita Parsi is the founder of NIAC, which basically created NIAC by the order of Javad Zarif and Rouhani, right? So this was a plan by the reformers within the Islamic Republic, and Trita Parsi created. By the way, guys, Trita Parsi is the person who would get invited everywhere for analysis on Iran all the effing time. And the American leftists love him because he's anti-Republican, he's pro-JCPOA, he supports the mullahs in the most indirect, sneaky ways. And for years, guys, every time I was listening to a podcast, a YouTube video, when they say, we have an Iran expert, it was either Trita Parsi or someone else from NIAC. I'm like, what the hell? You guys are basically invited to the Islamic Republic. So, and his book, oh my God, Trita Parsi's book on the JCPOA and everything was the Quran for the leftists on everything Iran related. Every time a leftist in America was giving an opinion regarding Iran, they would reference to Trita Parsi's book. Now we know that this was the Islamic Republic itself, as admitted by the regime officials themselves. So this is how you see all of these leftists when they get their opinions from the Islamic Republic itself, now you know. And now you know. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's continue. Let's watch this more time. Sorry, I shouldn't steal that from you. That's gold.
No, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I'm just about to troll. I'm just about to troll Trita Parsi. I'm like, hi T Parsi. Seems like your Islamic regime sugar daddies finally threw you under the bus. I'm coming after you next, terrorist. Smiley face.
Unbelievable. That's great. Wait, can you post that as well? We could retweet it. Post that in the chat. Okay, so let's watch this again. Oh my God, guys, we have been vindicated. Oh, it's so good.
This is so good.
لابی درسته مطابق سبک خودمون که سبک خودمون چی باید باشه من شما میشینیم بعداً صحبت میکنیم الان
به سبک خودمون
جلوی دور
به سبک خودمون تریتا پارسی بود دیگه دکتر.
Wait, do you want me to read it for people who are not looking at the screen?
Sure.
Or sure. Yeah, okay. So it's saying on a political discussion program, Fouad Izzadi, the lead U.S. political analysis for the Islamic Republic's state broadcaster, discusses the regime lobbying networks in the United States with graduate level security study students.
لابی درسته
So he's saying we do have lobbies, but done in our own way. So lobbies in United States, which should be legal. But our way should be discussed off the record, not in front of the camera.
من شما میشینیم بعداً صحبت میکنیم الان
به سبک خودمون به سبک خودمون تریتا.
This is the key part. Our way was Trita Parsi, right?
پارسی بود دیگه دکتر.
حالا بله.
Anyways, yes. Yes. No. Anyways, yes. No. This is being recorded. Person said yes. It's like حالا بله. نه.
حالا بله. نه خیر. اینا داره برنامه ضبط میشه.
This is being recorded. It's like anyways, yes. I mean, no. This is being recorded. Okay. So this is being recorded means yes. Means like we shouldn't be saying this on camera. Oh my God. Okay, so and then he says that's a whole other story. Trita Parsi, look, this was the problem with Mr. Rouhani. So again, this is a confirmation that Trita Parsi was part of the Rouhani government. Rouhani was president. That was part of his administration's plan.
این مشکل آقای روحانی بود. یک دقیقه.
So you have 1 minute remaining. I leave the economic discussion to Mr. Abdul Karimi. By the way, this Abdul Karimi, he has no economic understanding. This guy is stupid. I don't know why they're referring to him. We've watched so many of his debates. This guy is like.
من اقتصادیش آقای عبدال کریمی. نه ببینید آیه
saying actually that's better. One of many problems with Mr. Rouhani was
اشتباهی که آقای روحانی داشت اشتباه زیاد داشت یکیش این بود
after Rouhani, the former president, reformers president, is saying after he came back to Iran from his first trip to the US, he was recorded at the airport saying
اولین سفری که رفت آمریکا برگشت تو فرودگاه ویدیوش هست گفت ما لابی ایران
we need an Iranian lobby.
لابی ایرانی میخوایم آقای روحانی گفت
When Mr. Rouhani came back from the US, he said, we need an Iranian lobby.
برگشت از آمریکا گفت ما لابی ایرانی میخوایم. مشکلش چی بود؟
Do you see the problem here?
اون یش زیادی. بعد میگفت لابی
He should have said we need a lobby for Iran.
ایران میخوایم. لابی ایران میخوایم. چون زمانی که شما
His statements bring suspicion on Iranians in the United States.
ایرانی باشه.
So I think what he's suggesting is that the lobby should have not been Iranian people, because if they were Iranian people, it would have bring so he's saying that he's not against Rouhani for creating a lobby. He thinks that we needed a lobby for the Islamic Republic, maybe of people who are not Iranian, so it wouldn't bring suspicion to the lobby. So he's saying that was the mistake of Rouhani.
تو آمریکا تحت فشار.
So they are seen as suspicious.
هستی متهم هستی.
Yeah, so he's saying you're under pressure, you're seen as suspicious. When these lobbies are identified, the regime then needs to serve them more than they serve the regime. So he's saying, like, basically these people, these Iranians who are the lobbies inside the United States, then we have to basically constantly, they're become a hassle for us. We have to keep, like, we have to serve them more than they're serving us.
اون لابی که گفتید رو
So he's saying the lobby you mentioned earlier,
خیلی خلاصه در
I will discuss it very briefly for 30
حد 30
seconds.
ثانیه میگم. ببینید عرب
Looks, Arab have person-centered lobbying networks.
لابیشون آدم محوره، میرن با
They make deals with Jared Kushner.
کوشنر میبندن. اسرائیل لابی
Israelis have structured lobbies.
شون ساختار داره، نظام داره.
Their lobbies have structure, money, and financing like AIPAC. By the way, this is wrong. AIPAC is an American lobby by American Jews. It's not Israeli.
پول داره، بودجه داره، آیپک داره، سیپک داره. این اسرائیلیا.
So they have IPAC, they have CPAC. They think CPAC is Israeli. Okay, fine. Okay, so they have IPAC, they have CPAC. These are Israelis and Arab deals.
عرب اون شکل میاد. واسه ایران اینها
These kind of lobbies are impossible for Iran.
مقدور نیست. واسه ایران این
For Iran, the US don't allow these lobbies to be created.
اجازه رو نمیدن، نمیشه. لابی شما
You made a lobby there called NIAC. You made a lobby there called NIAC. Oh my God. You made a lobby there called, guys, this means NIAC is illegal. This is a violation of American laws. Like, if you do not shut down NIAC in America tomorrow, what are you doing? The regime officials are admitting that the Islamic Republic is not allowed to have lobbies inside the United States. So you made a lobby there called NIAC, which dishonored Iran and Iranians.
شرف ایران و ایرانی رو بردن اونجا.
You know, the reason why they're saying that is because these are hardliners who disagree with the JCPOA. So they didn't like that the reformers did a nuclear deal with United States. So they are anti-reformers, right? And they're saying that's why they're saying that the deal, the JCPOA, was shameful for the Islamic Republic. So that's why they're saying they dishonored Iran and Iranians. It was shameful. It resulted in, yeah, here to go. It resulted in the JCPOA, which also failed. What you suggest is very weak and doesn't end in tangible results. I'm actually surprised that these people are talking about lobby. Like, you're about to get blown to pieces. You're thinking about how to create lobby groups now in Washington. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what the hell?
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy. Why are they saying it out loud? Like, if you're planning on creating a different lobby of non-Iranians for the Islamic Republic in Washington, D.C., maybe don't record it. Maybe don't put it out there for the world to see. Like, okay.
I wonder how this came about. Like, I'm wondering if, I mean, I don't know if this was like a live show or something. So I'm wondering if someone just took that unedited clip and leaked an unedited clip, right? Because we know there's a lot of people within the Islamic regime apparatus who have defected and they're working behind the scenes, right? So this very well could have been someone on the inside taking this clip and releasing it, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I think how embarrassing it is for the Americans who allowed NIAC, because they're saying NIAC was not sneaky enough, you know? And even though they admit, guys, for the Durka people, NIAC was too obvious. Yet American leftists didn't see it. They're like, we should have used a lobby that was not this obvious. And yet the Durka people think it was obvious, but for the leftist Americans, it was not obvious. They're trying to find a more sneaky lobby group that is not even made out of Iranians. Bahba, it's no longer a conspiracy theory. They set it out of their own mouth. You know what NIAC would say? I know what NIAC would say. NIAC would say, I know, guys, before they say it, if they say this, come back here and say, like, Armin, you read their minds. they're gonna say that these are the hardliners who are against us. They deliberately made this video because they're more in line with the reformers of the Islamic Republic. So they're going to say that this was an attempt by the hardliners to discredit us, and they made this fake video and released it. That's what NIAC is going to say. If they say that, come here and tell me, like, Armin, how did you read their minds? Okay, that's what they're going to say.
This is my message to Trita Parsi. I'm like, seems like your Islamic regime sugar daddies finally threw you under the bus like the used Kleenex that you are. I'm coming after you next, terrorist.
Perfect. Knockout. That's amazing.
What's he gonna do? Accuse me of? Is he gonna accuse me of defamation?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my god.
But I mean, guys, remember, and you know what this ties into? Remember that Instagram post where NIAC and CARE are collaborating?
Oh yes. I remember that. I shared it here. Yeah.
Yeah, and Armin, you shared that. You shared the fact that NIAC and CARE are collaborating, and then this was like last week or something, and then we basically explained like NIAC is like the Islamic jihadi version of CARE, right? So they're both the same thing, and so they're collaborating. By the way, the equivalent version of those groups, those organizations in Canada, they also collaborate together. So the Canadian version of NIAC and the Canadian version of CARE collaborate together on a lot of like jihadi terrorist stuff.
Yeah, these are. I mean, I don't know what other information you need after all of this. Honestly, it's I don't know, Goldie. Why have they not shut down NIAC? Like, what else do we need? What else do we need to show?
I don't know, but Americans, this is on you guys. Americans, you have all the info you need. You need to like reach out to your reps, reach out to your Congress people and ask them, you know, why these people are being allowed to operate, where their funding comes from. Like they're literally promoting terrorism and jihad in your country. So there you go.
Yeah.
Someone's asking me about the equivalent to NIAC in the UK. I actually don't know. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm sure if you ask maybe like Mahir Tusi or Orbani NIAC, like people in the UK might know what the equivalent is there. So there you go. Wow. All right, Armin, over to you.
Okay, I have a couple of updates. Let me remove this. So, this woman is about to be executed apparently.
Oh no!
So we need to bring attention to her. So Malika Azizi was part of the people who participated in the revolution January 8th in Rasht. She was arrested. Okay, so apparently when she was according to her family, when she was in her hearing with the judge, she told the judge that so much blood has been spilled. How do you expect me to be quiet? It's not important to me if you kill me. So she was daring the judge to kill her because she said, I'm not going to be quiet. Apparently her family has abandoned her. So her family is not fighting for her. So that's why we need more people to fight for her, because her family is not fighting for her. They have abandoned her. So Iranian people are saying that given that her family is not fighting for her, we should be fighting for her. So they're asking us to share this.
Send me her info on WhatsApp afterwards, and I'll make a post about it on X and on Instagram.
Okay.
That's so sad.
Also, again, guys, just remember that this is what we're Okay, so another report I got from let me see, Susanna sent me this. Yeah, let me go down here. So this is information. I actually have to download this for Instagram because Instagram has a really bad user interface when it comes to sharing videos. So just give me 1 second, please, guys. Oh no, what's happening? Just give me 1 second. Instagram download video here. So there was a 17-year-old girl who was arrested, and from inside, apparently from inside the jail, she gave a message to her brother to go read for the people outside, and this has already been translated. So, Goldie, are you here? So, do you guys want me to read this, or do you want to read the translation on the screen?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm listening.
So, okay. So, guys, this is a brother of a 17-year-old who's been arrested. Do you want me to read the message that he's reading, or do you want to read the translation from the screen yourself? Let me know. Someone's saying, please read. Someone's saying subtitles are fine. So we're getting two conflicting messages. Anyone else? We can read. Somebody's saying yes. I don't know which one you said yes to. Okay, so you can read yourself. Somebody's saying, read, please. Yes, please. I don't know. I'm getting conflicting votes. So we'll get Goldie to decide. Goldie, should I read
how long is the video?
It's 4 minutes.
Maybe read. Maybe pause and read so that people who are driving can also follow along.
Okay. So he's saying, I am the brother of a 17-year-old girl who lives inside Iran, who was arrested in the recent uprising and was held for 10 days. So this is her message. So he now is going to read her message. First of being arrested, men in private clothing took us. Private clothing mean basically plain clothes, like not in uniform. Took us to a non-military base. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I missed this part. To a non-military base. I mean, it wasn't a regular jail or detention center. It was more like an old house. In groups of 10 to 50 they would fit us inside small rooms. And many were wounded. But nobody was helping them. After a few hours, they came and executed those who were wounded by shooting them. On the second day, we were moved to a detention center by a van. Then they got our names and called us to go to a room to a woman who was the torturer or interrogator, but with blindfolds on. I couldn't see anything. They brought me into the room and made me sit on the floor where the woman was sitting on a chair. Told me, I am your God and I have your life in my hands. She took all my information and checked my phone. She looked through my personal photos and told me to explain each one. She would kick me. She would kick me hard in the face with her boot heel. When it was over,
I just want to say, guys, so you know, like when we tell you that the women are even more evil than the men, like we're not exaggerating. The women are even more evil than the men. So when you see like those women in those big halls with like Khamenei or whatever, like yeah, exterminate all the women too, because the women are even more savage and evil and ruthless than the men who are part of the Islamic regime.
So it says, when it was over, they took me back to the cell. This kept repeating. The girls would go for interrogation and come back beaten and torn apart. By the fourth day, I was hungry and thirsty. They were giving us little food or water. Around noon, they called me again and took me back to that woman's room. This time they finally removed my blindfold and I could see her. And that I had to keep my head down. And that I had to keep my eyes and head down. They made me sit at her feet. She put a paper in front of me and said, write whatever I tell you. Write that you are a Mossad agent, took money from Israel to do these things. I said, that's not true. So the girl said, that's not true. I won't write it. She's okay. And she started to. She started beating me. Then she blindfolded me again and said, take off your clothes and lie on the floor. She said, you belong to the guards now. So she said, okay, so what he actually said is that you're halal to the guards. So you're halal to the guards. So guys, when food is halal in Islam, it means you could eat it. When she says you're halal to the guards, means that the guards can rape you. That's what you are halal to the guards mean.
Well, that's also because in the book, it does say that Muslims are able to rape non-Muslim women. So when she says you're halal to the guards, she's basically confirming that we don't see you as a Muslim, and therefore it's okay for the guards to rape you because you're not one of us. And sexual torture and sexual violence is a prominent part of the Islamic regime. It's been there for the last 47 years.
Yeah. So saying you are halal to the guards now, and they should get rewarded. The guards should get rewarded. They're going to come and rape you. And I could hear the sound of the cell phone taking pictures of me. So she was naked on the floor, and they were taking pictures of her with their phones. The brother is having a hard time reading it because he's talking about her sister. So she says, I was crying and begging. On day 5, they cut out food and water and didn't give us anything. They took me to her again. Same situation as always. But this time there was a noose in the corner of the room. She said, either you write and sign or you'll be executed right here. I was begging and crying. In the middle of my pleas, they blindfolded me again. They took me put the rope around my neck. They suffocate me. They put something like socks and stuffed it into my mouth. They had the rope cut out at the top, so she didn't know that she wouldn't get hanged because they had the rope cut out at the top. They were just trying to make her feel like she's gonna die. They kicked the support out from under my feet and I fell. So what they do is they put the noose around your neck and you think that this is it, you're going to die. But when they kick the support from under your feet, because the rope is not tied, you fall on the ground. But you just go through the experience of being executed. You know, they could do that multiple times. So you're saying, so I can feel, wait, what was it before it? They kicked the support out from under my feet and I fell. So I can feel what getting hanged can feel like. So basically they made you feel like you're being executed. I can't explain more than this. I am not feeling too well. To be honest, in these past few years of working, I managed to buy. So this needs some explanation. She's trying to tell her story and she needs money. Guys, for people who don't understand, it's very expensive to get messages outside from Iran. The cost of VPN and other ways to get connected is high for some people. So, but she's trying to get her message out. So she's saying, to be honest, in these past few years of working, I managed to buy a relatively worn out car. If it helps cover my any cost like internet access and VPN, I could basically sell the car so that I could get my message out so that the world can know what is happening to the detainees inside. So now he's talking. Now the brother is talking. That was his sister's message. Now he's saying, I said all this so we can keep in mind those like my sister are still inside and suffering. We're asking the world to help, to rescue these prisoners before it is too late. So with that, I also want to add that last report by Iran International is that they're holding 50,000.
He also ended with Javid Shah.
Oh my God, Goldia, thank you. I missed that part. Oh my God, that was the most important part. Thank you, Goldie. Oh my God, Goldie, thank you. My God, sorry for missing that part.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's really emotional. Okay. Can you send me that video so I can share that as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
The video or the link to the original post?
Whichever one. The link is fine because I can just I can get the info I need from that myself if that's the case. Okay. And then you sent me the info for Melika, but you didn't send me her photo. So if you can send me Melika's photo as well.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I know there's a lot going on. And yes, guys, I see your message. 2C's going live in 30 minutes. So we're just gonna share whatever other news we have, and then we'll go to 2C in half an hour when he goes live. Oh my gosh, that's horrifying.
So yeah, and also according to Iran International, and the number is probably higher right now, the Islamic Republic is holding 50,000 prisoners, and we're almost sure that the number is higher, but let's just go with the 50,000 number for now. They're not just holding them, they're killing them as we're speaking. A lot of people are focusing only on the massacre that happened in the streets, and we're not getting enough attention to the massacre that is continuing to happen because it's happening behind closed doors. So the killings that happened in the streets, because there's so many videos of it and there's body bags that got international attention. But a lot of people don't know that the massacre is continuing behind closed doors, but it's happening in quiet and it's happening behind walls, and that's why it's not getting international attention. Let me see what else I have. Let me do a cleansing because I know that was difficult to watch. Let me show you something that is beautiful. You know how the Islamic Republic hates Islam, hates dogs. So Iran, but look at this. So Iranians, the dogs of the people who were
This is really sad.
Yeah. So these are the dogs of the people who were massacred, putting flowers on their tombstone.
آشنای من غریبم بی تو با خیابان ها من رفیقم بی تو بعد تو من دیگر عاشق نشدم تو رفتی دیگر ماینه خداحافظ بغض تو سینه خداحافظ گم شد در قلبت.
Yeah, so
oh man, that's tough. I sent you a funnier video actually.
Okay.
It's on WhatsApp. It's انگار داشتن نظری میدادن ولی کسی نظری قبول نکرد.
Oh really?
چون که همه دیگه از اسلام متنفرن.
Okay, good.
It's اتاق خبر من و تو. گزارش من و تو. ویدیو از گوهردشت. در حال بخش نظری اما کسی تحویل نمیگیر. So you can explain that if you want.
Yeah. So guys, so a lot of the religious gatherings that happen in Iran, a lot of times because not that many people, like a lot of people go there because the Islamic Republic is just giving out Nazri, which is basically food, but is is based on Islamic traditions. You go there and you get food, right? So many times the Islamic Republic would show us on TV like, oh my God, look how many people showed up for this religious ceremony. But we would also hear from our atheist friends inside Iran that, yeah, I was there. They were giving out free food, right? So atheist, anti-Islamic people would also show up there just because they were free food. But now the Iranian people hate this so much that even though they're giving out free food, they're still not showing up, even though free food Nazri is being offered for these religious ceremonies, because they know that this is regime propaganda to get people to join for the free food, so people feel like they're participating in the regime propaganda if they show up. So look, even for free food, people are not going there. So this is this is from today, like people. So this is a video in Gohardash. Yeah, usually there's like a huge crowd when they're giving out Nazri. Yep, this is. And guys, usually they give out qaimeh, which is so tasty. Oh, he's talking. Let's see. So he's saying that the Islamic Republic is handing out Nazri, which is basically food. But and this is a religious.
So they're what it is like, so they're basically handing out free food for like some Muslim religious holiday. And what Armin is trying to say is that usually, because it's free food, everyone will go get the free food, even like non-Muslims, right? Because hey, it's free food, it's delicious, whatever. Yeah. But now the Islamic regime is trying to give out free food, and literally no one's accepting it, right? Like no one wants the free food. No one wants anything to do with like Islam or the Islamic regime. So
yeah, so nobody is showing you.
I'm glad you like your t-shirt.
Wait, I'm on it. What is this?
You remember that image you sent me, the picture of us?
Oh, it's on a shirt?
Yeah, I turned it into a t-shirt.
Oh my god,
Like,
guys,
right
I want a
away.
shirt.
Okay, I'll send you one. I'll send you a t-shirt. I actually have to order one for myself as well. Thank you for the reminder. But so you know what? If you don't mind, Tora Arnovic, if you can, take a photo of the t-shirt and email it to us so that we can see what the t-shirt looks like. I'd love to see what it looks like. So there we go.
Guys, I'm on a shirt. I made it. I can retire now. People are wearing me. Amazing. Okay. Let me see. So I showed that. I already showed that one. Oh, this is weird. This mullah posted this bizarre attempt at making fun of the dead people. And it's just like, I don't even understand his joke. So this mullah posted this, Sheikh Mujtaba, said, دیروز با شیخ فرهاد فتی داشتیم ساندویچ میخوردیم یهو یه چیز صفر رفت زیر دندونم شیخ فرهاد با همون روحیه طنز همیشگی گفت چیزی نیست احتمالاً استخون یکی از عزیزان جاویدنامه. So they're trying to make fun of like the numbers that we're giving for the number of people who died. So he's saying like, oh, I was eating a sandwich and there was another mullah with me, like another mullah he's naming. And then when I was eating something, there was something hard in the food that I couldn't, like that was painful to chew or like hard. And the other mullah said like, oh, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Is the bones of one of the people who say they died in the streets. Like one of the, like, I don't know what, like he's trying to ridicule the people who are saying so many people died in the streets by saying like, oh, some of their bones made it into my sandwich. But I don't know how that is because he's also saying this other mullah who's like really good at humor made this joke. Like, I don't know how is that funny.
Cannibal joke. Honestly, guys, like these mullahs and their ideology, like they're just so savage. They're so disgusting. Like everything about them is disgusting. Like from his appearance, like guys, I can smell him. I can smell his disgusting scent from here, right? Like these people are so disgusting and so vile. So, on a lighter note, we have another super chat from Penelope. I love my hoodie, the drawings of Goldie and Armin. Can you send us an email? Take a photo of your hoodie, please, and email us the photo so we can you don't have to be in the photo if you don't want to, but I would just love to see what the hoodie looks like. So that's amazing.
Wow. This is amazing. I didn't know. This is great. Oh,
yeah, I made do you know which image I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, let me pull it up. You're gonna laugh at this. You're gonna laugh. Do you remember?
Oh no. Oh no. They made it into a shirt. Okay,
they did.
That's
a shirt and a hoodie.
Us.
Well, people. It wasn't me. Like people were like, I want a shirt and a hoodie. So I was like, okay. So I made that. So there you go.
Us.
That's us, and then God. That's like that's hopefully like the B-2 bomber bombing like the Islamic regime, right? So there you go. That's yeah. So that's what it is.
By the way, you got a giant super chat from Israel, by the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Where can you order the hoodie? You can order it from my merch store. So the link to my merch store is in the video description. So if you just go to the video description of this this live feed, you'll see the link there to that. Yeah. Okay, Tusi starting in 20 minutes.
Oh.
Is there anything else?
Tusi starts.
Yeah, you're gonna head out?
Oh. Yeah, when Tusi starts.
Well, yeah, no, that's fine. I figured because it's getting to that time of the day. But I just want to ask, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about or share?
It's okay. It's not. It's a little bit okay. So let me just do this one because I feel bad if I don't share these. Okay, I know. Sorry, guys. I know these are sad too. So Shiva Javid and Ali, so 18-year-olds, and her father Ali Javid. So father and daughter killed by the IRGC forces on January 8th in Mashhad during the nationwide crackdown that saw over 40,000 protesters massacred. So both of them, father and daughter, were among the people who were slaughtered. So I just feel like we should sometimes like say their names, and that's why I shared them. So Shiva Javid and Ali Javid were among the people who were massacred by the regime.
Yeah, it's very sad. I've also shared that video of the Islamic regime security force, like the anti-riot car that like runs over people. So that's also like I didn't share it on the live stream, but I'm saying I shared it on my X feed, right? I have a phone call from Manitoba, but it's really sad. I don't know if you want to translate that. It's basically
I can do that.
It's the father of a 21-year-old boy who's talking about how the regime shot straight into his heart.
Oh no. Okay.
So I don't know. It's super sad. It's super sad.
I think But guys, you in the chat, you want us to translate that? Let us know in the chat.
I can try to find some other things.
I just want to respond to somebody who said something, just saying like, okay, there's this. So I'm saying, Armin, your videos are helpful. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. I just wanted to respond to that. Guys, the only reason why thank you. Let me actually translate this. So this is 3 minutes. I haven't seen this, Goldie.
It's new.
It's new? Thank you for finding these for us.
Of course.
I think this would, yeah. All right, so guys, let's listen to this. Oh no. Okay, so the message says that so apparently this is a father whose son was murdered by the Islamic Republic, and the text here says from the father that my son's wish was to see the Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let's watch this.
اگه اجازه بدین بریم صحبت معین از اندیشه رو بشنویم. درود بر تو معین جان ریه.
So context again, guys, these are people who call into Manitoba. Manitoba is basically a show by Iranians outside of Iran based in the UK, and Iranians from inside Iran call into the show to give their narratives, their stories.
خط برنامه من تو پادکست هستی.
سلام علیکم.
درود بر شما.
So he's saying hi.
شما پدر جاویدنام معین هستید. درست.
So he's saying you're the father of Javidnam Moin. Javidnam, guys, means those whose name would live forever. So this is how we refer to our fallen, Javidnam. So you're the father of Javidnam Moin.
بله من
تماس گرفته بودم. بله.
تماس گرفته بودم.
در خدمت شما.
So he said, I wanted to say something about Moin, his son who was murdered. So he's saying my son was 21 years old. So he say just a few days after his birthday they took him from me. So Moin was a university student. So he mentions his field of study and the name of his university. So he's saying my son always basically made his own money. he never asked for money from me. He was working and making his own money.
آرایشگاه داشت با دوستش آرایشگری میکرد.
Oh, so apparently he had like a barber shop or a salon or something with his friend, and that's how he made his money while being a university student as well.
ورزشکار بود.
Oh, he was into sports. He was like athletic.
عاشق فوتبال بود. پارک و
He loved soccer and what?
ورزشکار بود. عاشق فوتبال بود. پارک و کار میکرد.
Oh, parkour. He was into soccer and parkour, I think. Yeah.
عاشق علی آقا کریمی بود.
Oh, he loved Ali Karimi, the soccer player. He loved Ali Karimi.
رفیعی بود. خیلی این دوتا رو دوست داشت. میگه اینا قشنگ صحبت میکنن.
Oh, he loved these people. He said that they speak very well.
حرف میزنن. خودش هم خیلی قشنگ صحبت میکرد.
He himself, his sons, spoke very eloquently.
بچه‌م مغازه رو تعطیل کرد. ساعت 8 بود که یه دفعه دیدم یه صدای تیر اومد. برادرش گفت بابا تیر جنگیه برم ببینم چه خبره که بعد دیدم.
So he's saying my son, he closed the store at 8 p.m. his salon or barber shop, and
بچه‌م مغازه رو تعطیل کرد. ساعت 8 بود که یه دفعه دیدم یه صدای تیر اومد.
Oh, so at 8 or 8:15 p.m. we heard a gunshot.
برادرش گفت بابا تیر جنگیه.
So his brother, his other son, said this is like military ammunition, like military, like it's a a bullet for like basically military bullets. So he said I'm going to go check what's happening.
چه خبره که بعد دیدم زنگ زد گفت بابا ما اینو زدن.
So then his other son called his dad and said that they shot Mo'in. So that's how he got the news that they shot his son.
مستقیم تو قلب بچه‌م زده بودن.
He said they shot directly into the heart of my son.
خونم آتیش زدن. این
So they burned my house.
جمهوری اسلامی 3 تا عضو خانواده منو گرفتن.
So the Islamic Republic has taken 3 members of my family.
پدرمو که جانباز بود.
My father, who was like a veteran, who was in the military.
پدر خانمم که شهید شد.
The father of my wife, who also died in war, became a martyr.
شهید جنگ تحمیلی بود. اینم بچه‌م.
And now my son.
من موندم جمهوری اسلامی فقط با خون سیر میشه.
You know, he says he believes that the Islamic Republic only gets satisfied with blood. It has a thirst for blood. The Islamic Republic needs to drink blood. Like this is why we're losing so many people, because it only gets satisfied with blood.
فقط با خون.
Only with blood.
ولی اینو میخوام بگم. زمانی که انقلاب شد تمام جوانای شاهنشاه بودن که رفتن انقلاب کردن. اونا بودن
but let me tell you this, when the revolution happened, it was all the young people of the Shahanshah, all the young people of the King of Kings, who went and did the revolution.
تمام جوانای شاهنشاه بودن که رفتن انقلاب کردن. اونا بودن رفتن انقلاب کردن.
The Shahanshah means King of Kings, and we refer to Prince Reza Pahlavi or Muhammad Reza Shah as King of Kings.
اسخای میکنن انقلاب را رفتن جنگیدن. سربازای شاهنشاه بودن رفتن تو جبهه.
So he's saying these were the soldiers. Oh, these were the soldiers of the Shahanshah, of the King of Kings, who went into the fight, to the army and fought.
که همه از بین رفتن. الان
Okay, I think what he's referring to is the Iran-Iraq war.
این بچه‌هایی که همه شهید شدن اینا سربازای همون رضا شاه فقیه‌اند.
No, he means no. What he's saying is that these kids, all these young people that were murdered, they all supported King Reza Pahlavi, and they were part of the army that he talks about.
He's saying 2 things. He's saying just like there's 2 things, 2 separate things. So let me actually listen to it again. So he's basically referring to 2 types of soldiers of شاهنشاه. So let's listen.
فقط با خون. ولی اینو میخوام بگم زمانی که انقلاب شد تمام جوانای شاهنشاه بودن که رفتن انقلاب کردن، اونا بودن رفتن انقلاب کردن، سربازای اسخای میکنن انقلاب را رفتن جنگ
انقلاب نه جنگ. Okay, so I'll explain what it means.
سربازای شاهنشاه بودن رفتن تو جبهه جنگیدن که همه از بین رفتن. الانم این بچه‌هایی که همه شهید شدن اینا سربازای همون رضا شاه فقیدن.
الان هم. Okay, so she's talking about two different instances. He's talking about the Iran-Iraq war and this current revolution that we're in. He's saying when we had the Iran-Iraq war, the people who went and died in that war, they were the soldiers of Reza Shah, right? So they didn't go die for the Islamic Republic in the Iran-Iraq war. They were defending the countries. They were not the soldiers of the Islamic Republic, even though the Islamic Republic was in power. They were the soldiers of the former king Reza Shah. And he's saying, just like them, these kids, these young people who are going and dying in this revolution, these are also the soldiers of Reza Shah. So he's saying both of them, just like there are people before them. So basically he's trying to say that the Islamic Republic cannot claim the martyrs of the Iran-Iraq war for themselves because they didn't die for the Islamic Republic. They died for, these were the soldiers of the former king. They were fighting for their country, just like these young people. So he's saying both of them.
اینو میخوام بگم بچه من فدای وطنش شد.
My son was sacrificed for his country, like sacrificed himself for his country.
و آرزوش این بود که یه روز شاهزاده رو ببینه.
Oh, and his dream was to one day see the Prince Reza Pahlavi.
و دوست دارم همیشه میگفت بابا این استادیوم آزادی زمانی درست میشه که شاهزاده بیاد.
Oh, like he was a soccer fan. So he said that the Azadi, guys, so this needs to require some context, right? So the Azadi Stadium in Iran was built by the Shah before the revolution. And ever since then, everybody complains about how the stadium is getting deteriorated and breaking apart and not functional. And the Islamic Republic is incapable of fixing it. So Mu'in, who was a soccer fan, he always told his father that the Azadi Stadium will become fixed when the Shah returns to Iran. That's when it will become fixed. So because he was so much into soccer, he also wanted like the Azadi Stadium to one day be fixed. And he says that's when it will be fixed, when the Shah comes to Iran.
میگفت بابا این استادیوم آزادی زمانی درست میشه که شاهزاده بیاد. همینطورم هست بهتون قول میدم.
And the father is saying this is true. My son is right. I promise you that this is true.
اگه حرف بچه من درست نبود.
Like I promise you, my son's words are correct. My son's words are correct.
آزادی زمانی درست میشه که شاهزاده بیاد تو ایران.
And the Azadi Stadium will one day be fixed when the prince comes to Iran. So he's like, guys, you might think like, why is he talking about the stadium? Because he's looking at it through his son's eye. His son was such a big soccer fan, and his political views was being mixed with his soccer fan. Like when the prince comes, he will fix the stadium, the Azadi Stadium. And the father is saying, like, you'll see. That's like now that his son is not around, he's telling the audience that you'll see one day my son is right. One day the Azadi Stadium will be fixed when the prince is back in Iran.
Sad stuff. Yeah.
That was heartbreaking.
It's tough.
Guys, we have guys, in 2 days, they created so many stories like this. Like these stories are stories that you hear once in a lifetime in like an epic story or a tragedy in a novel. But because of what happened on January 8th and January 9th, we have thousands of these stories created in just 10 hours. in just 10 hours, 5 hours on January 8th and 5 hours on January 9th. And they continue to make those stories right now. These tragic stories are continuing to be made as we're speaking with our prisoners. Yeah, somebody's saying vengeance will come.
Someone said, okay, so someone said, which email address did you use? Which email address? I don't see anything in my email inbox. I don't know. I don't see anything in my email inbox here. So I'm not sure. Oh, I just got it. Never mind. I just got it. Oh, okay, Armin. Okay. Let me share something with you. This'll cheer you up a little bit. Aw. This is great. Okay. Look at this. Paige just emailed me a picture of her hoodie.
Oh my God. That's so amazing.
There you
go.
go. That's awesome. That's awesome. I need to order one for myself.
Wow.
And it's got the flag of Iran on the side as well. So thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your support.
I should find the email of the person who made that art.
And we should yeah, let me know, because I'd love to send I'd love to just send a t-shirt and hoodie to them for free, because they're the ones
I don't know how to find it because I got thousands of emails and I don't even remember the subject of that email.
Oh no.
So if you're watching, can you resend me an email and tell me that, just reply to that email?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just think that's epic. They did a really good job. They did a really, really good job. So
somebody's saying search by date. Yeah, that's not going to help. On that day, I got hundreds of emails.
We'll find who the person is, and we'll definitely send them. More than happy to send them like a hoodie and t-shirt and all that. So oh, you got some compliments. Okay, but this is such a an inside, like this is a huge inside joke, right? So people probably look at that and they're like, what is going on here, right? Like unless you're tuned into Iran Revolution Live, right? Like it's super niche. Yeah, it's like super niche, right? Wow.
Oh,
I'm glad
I
you
see
guys like that.
Yeah. I see some of the regulars in my chat now. They moved to Goldie's chat. Guys, you abandoned me. They're like that. Why you guys left my chat? They're all on your chat. They're like my regulars.
Oh no.
All right.
Go back to Armin's. Go back to Armin's chat. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is, Armin?
Amir? Oh, what?
You know what it is, Armin? It's probably because I have my chat is subscribers only. So that limits a lot of the trolls. So I don't know. That could be it. Who knows?
But my chat is quieter. So if I make it subscriber only, then it will be just nothing happening. Yeah.
I know. I know. So.
Oh.
All right. Well, Tusi's starting in a few minutes. So Armin, I guess because your day starts much sooner than mine. What time do you start live streaming?
Well, hold on. I start like 3 hours before. I start a live stream 3 hours before I come on the show.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's long. So that means you've basically been live streaming for 10 hours now.
Yes, 9 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, 9.5. Because this has been going for 6.5 hours. So
because when I drop out, I don't go rest. I go to our discussion group. And then when I'm eating food, I'm not eating food. I'm inhaling food so I could jump back here. I just I snort my food so they could get it into me. Yeah. Oh.
Well, thank you so much, Shmuel. Happy birthday to you, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the birthday wish, for the kind wishes. Happy birthday. All right, Armin, do see starting soon. If you want to say some final words before you head out for the
Yes, just I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Love you guys, and again, guys, don't forget, Goldie is always right. Today was a huge confirmation of many things that Goldie has been preaching to us. So
We're both right. Huh? You're always like Armin. You've never been wrong either. We've both been right.
No, I doubted certain things that you were certain about, and it ended up that you were correct. Yeah. Oh, Amir is back. Amir is back in my chat. Amir came over to my. He felt bad. I made him feel guilty.
There you go.
He said, "Love you, Armin." Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, I won back Amir. Okay. Guys.
All right.
All right. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to Tutsi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tutsi, and surprise, surprise, the Islamic Republic have begged through the Arab countries, a number of Arab countries near the Persian Gulf, to get the United States to resume the talks after the chaos and ups and downs that we had over the last few hours. The United States are still skeptical about these talks, regardless of what could happen on Friday. The Israeli Defense Forces are having an emergency meeting tomorrow morning, and the IDF have now been put on high alert in preparations for potential preemptive attack by the IRGC in the coming hours or days or whenever. Now, if you did see our live stream, obviously a couple of hours ago, then you are aware that the talks collapsed temporarily because the Islamic Republic representatives walked away, mostly because the Americans are not moving away from their 4 strong demands and red lines. The Islamic Republic said, we only want to discuss nuclear, only in a limited way and indirectly, so not talking directly to Steve Witkoff, the US negotiator. Now, the talks are going to happen apparently on Friday, but it's still not the main talks because the Americans are not moving away from their red lines. So nothing is going to get done regardless. Let me give you guys the summary of what happened over the last 2 hours or so. So the plans for the talks, which were supposed to be in Turkey, then the IRGC asked to move them to Oman. That's now happened. Erdogan is a little bit upset because of that. Nobody cares if Erdogan is upset. The talks are now going to happen apparently again after several Arab countries lobbied President Trump over the last few hours to get back to the table. Now, the issue with this is that US officials are skeptical. One of them said from the White House, they asked us to keep the meeting and listen to what the Islamic Republic have to say. We have told the Arabs that we will do the meeting if they insist, but we are very skeptical. Another official from DC said that at least 9 countries from the region, so the Arab countries, passed on messages to the most senior levels of the Trump administration, and on a very high level in terms of the areas of diplomacy, strongly asking that the president doesn't cancel the meeting, considering that it wasn't President Trump who canceled the meeting for Friday, it was Abbas Araghchi and the Islamic Republic, and we're going to get back to Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But a second US official has also said that the administration agreed to take the meeting with the Islamic Republic just to be respectful of the request of the US allies, so the Persian Gulf Arab countries. Now, this is kind of fascinating because, again, this is sort of like the game of chicken, because neither side want to be seen that it was their fault that the talks collapsed. When the Islamic Republic walked away earlier, the whole blame went on to Tehran. So Khamenei didn't like it. He said, well, we can't let this happen because we just made ourselves a target. What did you do, Abbas Araghchi? This is why the foreign minister's response, after it was confirmed that apparently they will be meeting on Friday anyway, but again, the talks on Friday are meaningless. He said, nuclear talks, right? Not the overall talks or negotiation, just nuclear. Nuclear talks with the United States are scheduled to be held in Muscat on about 10 a.m. Friday. I'm grateful to our Omani brothers for making all necessary arrangements. If you read this carefully, he doesn't say the talks are back or being resumed. This sort of post could have been made this morning or last night or whenever, right? Because it just says the talks are scheduled Friday, basically implying as planned. Nothing has changed. Nothing really happened earlier. Everything is fine because they don't want to be seen that they were the ones who walked away. But the message from Tehran was via the Arab countries, and it was fascinating that the White House decided to leak that information and diplomatically betray the apparently 9 Persian Gulf Arab countries who begged the United States to talk. Now, I don't think there was any need to beg the White House because it wasn't the White House that walked away. It was Abbas Araghchi. The White House continued to say, we can talk, but we have 4 demands. Would you like to talk about that? Abbas Araghchi is not going to talk about any of that. And they're not going to be talking directly. So there is absolutely no point in even meeting on Friday. This is why the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps continue their threats regardless of whatever could happen on Friday. They said, we are now prepared to attack by launching up to 500 Khaybar ballistic missiles at Israel. The Khaybar missiles reportedly has apparently about 2,000 kilometers range, carries a 1.5-ton warhead, and it is believed to support multiple or split warhead as well. Now, because of that, the Israelis are not taking any chances, just in case, because they know that Friday might still not happen. But even if it happens, it's not going to get anywhere because you've got 2 different sides who want to talk about 2 different things. And not even directly. It's a waste of time. So, Prime Minister Netanyahu has now called for an emergency security cabinet meeting that will be held at this point in the next 6 hours. Yeah, 6-7 hours. And they will be discussing all potential possibilities and scenarios. The Israeli Defense Forces and Eyal Zamir have both warned the IRGC not to do anything stupid, but also they have prepared their troops on the ground for their defense capabilities to protect the state of Israel. Now, all eyes are currently on Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Forces because they could be the ones that could take the blame in a good way for any attack on the Islamic Republic, because they can say this is self-defense. The IRGC are threatening us. We are getting intel that they could be coming any moment because they know that their talks with the US is not going to get anywhere. So President Trump could just sit back, allow the Israelis to hit first, just like what happened during the 12-day war. Or perhaps we might see a different scenario where the US will basically, again, push and force Abbas Araghchi and the IRGC diplomats to the corner on Friday. And even after that, they will have no choice but to walk away. They will have no choice, the IRGC, to either hit the Americans and the Israelis, which is, again, a very stupid idea. I don't think they would. Or just basically start to threaten the United States. And then President Trump will have a legitimate reason to go in first. Over the last hour, Vice President J.D. Vance has been interviewed by Megyn Kelly, and he mentioned a couple of things about Iran. He's done his homework quite well, J.D. Vance. First, he said Iran is a weird country because the president is a puppet, is meaningless. It's the supreme leader who calls the shots. But we, as Americans, we don't even have direct access to the supreme leader. We can't pick up the phone to talk to him. Watch this.
By the way, Megan, one thing I would say about the Iranians, that is just really weird to me, and I don't understand their system, and I frankly think that it makes diplomacy with them extraordinarily difficult, is the person who makes the decisions in Iran is the supreme leader, okay? The president, our sense is, doesn't have a lot of juice, doesn't really matter. The foreign minister seems to talk to the supreme leader, and that's mainly the person that we've communicated with, but it's a very weird country to conduct diplomacy with when you can't even talk to the person who's in charge of the country. That makes all of this much more complicated. And it makes the whole situation much more absurd. Like, he can pick up the phone and call Putin. He can pick up the phone and call Xi. Even countries that we have very hostile relations with, he can pick up the phone, North Korea. He met the guy at the 38th parallel. It is bizarre that we can't just talk to the actual leadership of a country. It makes diplomacy very, very difficult.
But that is the whole point of the structure in Iran. The whole point is to have pseudo diplomacy, so that you have technically a president and a foreign minister, but you're not actually getting anything done when it comes to international diplomacy, because the supreme leader calls the shots. So they are not necessarily like North Korea. It's not close to the world, but it's basically North Korea, because the person in charge is not going to talk to anybody outside. J.D. Vance also said that President Trump continues to push for diplomacy, but military action is still an option if he ultimately chooses to use it.
It's so funny. Sometimes you have people who are saying, well, the president's too belligerent. And then sometimes you have people who say, well, the president, he's talking about diplomacy and he's talking about negotiating with the Iranians. We shouldn't negotiate. We should just bomb them. What the president's going to do is he's going to keep his options open. He's going to talk to everybody. He's going to try to accomplish what he can through non-military means. And if he feels like the military is the only option, then he's ultimately going to choose that option. I'm not, obviously, even if I knew what we were going to do, I would not tell you and your many millions of listeners.
The interesting thing is, he unintentionally basically explained the reason without saying it. You got the isolationists, and you got the warmongers, and you got the paranoid people. So there are different groups who usually attack Trump. One group thinks that President Trump is some sort of warmonger. The liberals think, oh, well, Trump's going to start World War III. And then you got the other people who say that President Trump is a full-on isolationist, right? But in reality, or should be a full-on isolationist. In reality, obviously, President Trump is not actually thinking about diplomacy because he knows nothing could get done with the Islamic Republic. But he has to do that. I mean, he doesn't have to, but this is the choice by the White House and the administration to be seen to be doing the right thing first, and then ultimately saying we had no other option. As opposed to, for example, Iraq in 2003, where it seemed like, well, we don't really care about the other options. We're just going to go bomb Saddam Hussein, right? So because of all that nonsense, the administration is playing this weird game of mind games and waiting, and nobody can guess. Because again, as I said, the isolationists are terrified, saying he's a warmonger, he's going to attack. Those who want President Trump to attack, they are paranoid, saying he's selling out, he's basically not going to attack. And then the other groups are also thinking, basically nobody can guess. You speak to different type of people, depending on how they see Trump, they're going to tell you completely different scenarios. That Trump is definitely going to attack, Trump is definitely not going to attack, he's going to sell out. And then each group think that they are 100% right. Each group think that they are the experts of what's going on in Trump's mind. Oh, I know definitely Trump is a chicken. Oh, I know definitely Trump is basically Hitler. Oh, I know definitely Trump is Xi Jinping at this point. I mean, nobody can guess until he decides to do it anyway, because we've seen different scenarios. But J.D. Vance also mentioned that if the Islamic Republic do get nuclear weapons, the problem with that is that the next day, who do you think is going to get nuclear weapons? Saudi Arabia. That's just going to make things even more complicated.
And it's not just them, because if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, you know who gets a nuclear weapon like the next day? The Saudi Arabians, and then somebody else in the Gulf Arab state. And so you have nuclear proliferation on a global scale. The biggest threat to security in the world is a lot of people having nuclear weapons. So what the president has said is Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. We're going to work with China and Russia and any country, whether they're friend or whether we're a little more competitive, to try to draw down the amount of nuclear weapons that exist in the world. I think that's the most important thing you could do for peace and stability.
I mean, that, to be fair, that is a good point about if the Islamic Republic do get nuclear, which they won't, because this is not really the main issue. This is just excuses. This is just distraction to say, yeah, let's talk about nuclear. It's not really a threat anymore, considering the spotlight. But hypothetically, if the IRGC get nuclear, obviously Saudi Arabia wants it to, UAE wants it to, and everybody wants it. So that's not going to happen regardless. But he did also mention, J.D. Vance, about the Iranian people taking control of their own country and having a normal government. Let's see what you have to say.
I mean, you tell me whether this is about nuclear weapons right now or not. But what we're seeing in Iran is these protests on the street, not as much anymore because they've been killing a lot of the protesters. But it's, should we go in there and help the protesters get rid of this regime, like get rid of the Ayatollah, which, let's face it, it's much different in Iran. The regime goes well beyond the Ayatollah. It's not like Venezuela where you take out Maduro. It's a lot more complex. Even if we got rid of the Ayatollah, there'd be a whole bunch of others just like him, part of the regime. And so the last thing most Americans want to hear is what we heard in Venezuela, which is now we're running Iran.
Yeah. The president is very aware of all this stuff, Megan, but I'll tell you, protests, counter regime. I mean, look, in a perfect world, would I love it if a bunch of freedom-loving Iranians, who, by the way, are amazing, they're brave people. If you know anything about the Persian people, they're like an incredible group of human beings. If they took over their own country and had a government that was much more friendly to the United States of America, would that be a good thing? Absolutely, that would be a good thing. But fundamentally, what the president has always been focused on, even with this most recent round of protests, you saw, I think his most recent truth, or at least one of the more recent communications he made about Iran, it's nuclear weapons base. We are still focused on this question of ensuring they don't get a nuclear weapon. And here's the good thing, because what happened last summer, I feel 100% confident that even if the Iranians were rushing towards a nuclear weapon, they couldn't get one during the Trump administration. Yeah. But we're not worried about the next 3 years. We're about the next 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have.
Again, he basically said it. By the way, they've sent him to just buy some time and just basically somebody has to answer some questions, right? And the administration don't want to tell you what the plan is anyway. And but somebody has to say something. So the president keeps repeating the same line. And J.D. Vance is obviously now saying this. Marco Rubio saying it in his way, which has been spot on, by the way, Marco Rubio. You have also this guy in the live chat saying 100% agree. Let the administration and military professionals manage this situation. Armchair generals should sit down and breathe. Hashtag go Team America. Whatever happens, the President Trump will do what is best for America. Now, that is a guarantee. No, he's not going to be betraying America and the Americans. And that is his job, to ensure that he's doing things in the interest of America. And of course, the Islamic Republic is the enemy of the United States. He's not going to allow the IRGC to continue to be a threat. That is a stupid thing to do. Having said that, we also have a statement from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the opposition, whose team are actually working really hard behind the scenes. There's going to be a massive, massive number of rallies on the 14th of February, 10 days from now, in, I think, LA, London, Toronto, and Munich. Now, we are planning to go to Munich. That's going to be huge. And that's going to be massively linked to the global movement in terms of the media attention. But beforehand, we have a statement from the Crown Prince, which I can now read. To my brave compatriots in Iran, our magnificent national revolution, the Lion and Sun Revolution, is an unparalleled epic of solidarity, empathy, and national unity. Contrary to the efforts of the Islamic Republic and its accomplices to sow division and derail our movement, you have remained vigilant and patriotic. And with one voice throughout Iran, you have shouted that you are one great united nation under one flag. You have shown that regardless of which city or province we come from, which dialect or language we speak, what religion or beliefs we have or do not have, we are all Iranian and determined to reclaim our beloved homeland. You have courageously taken to the streets across Iran. Let me crying out for what you do want. Your bravery has shaken the foundations of this occupying regime. Your voice has awakened the world. Your sacrifice and devotion will not be in vain. Iran will be free. And to all those who wish to join us on this path, I say, hear the voices, a voice of Iran's great and united nation. The Lion and Sun Revolution welcomes all who accept these 4 principles: preserving Iran's territorial integrity, individual freedoms, and the equality of all citizens before the law, a secular democracy based on the separation of religion and the state, and the people's right to freely choose their form of government. Once more, I honor with respect, sorrow, and deep anger the everlasting memory of our beloved and brave fallen women and men who gave their lives for our homeland. Let their loved ones be assured that the prosecution and punishment of those who ordered and carried out this massacre and the realization of justice are certain. Today, as we stand more united than ever and closer to freedom and democracy, I pledge to safeguard your trust and our unity with all I have. Together, we will reclaim and rebuild Iran. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Now, that was the latest statement by the Crown Prince. Yes, I was right. Yeah. So the protests, the rallies, Saturday, 14th of February will be Toronto, LA, and Munich. I think I can also put the information on the screen for you guys in case you are in one of those places and would like to join us. Then I'm going to get some reaction quickly as well, if I could. What is happening? Yeah, okay. These are the official locations for the global rallies that we're going to have on the 14th. So Toronto, Munich, Los Angeles, and of course, cities across the world in general. Every weekend we have massive protests everywhere. About 14th of February, if you are near one of these cities, get yourself down there. And it's going to be the biggest international, loud, and proactive and robust symbol that everywhere, everybody is calling for the same thing. The death of the Islamic occupation of Iran and the return of democracy to the land of Aryans. Now, let me quickly get some quick reactions from you guys as well while we're here. Where's the live chat? The next promo code should be hair. Don't dare me. I will do it. It will be an inside joke for those who are new to the channel will have no idea why. The people of Iran have spoken. Any deal keeping the IRGC in power would be sentencing Iranians to their death. Trump needs to proceed forward. The IRGC cannot be trusted. There's no negotiations or deal about IRGC staying in power. So this is not what the negotiations are about. And President Trump and the White House have subtly, very obviously clarified this is not a survival deal. It's not even close to what happened in 2015 with Obama, because it's a completely different scenario. These are fake negotiations and a fake deal. Let them talk. It doesn't matter, because technically both sides need to buy some time anyway. And it doesn't matter because with or without American intervention, the regime is falling regardless. It's just about accelerating the plans. Daniel says, good evening. We didn't do it. Can't prove it. It wasn't us. Daniel from IDF. I wish to have the level of imagination of the IRGC. They believe they won the 12-day war. Crazy. Yeah, but it's fine because they know they didn't. It's like Pakistan when they got destroyed by India and somehow they were like celebrating. I mean, it makes no sense, but let them have their fun. It doesn't matter. But only talks only with the IRGC defectors. Agree. Bets only talks What do you mean bets only talks? Bets only talks only. There are two onlys in the sentence. I don't know what the sentence is, but something about, well, should we negotiate with the IRGC? The problem is that where are they? So we're still waiting for those who said that they've defected, but they haven't made their moves yet. There have been some who publicly did it, the diplomats. We had a couple recently. We don't know about the rest yet. Don't know what TUSI is, TUSI. That's not our channel, but it's okay. TUSI reporting has been spot on. It talks on again, off again. You called it. Yeah, I mean, I did say, even in the previous report, I said they're going to come back. They can, let them talk. Let them go through this charade, this circus of theater. It's just nonsense. Curious if you think that Iran National Army will show up for the people. When the time's right, as I said, they have no other option because their job and their duty is to the Iranian people, not the supreme leader. It's different to the IRGC. But they need the opportunity to do it. And as every single day, the regime gets weaker and weaker. And even at this point, even a couple of airstrikes will just completely annihilate the structure of the regime. But you still do need a serious military action to bring it down. Having said that, you just leave it a bit longer and the regime will just crumble. And then you're going to need the armed forces to come out to finish the job. World politics now done in Munich, not Berlin. Yeah, although something else was started in Munich, the early 30s. Why is President Trump, VP J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Rubio not inviting Reza Pahlavi to visit the White House or Trump's house in Mar-a-Lago? That already happened 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. I don't know, 2 weeks ago. That already happened with Mar-a-Lago. So that has already been done. Make Iran great again, Javid Shah. Brilliant. What is going on here? Getting messages from our team. What am I doing? It's TUSI TV reporter NIAC Borbani. We also have for Munich, in case I'm not good enough for you to sell the event, I've been told to say that Emily Schrader from Israel and Youssef Haddad will also be there. In case I wasn't convincing enough, come for them. We're going to have Israeli speakers and others as well. They're not gonna speak apparently. Yeah, they're just gonna be there. If you want to hang out with Emily Schrader and Youssef Haddad instead of me, then love your channel. I'm a member and would love to be able to watch on my Roku TV. So if you, both YouTube, but also if you join TUSI TV Plus, which you are a member, as you said, if you use it on the app, not the browser, not the web browser, the app, download the app. And when you go on the videos, if you play a video, you can cast it on your Roku TV as well. But we will soon actually introduce a standalone app, TUSI TV app, on Apple TV, Amazon Fire Stick, the Google thingy, and Roku as well. But that's going to take a while. For now, you can actually still use it, but you have to go on the app first and then cast on your smart TVs. Friday, February 14th is Valentine's Day. Gary, man up. You can multitask. It's technically my first Valentine's Day as a married man, and I'm taking the wife to the rally. That is the most romantic thing you could do on Valentine's Day. Don't blame me, blame.
So actually, just on that note, a lot of Iranian girls are like making videos now where they're basically like, young girls, like let's say like older teens, right? So like, over 18, but like younger than me. They're making videos where they're basically like, here's how you ask out an Iranian girl on Valentine's Day. And then they put the poster of the rally because the rally is happening on February 14, right? So there's some videos like that are going viral, which are kind of fun. So there you go. If you want to ask an Iranian girl out for Valentine's Day, invite her to one of the rallies and then she'll probably say yes. So there you go.
The stupid people at the Munich security conference people. So I didn't organize it. But yeah, what else could be romantic? A protest for free Iran. That's proper romance. And if you're single, it's also a good place to be because there's a lot of good-looking people you could meet. There are a lot of good-looking Iranians you could meet. Why the woke cities? You do realize all cities are woke, right? That's the nature of cities, urban areas. I trust IRGC more than Democrats US, and in LA is under swine presently by new scum and illegals. The thing is, LA and California is a home of millions and millions of Iranians, but they went there before LA collapsed. They moved there back in the 70s and 80s. So, but yeah, there's a huge group in LA. There's a huge group in Canada, Toronto, and Munich is just going to be the main hub for all the European Iranians. They can just go to Munich. I understand your hope for Iran and for a free Iran. This proposed war with Iran will be ugly. I pray for the people of Iran. There's no proposed war. There is a war right now. There's an ongoing war. And based on the estimate, between 70,000 to 100,000 people have already been murdered. So the war is already ongoing. There's no new war that's been started. There's a one-sided war. And the Iranian people simply want to be able to defend themselves because right now they're just getting killed. Why hasn't the Artesh done anything? It's the same question as before. I'm also waiting, don't worry. CCTV to have typhoons heading back after hours in the west of Wales. They must have heard you were going live. Yeah, they're just getting the intel from CCTV now. This has to end. I can't take this nonsense anymore. Peru is on your side. Thank you, Maria, from Peru. Yeehaw. Tim Khomeini out with oats and hay. It's not going to work. We're not in Montana. Yes, the Austrians started Munich, I know. However, I blame the art school in Vienna who rejected him. True. Had they let him paint, the world would be different. Also, all the kids in school who bullied him for being a vegetarian. This is why, I do make fun of vegans sometimes. Not all vegans. Some of my best friends are vegan. One. But yeah, you make fun of them too much, then they might just become a dictator. So it's a bit of a lose-lose situation. It's like with some lovely ginger people. You bully them and they become jihadis. Don't bully. Bullying is bad. I can bully. It's my job. But the rest of you guys, you can't bully. Now, show what is happening here. Oh yes, this is how do I do this? Hang on, I need to show you guys something. It's falling apart. There we go. Okay, so yeah, in case you want to know what is actually happening in the land of Aryans right now, for those who think that everything is peaceful and people are happy and living their lives, and there are those of us who are saying we should have a random war, starting a random war in Iran. Nobody is saying you should start a war in Iran. We're saying there is a war in Iran. Let's finish the war so people could go back to their normal lives. That's the situation in Iran. There's an actual war. The problem with this war, compared to Ukraine and Russia, for example, is that in this war, one side are not armed and are defenseless and have been getting killed every single day. And technically, every single day since 1979 on a slower pace, but over the last few weeks, much, much faster. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye on this situation and the so-called talks on Friday. And 2CTV will continue to be your geopolitical news from around the world. Tomorrow, keep your eye on this channel because Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, might be going. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
There we go. So that was 2C. Okay, I have a few posts for you. And then I'm going to call it a night as well because I have a bunch of things I need to go through. Guys, I do have an update on my upcoming Discord channel. Wait, I saw a comment here. It was a comment. Updates for the rally folder is going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen tomorrow because I've just been doing a whole bunch of other things. But there are some rallies happening this weekend. I'm getting some emails, so I will give you guys an update on that. Wait, I saw, where's the comment here? Someone posted something. Where was it? Oh man, can't find it now. It was a good one too. Where was it? Oh no, everyone's like, okay, if I can go there. Oh, that was a super chat, which I appreciate. Update on the rally folder. Man, I can't find it now. I can't find it. Oh, there we go. Now I found it. There you go. Not for you. Not for you. That's the right one. That's the right one. No, YouTube doesn't delete it. It's because there's a lot of people commenting, and then it just takes me time to go through to scroll back up. So okay, guys. So update on the Discord channel. So guys, the only reason that I even asked if you guys wanted a Discord channel is because my sister Rose suggested that maybe I should do one, and I know nothing about Discord. And then she was like, maybe ask your viewers. So I asked you guys said yes. So there you go. Rose Gamari, you guys know her in the chat. You see her there. So don't ask me about when the Discord is going to be up and running. Ask Rosie, because Rosie's the one that's running it. So she already has like a Discord set up or whatever, and so she's gonna, like, I don't know, fix it. I'll be there too, of course. Like, I'm gonna participate, but I don't know how it works. So she's gonna be responsible for that. So please direct all of your questions about when the Discord's gonna be up and running to Rose, because she's responsible for that. So I'm calling her out there. So there you go. There's that. And so apparently now there's like a meme. Americans, can you explain? So apparently there's like a meme that like Americans have, where it's like every time like something happens in a country, like you guys Photoshop like Marco Rubio to be like, the new leader of that country or something. So I think that's what it is, because this one came across my feed, and apparently it's like, Marco Rubio. Wait, what was the caption here? Our lovely Marco, let's F mullahs together. So there you go. There's the the meme that Marco Rubio is in charge of anything. So now someone basically well, it's like AI. But now this is apparently like, so Marco Rubio's wearing like the outfit of like an ancient Persian king. Okay, so this is what like like an ancient Persian king would have looked like during like the Persian Empire, right? Like before Islam. So there you go. So apparently there's like a Marco Rubio meme where apparently, people are not Iranians are like, we love Marco Rubio, and they made this. So yeah, I've seen actually a number of these. So there you go. I thought you guys would appreciate that. And finally, I want to end with one final thing, and I'm going to call it a night because I do have some things that I need to do. But this is sad, but it's also it's important, because this is a funeral for someone who was murdered by the Islamic regime, and this is in a small city. It's the city of Dizful. I actually have a lot of extended family in Dizful. So these are basically my people, right? Like these are my people. A lot of extended family there. So I've been there. I visited. So this one kind of is personal for me, even though I don't know the person who's been murdered here by the Islamic regime. However, what I want to share with you is take a look at this funeral procession, and when I try to explain, that yes, Iranians are, we're upset by the fact that over 50,000 of us have been slaughtered, but this mass slaughter of Iranians, it has not discouraged us. If anything, it has made Iranians incredibly angry, incredibly determined, and there is this mood within the country, all across the country, no matter where people are from. People are angry and people want revenge, and people have pretty much rejected Islam. So here, as these people, and they're the ethnic minority here is like Lor Bakhtiari. That's my ethnicity, I guess. So usually for funerals or whatever, people will be mourning, they'll be crying, right? Like they'll be playing the Quran or whatever jihadi Islamic nonsense, right? However, here, instead of playing the Quran, the Lors, they are playing a traditional tribal song, right? Like a traditional, not tribal, like a folk. It's like a traditional folk song, and the folk song has to do with like war and survival and things like that. So this just goes to show that Iranians are more determined than ever, and for every one person that they murder, that the Islamic regime murders, 100 people take their place. So there's this mood of anger and revenge and determination, right? So just watch this, because right here, like this is an army. This is an army. Before anyone asks, the chest beating, it's not solely an Islamic thing. The chest beating is only Islamic when it's with Muslim music, or when it's with the Quran or whatever. Chest beating is a cultural thing, and chest beating actually has been part of our culture for well before Islam was invented. So that's the first thing. But here you can see it's almost like they're all like marching to like the beat of a war drum, right? So the people here, right, they're not like, they're angry, right? Like they're upset, but you can see like the rage and the determination on their face. And just look at the crowd. Like I can't even see the end of the crowd there, right? There's like kind of like Haka. Yeah, kind of like that. But you can see like people are just determined, right? And so it's like they're very, very, very angry. So when I say that Iranians are determined more than ever to overthrow the regime, this is what I'm talking about. Now imagine if all these people were armed and had guns, right? Like you don't want to mess with the Lors. You do not want to mess with the Lors, because when you piss off the Lors, right? Why weren't the women walking with the men? Because the women are probably comforting the women of the fallen here. So the women are probably just at home. The women are probably at home, comforting themselves. So it's also probably safer for the women to be at home right now, right? So guys, you also have to keep that in mind. It's safer for the women to be at home because the Islamic regime shoots indiscriminately at people. And you've already seen, you heard that testimony of that girl's brother. He was reading, how the Islamic regime was torturing his sister, right? How they were torturing his younger sister in jail. So of course, women are probably staying at home. Also, they're like making the food and things like that, right? So so the men are like taking him to be buried, and then that's an idiotic comment. It's not that women are only allowed to watch with the curtains withdrawn. That's actually a really sexist and stupid comment. That's not true. This isn't like a Muslim thing. This is a cultural thing. And the reason women are staying at home right now is because the Muslims are murdering Iranian women. So that's why the women are staying at home. It's a safety thing. Yeah, I deleted that. Whatever. I deleted that and I banned him because that was just a stupid comment. So yeah, don't compare us to Muslims. Do not compare us to Muslims. Anyways, so we're gonna watch this again. You can see some of the kids are there, but the women and young children are at home because it's dangerous out there right now. Like even these men, by just walking in the streets and demonstrating their anger, so the wide pants they're wearing, actually, the wide pants, that's a very like traditional like lore outfit. So actually, lore, like I have a lot of family members in Disful, right? So here you go. Here's a picture. So this is like the traditional dress of my people, like the traditional outfits of my people. Here you go. This is a good one. Why isn't this picture opening? What's going on here? Open image and new tab. Here we go. So kind of cool. I think it's pretty badass, right? So this is like the traditional outfits of the lore people. That's yeah, lores, of course, lores are Iranian. Guys, we're all Iranian. We're all Iranian, right? So we're all Iranian. Like all lores are Iranian, so it's like not even like a thing. But so the about up until about 100 years ago, the lores were like sheep herders and things like that. And because they were so the lores, my people, because آره لور بختیاری ام مال اهوازم اهواز و دسفول و شوشتر اون طرف آره لور بختیاری. I think I have a little bit of Persian mixed in as well. So I probably have a little bit of Persian mixed in, but I'm mostly lore. And actually, I know I'm lore because I'm actually really good. Guys, I'm actually really good at like shooting a gun. So I went to like a gun range one time. So apparently, lores are known for their sharpshooting or like their shooting skills or something. So I went to like a shooting range one time, and it was my first time shooting. And I went with someone who was actually a police officer. So, I was using their, their guns and whatever. So I was like literally using police guns to like shoot. And I think I did better than my friend. So it was actually pretty cool. My friend was looking at me like, what the heck is going on right now? I thought you said you've never like shot a gun before. And I was like, no, I've never shot a gun. So, but there you go. So, yeah, apparently I'm a natural. So yeah, this is like the traditional outfits of my people. So, you see like, you got like the wide pants, and you got, this sort of like the jacket with like the stripes on it. And then you got the hat. And the reason like that lures are very good at hunting and shooting, well, actually it's literally because of this. It's because for, well, where is this not showing up here? Oh, chat's not working. All right, anyway, so the reason that like, hunting and shooting is really important. Yep, the lures are warriors. Oh, the chat's not working here. What's going on? Wait, I can't share your comments for some reason. Anyways, the lures are warriors, and the lures actually for the longest time, because they're very close to the border, the lures played a really important role in like keeping like Arab invaders out of Iran. So yeah, the lures they're like a warrior tribe. So we are a warrior tribe. Yeah. So I can show you like some other outfits if you like. Let me see what else I can find for you. Here you go. Okay, so I mean, like, this is like a little article about like the lures. So this is like some of the outfits of the women. So, very colorful. There you go. So also like sheep herders as well. I don't know. Here's like some of the, designs, traditional designs. Yeah. So this right here, honey, this is how I know that I'm lure, because my father, he's very, very picky about honey. Like, the one thing he's picky about is honey. It has to be like good honey. It has to be natural honey. If it's honey and like the honeycomb, that's even better, because that means it's 100% real. So yeah, like he loves honey. Some of the foods there. Some more outfits here. Although I don't know why it's not, like, the website's not working properly. Anyway, so there you go. There's like some, ethnic lore here. Oops. It's not what I wanted. How do I end this? Okay. What happened? There was something I wanted to share with you. Where'd it go? Lord. Wait. There was like a cool picture of a woman. Wait, there was a very cool picture of a woman that was like holding a gun, like a lore woman. Let me find that. Let me find that for you. Is it this one? Oh yeah, here we go. So, see? There you go. So even like lore, wait, here you go. Like even lore women will shoot guns, right? So yeah, you don't want to mess with the lures, because the lures are warriors, right? Like they are like, well, I shouldn't say they, I should say we, like we are warrior people. So if you're wondering why, like, I just DGAF, it's because, you know, it's just, we're fighters, we're warriors. So, yeah. But the thing is, like, we're not violent, right? So it's not like we just, you know, run around going, "Ah, la, 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 la," right? Like we're not like, you know, jihadi savages, right? Like it's a very, like, you know, quiet, calm confidence, right? Like there's strength in silence, right? There's strength in silence. So we don't go around like we don't go around bragging about, you know, our strength or anything like that. But like everyone knows that the Lors are one of the, like, the warrior tribes. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. And then I know like a bunch of, like, you know, lore songs as well, which I'm not gonna sing songs for you guys, but let's see if I can find some like women outfits for you guys. So here we go. So there you go. Outfits here. As you can tell, like none of our clothes are like the black veil burqa stuff, right? So because that's not like our culture. And this is, guys, this is true for like all the various like ethnicities across Iran, right? Like we're all like very vibrant. You know, the clothing is colorful. Here, this is another good picture here. I want to find like some authentic things for you guys. Let's see. Where'd it go? Open image and new tab. Don't worry, guys. Once Iran is free, you'll have an opportunity to come check it all out for yourself too, right? So there you go. There's the, but so anyway, so you see the wide pants, right? So this is why I want to show you these outfits. So the wide pant, that's very traditional, right? Very traditional outfit. So going back to this funeral video, okay, going back to the funeral video, you can now see that all the men, they're wearing like the traditional wide pant, right? And why are they wearing the traditional wide pant? Because that's part of like the Lord's, like almost like warrior outfit, right? So again, this goes to the Iranian people who are saying, you know, like we are, yes, we're in mourning, but we are at war. So that's why this funeral procession, it looks more like an army that's marching into battle, right? You can hear the determination, and of course you can hear the traditional song as opposed to the Quran, right? So no one's playing, like literally no one's playing the Quran anymore. And Lors, yeah, Omid, you're right. Lors have a lot of we have a lot of war songs. Yeah, we have a lot of war songs. The most famous one is Daya Daya Vakht Janga, right? So they're all wearing the wide pants, right? That's like that's like the traditional pant for the Lords. There you go. So, and yeah, we have a lot of war songs. We do. I don't know if you guys are ready for our war songs, though. I'll save that for another time. I'll save the lore war songs for another time. When something's going with the Super Bowl? Yeah, I'll play. Okay, guys, I'll see if I can find one of yeah, okay, so I'm looking at some of the war songs here. I'll see if I can find one that has like English subtitles so that you guys can follow along as well. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now, though, like even our war songs, it's not like Allahu Akbar jihad, right? Like even our war songs are civilized, right? So we don't sing about like, I don't know, we're gonna go and murder people. The war songs are more like, you know, mother, mother, it's time for war. I don't know if I'm gonna be back, you know, I'm gonna like, you know, load my rifle, you know, things like that. So it's not like I'm gonna go out and like murder people. That's like what the Haydar jihadis do, right? So that's a little different. Okay, guys, I want to thank you all for being here, for joining us for day 39 of Iran Revolution Live. This is the time of day where I you know, now say goodbye to you all, and we'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you all for joining, and hopefully we'll have more. Well, not hopefully. I know we're gonna have more news tomorrow, and we'll see. We'll see how far this goes. But I just wanted to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being with us, being with Iranians, and making us feel less alone. And yeah, I'm gonna have a lot more news for you, and I'm also gonna share with you the information that I have for the rallies for this coming weekend. All right, guys. Until tomorrow, Payande Iran and Javid Shah.